To finish what I say first.
Bro, like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
I literally said they need to understand that a one-parent influence.
But like I say,
is
man, you
potentially
ain't really got to let these people
detrimental.
bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think
what
it's
people
okay?
do.
Oh boy, I can't wait for tonight. Woo, what's Gracie got out here now for us to look at? What a delight. Oh, we haven't had this in a long, long while. And I can't wait. Woo. We're really going to enjoy this. Wow. Oh, hello there, friends and family. So good to see you again tonight.
He forgot the camera was on?
You might wonder what I'm all thrilled about. Well, let me tell you, since you stopped by, and as you know, you're always welcome here. So why don't you pull up a chair, grab a cold drink and a snack, and let me show you what we got on the countertop for dinner tonight. And let me tell you a secret that can get you to beat what we all now call steakflation. Yep, we all know about the high cost of beef and, of course, our steaks. But let me show you a butcher's secret that'll bring that cost down. And actually, you can buy 3 steaks, premium steaks, cuts you all know, for the price of 1. What about that? So, hey, come on, let's talk about it. Okay? So, friends and family, how is it possible that you could buy 1 steak and have 3 steaks in one? Do you know? Well, you know now because you're looking at it. And that's the T-bone steak. Oh, yeah. All on its own. It's an excellent steak. One of my favorites. Ooh, look at that marbling. This is USDA choice. T-bone steak. It's a little bit over a pound, 1.02 pounds. And look at the price I paid. $10.86 a pound. Now that was back on the 1st of this year because it says sell by January
What's up, Tyrone?
10th,
Good morning.
2025. And I bought this steak, which I don't normally buy steak anymore, to celebrate my cancer survival. Yeah, I'm a cancer survivor now. I finished my treatment and I bought that steak to celebrate. But I never cooked it. I just stuck it in the freezer to save it for a later date. And I'm so glad I did now because now I have it to enjoy. But that same steak right there for $10.86, the cheapest I can get it around my local area now is $13.97. Yeah, and to put that in perspective, that's a 28.6% increase. And if you look up on the commodities market and take a look at what beef has risen year to date, it's right at anywhere from 23 to 27% overall. We all know where ground beef has went to. But I could cook this up just like this and have a marvelous, well-marbled, enjoyable steak. But I can't eat a steak like this anymore. Maybe you can. Or maybe you're one of those ones who's turning off right now because you said, the only steak I can eat or will eat is a ribeye. Well, good for you. But I enjoy many cuts of steak over my lifetime. And 2 of my most favorite, along with this T-bone, are right here on this cut of meat. And what are they? We'll take a look right here. on this long side of the T-bone. You know what that is, my friends and family? That's what we all call a New York strip steak. Oh yeah, it is. And all you have to do is take it off the bone. And you have a fine, perfectly marbleized USDA choice New York strip, which in my area, instead of costing you $10.86 a pound, a New York strip around here, the cheapest I could find, is $17.97. Put that in your mind. Oh yeah, we're already saving money. But for the best value and bang for your buck is right here on this other side. Do you know what this is?
It's the ribeye.
Maybe you don't, but I'll tell you. That is, my friends and family, what is known as the filet mignon.
Oh, is it?
yeah. The top of the line. The king of steaks. Oh yeah.
No, ribeyes are the king
And
of
around
steaks.
here, filet mignon is running 23.82 cents per pound. But I can take this knife, which I'm going to do, and I can trim this off this bone
What's up,
and separate it
Rick?
from the New York strip. And now I have a New York strip for $10.86 a pound and a nice sized piece of filet mignon for $10.86 too. Did you know that? Think about the savings.
This is like the Mr.
steaks.
Rogers of butchers.
Top of the line. What are the savings there? So let me get the cutting board set up. I already got the knife. And let's get to deboning this and get them wrapped up for later. Because I'm going to be preparing that New York strip in a way to stretch it beyond its means. Because that's what I do now with all my beef when I'm able to buy it and enjoy it. But I wanted to let you know how you could be saving on your steaks and you probably didn't even know. So now all we got to do is separate our two prime cuts, our New York strip from the bone and our filet mignon. We got a nice knife here. It's not hard. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take this knife and we're just going to slice around this bone. You don't got to be fancy. We're cutting it off home style, you know? Get every juicy fat piece. Look at that. Come off just that easy. Well, all except that little tendon right.
I have a question. Does anybody in the chat ever do something like this? I actually do. As a matter of fact, I'll debone a whole chicken. Butchery is fun, believe it or not. One other thing I like to do is get like bone-in roasts, and I'll make my own ribeye steaks or well, basically pork ribeyes. Just get like a bone-in loin and then cut your own pork chops. I love doing this sort of stuff. What's up, Brian?
There. Look at that. Now we got a nice, lovely filet mignon. And I can take it and wrap it in some bacon to make it fancy if we want to. We'll just set that over on our plate right over there. And now we're going to separate that delicious, well, marbleized New York strip. And you're seeing this now. You need a sharp knife. That is true. And you just go around cutting it off that bone. Don't worry if you leave a little meat on the bone. It'll be okay. Because we're not going to throw that bone away.
Excellent.
No, we're not. And there we go.
Beef stock. Do beef stock.
We can trim it up to make it a little bit fancier if we want to. See? Just cut off that little bit of gristle right there. Kitty crew will love that. And there we have it. Right there. A fine New York strip steak for $10.86. And we'll put it over there. But I'll still save the bone. I'm going to throw it in a freezer bag. Because you know what I'm going to do with that bone? I'm going to make some beef and vegetable soup. Oh, yeah. So there's a meal. And let me bring our two steaks back over and show you two of the.
And just one point here. This is, I guess maybe watching all these cooking shows, and I like to cook. I don't even know that it came from my parents or grandparents so much. I just hate waste. And, that starving kids in China that, back in the old days, sometimes your parents or your teachers would go, there's starving kids in Africa or starving kids in China. I detest wasting food. So no, I don't, if I debone something, when I make chicken wings, for instance, and I do it from scratch, I'll go in, butcher up the wings into flats and drumlets. I keep the wing tips. Definitely make chicken stock with the wing tips. You pay top dollar for your groceries these days, for your meat especially. Do not waste it. You can literally, you use every part from the rooter to the tutor or whatever they used to fucking say back in the old days.
Premium meals that we'll be enjoying from that one steak. Really? Did you know? Let me know in the comments below the video. So if we were to go out today, like I said, and pick up that T-bone that I was showing you, instead of paying $10.86, we'd have to pay $13.97 a pound, which was 28.6% increase year to date. But look how much we saved. If I were to go out and buy a New York strip in my area, it's $7.97 a pound. But if I bought the T-bone, where I get the New York strip and the filet mignon, all on the one steak, I could save 22%. Yeah, because I'm only paying $13.97 a pound for the T-bone instead of the $17.97 for the New York strip. There's even more savings when it comes to the king, the filet mignon, which in my local area, the cheapest everyday price you can find it is $23.82. But the T-bone steak today is only $13.97. So that nice portion of filet mignon, I saved 41.3%. Oh yeah. Woo, that ain't something to go home and slap your mama over. I don't know what is. And look at what I got from that one steak. I got one meal, two meals, and the bone. 3 meals for the price of one. And there you have it. That's the way you beat not only beef inflation, but steak inflation in 2025. Ooh, I can't wait to be cooking up that steak tonight and sharing it with Gracie and the kid crew. Oh, there you are again, friend and family. So let me know in the comments below the video. Did you already know that you could buy one steak and have 3 steaks in one and get 3 meals out of it if you wanted to? Yeah, I know it's not a ribeye, but that's just fine. I'll gladly eat a New York strip or a filet mignon anytime. But hey, until I, Gracie, little princess of the house, old Fluffy Muffin, Spooky, and Cleo, the kitty crew, See you on that next episode of Mr. Tom's Neighborhood. Y'all take care out there. Stay safe. May God bless you all.
Well, I love it. So anyway, this crept into my algorithm because I guess I like cooking shows of sorts. And this is brought to you by Deep South Bama with Mr. Tom. And indeed, he is the Mr. Rogers of of butchery. So welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. If you are new, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel. And make sure you hit the like button, and everybody share this out. How often do you get to hear Mr. Tom talking steak butchery in the morning? By the way, just a couple quick notes. I noticed yesterday with my afternoon rant, I got pissed off at some people in the chat, and I noticed I lost some subscribers, and my response to that is good. I say what I say on this channel, and I generally I cater to an audience of one, and that one would be me. You know, I'm going to be true to myself, and hey, if I think people need to grow thicker skin. And then the second point is, man, Nightish, the content creator, probably most of y'all know who Nightish is. Dude, he put on a clinic on how you handle your panel. He had JP and Hood Servative up there. That's why I was late with this show. I was just fascinated. But he took on JP and Hood Servative and came out like a champ. So shout out to Hood Servative. If you're not subscribed to, shout out to to Nightish. If you are not subscribed to his channel, you really should be. He and I have had our back and forths over on the John Galt channel, but over time, my opinion of him has just done a 180. The dude is solid, and I watch his show. I watch his show to be a better host on this show. He is solid gold. So okay, yeah, I'll do that. Just give me a second. I do have a few news shows, and I do have a few videos, and we'll see where that goes. You know what? What I'll do is just show this video, then I'll come back to the story, and then I'll find Nightish's link. Yeah, I'm bad about remembering to do that. That's why I need moderators like Brian Nichols to remind me of stuff that I should be doing and am not. Why is this not going back like I? You know what? Let's just refresh it. All right, stop it there. All right, well, y'all listen to this while I hunt up Nightish's channel link.
From big business to small firms, U.S. tariffs have had an impact on industries. That includes a sugarcane farm in Kwadakuza, a rural, largely poor region on South Africa's eastern coast. Nkusanati Msweli has run the farm for 3 decades as a solid, though small, economic success story. It employs 8 full-time staff and 30 seasonal workers. Cheap sugar imports were already hurting his earnings when US President Donald Trump announced a steep tariff on South African imports. The move created what Msweli called a double whammy that leaves the 53-year-old facing tough choices.
This tariff thing now that has been imposed by Trump, it's going to have a negative effect in our operations, because now the price that we are selling the cane to the outside countries, it's going to be more. We have to have 30% more of the price, of which the customers will have to compare now which one is cheaper. Eventually, they'll go for a cheaper price, and then it will affect us. They won't buy our sugar.
Trump's 30% tariff on imports from South Africa could deal a blow to exports. The country has previously benefited from a duty-free quota for 24,000 metric tons of sugar exports to the US market. That was under Washington's trade initiative for the continent, the African Growth and Opportunities Act. It made up a relatively small 5% of the country's total sugar exports. But the South African Cane Growers Association said the US has served as a premium market that offered high prices, which helped to sustain domestic jobs. Pratish Sharma is a member of the association's board.
We would really urge government to conduct themselves seriously with the Trump administration right now and try and come up with a deal, because if we don't have good trade relationships with the US, it's going to be detrimental not just to our sector, but to many others as well.
The scale of potential job losses remains unclear. South Africa's sugar industry is valued at around $1.42 billion. It supports over 300,000 jobs in a country with one of the world's highest rates of unemployment. Geran Ranganthan is an export and logistics manager for South Africa's Sugar Association.
The US market, compared to other export markets, the value we generate is, is far superior. And being an industry that effectively 1 million livelihoods are dependent on, a loss of revenue in that market will definitely hurt our industry. That's something that's deeply, deeply concerning for us.
Even if a deal with the US is struck soon, it will still likely be too late for this season.
All right, well, that's in support. This video is in support of Trump slaps fresh tariffs on heavy trucks, drugs, and kitchen cabinets. It says here President Donald Trump on Thursday unleashed a fresh round of punishing tariffs on a broad range of imported goods, saying that the U.S. will impose 100% duties on branded drugs and 25% tariffs on heavy-duty trucks, among other import tariffs starting this week. Tariffs have been a feature of Trump's second term, with duties on trading partners ranging from 10 to 50% and other targeted tariffs on a wide variety of products, casting a shadow over the global economic outlook and paralyzing business decision-making. The new actions are seen as part of the Trump administration's shift to better established legal authorities for its tariff actions, given the risks associated with the case before the Supreme Court on the legality of sweeping global tariffs. In November, whether it's even legal for Trump to impose tariffs is going to be under scrutiny. And the reason being is the Constitution charges Congress with establishing tariffs. But there was a law passed, I think it was back in the Nixon era, giving the president emergency authority for like emergency tariffs. So what Trump did was declare an emergency just pretty much arbitrarily so he could do what he's doing now. And so far, it has been found that forget the name of the court. There's a special court for import-export law. And they basically found that what Trump is doing is unconstitutional, basically saying that, hey, this emergency is fake news. And he basically appealed it to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court will be hearing it in November. It's one of the cases I plan on listening to live, if possible, on this show. So it says here, Trump also said he would start charging a 50% tariff on kitchen cabinets and bathroom vanities and a 30% tariff on upholstered furniture, with all the new duties to take effect from October 1st. The reason for this large-scale flooding, is large-scale flooding of these products into the United States by other outside countries, Trump said on Truth Social, of the tariffs on household goods. The new 100% tariff on any branded or patented pharmaceutical product will apply to all imports unless the company has already broken ground on building a manufacturing plant in the United States. So what he's trying to do is, it's a good intention, trying to, bring, some industry back into the United States. also, emphasizing, and I don't know that I disagree, if a product is made in the United States, there's nothing wrong with tariffing, other countries like bathroom cabinets. There are plenty of people who could make bathroom cabinets, probably better quality in the United States. And if you're from North Carolina, there are a ton of furniture, or used to be a ton of furniture, like manufacturing plants up there. However, the problem is Congress should be doing this, not the president. This is not an emergency. So, that's what we're going to find out in November. In well, it's a specific law that I believe that the Supreme Court's going to be looking at, and essentially they're going to be determining if this is actually an emergency or not. And I couldn't predict what this particular Supreme Court is going to do. If I had to flip a coin, or I had to make a bet, they will find in favor of Trump, which is just, in my opinion, disastrous, because what these Republicans and MAGA isn't particularly bright as a movement. They're not going to remain in power forever. So, what comes around goes around for these folks, and they don't seem to quite understand that point. So next up, Justice Department pushes prosecutors to investigate George Soros's foundation. So finally, you always hear conservatives and MAGA in particular, because MAGA isn't a conservative movement, always demonizing George Soros. Well, looks like Trump is finally, weaponized the Justice Department into investigating Soros for no apparent reason. So the directive, there's a whole directive saying you need to investigate Soros's foundation. The directive suggests department leaders are following orders from the president, a major break from decades of past practice meant to insulate the agency from political interference. Well, those days are gone, folks. Bondi is Trump's hand puppet. Probably why he picked a woman. It's a little bit less weird.
Justice Department official pushes prosecutors to investigate George Soros's foundation. This article is by Devlin Barrett and read by an automated voice. A senior Justice Department official has instructed more than a half-dozen U.S. attorneys' offices to draft plans to investigate a group funded by George Soros, the billionaire Democratic donor whom President Trump has demanded be thrown in jail. The official's directive, a copy of which was viewed by the New York Times, goes as far as to list possible charges prosecutors could file, ranging from arson to material support of terrorism. The memo suggests department leaders are following orders from the president that specific people or groups be subject to criminal investigation, a major break from decades of past practice meant to insulate the Justice Department from political interference. The step came in an accelerated push by the Justice Department against Mr. Trump's perceived enemies in recent days and weeks. Over the weekend, the president urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to act quickly in seeking criminal charges against his longtime nemesis, the former FBI Director James B. Comey, and the New York Attorney General Letitia James, who has sued Mr. Trump and his businesses for hundreds of millions of dollars. Federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia secured an indictment against Mr. Comey on Thursday, and they are separately investigating Ms. James. Mr. Trump has recently revisited his grievances against Mr. Soros, long a boogeyman for the right, in part because he has backed progressive causes. After the killing of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk in Utah this month, the president threatened to use the levers of government to silence liberal protesters and donors to progressive groups, including Mr. Soros. Mr. Soros began his global grant network, now known as the Open Society Foundations, decades ago to fund democratic initiatives around the world, particularly in communist and formerly communist countries. In the 1990s, the organization expanded its work to the United States. It provides grants to groups that work for human rights, democracy, and equity. But Mr. Trump and some Republicans contend, without providing evidence, that it is a shadowy network promoting civil unrest, violent protests, and property destruction. Liberals say the assertions are falsehoods aimed at stifling dissent. On Monday, a lawyer in the office of the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, issued the directive to U.S. attorneys' offices in California, New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Detroit, and Maryland, among others. The lawyer Akash Singh, who is responsible for communicating with federal prosecutors around the country, suggested a wide range of charges for prosecutors to consider against the Open Society Foundations. Possible charges included racketeering, arson, wire fraud, and material support for terrorism, according to a copy of the directive. As evidence for such investigations, Mr. Singh pointed to a recent report by a conservative watchdog group known as the Capital Research Center, which monitors liberal money in politics. He asked the prosecutors to determine if the allegations were enough to justify opening criminal cases, adding that they should be prepared to submit their investigative plans soon. The report broached a contentious claim, stating that the group has poured over $80 million into groups tied to terrorism or extremist violence. It cited as one example Al-Haq, a Palestinian human rights group critical of Israel. The report noted that the Israeli government declared in 2022 that Al-Haq was a front for terrorist activity. At the time, the Open Society Foundations criticized that move by the Israeli government, saying it was not based on credible evidence and was intended to discredit and silence Palestinian human rights groups. Asked about the nascent effort to investigate Mr. Soros's foundation at a White House event on Thursday, Attorney General Pam Bondi replied, "Everything is on the table right now." While declining to comment further, Mr. Trump said Mr. Soros would be a likely candidate to be investigated. Chad Gilmartin, a spokesman.
Yeah, this is just totally inappropriate. Why is I mean, I don't know why these people don't seem to understand that they're doing exactly what they accuse the Biden administration and earlier administrations of doing. Now, Trump's statement that he is, his followers' retribution. So that's what it is. In his mind, he thinks this is just tit for tat. And the reality of it is he doesn't have the brightest people working for him. He does not have the best and the brightest. The best and the brightest literally do not work for MAGA or the Trump administration. Disney won, mainly because of their shareholders and their stock price dropping and people canceling Disney subscriptions. And I actually have a story kind of talking about all that at some point, but actually it's an opinion piece. But these guys don't seem to understand that they're not smart enough to do some of the shit that they think they're doing. They think they're gonna do. So they're gonna lose a lot of this stuff. So this next story from the Washington. Oh, excuse me. This next story basically is kind of Soros's response to it from the Washington Examiner. Basically saying that Soros's nonprofit says DOJ investigating terrorism links without evidence. They probably don't have evidence. If they had evidence, they would have indicted by now. But Open Society Foundations, the philanthropic group founded by billionaire George Soros, is pushing back against reported efforts by the Trump administration to investigate it for allegedly supporting terrorism. Yeah. Calling the initiative a politically motivated abuse of federal power. Exactly what it is. The group issued a statement on Wednesday in response to a New York Times report revealing that a senior Justice Department official, I guess it was Todd, whatever his name is, Todd Blanche, whatever his name is, official directed multiple United States attorneys to draw up plans for criminal charges against Open Society. So they literally are just they're basically trying to invent a reason to investigate this guy. The potential charges include arson, racketeering, and material support for terrorism. This is literally just an exercise for, MAGA, the MAGA base going, oh, Donald Trump's doing something. It's literally going to be fruitless. They'll try, but, in my opinion, and this is actually why the judicial branch is, kind of my favorite branch. The judicial branch is literally going to be the last line of defense. I think the people, the voters, the electorate are actually going to be the last line of defense. But before that, the second to last is going to be the judicial branch, and all this shit is just going to fail. But speaking of failures, Trump celebrates James Comey indictment as ex-FBI director says, I'm innocent. Let's have a trial. Comey, I think I read somewhere, is going to turn himself in rather than be picked up, I guess. But again, the charges are obstruction and lying to Congress. It's going to fail. That they got the indictment is probably going to be the only victory they get. If it's not thrown out, I'd be surprised. And part of the mistake I think that the Trump administration has made, they fired his daughter, who happened to be a U.S. attorney or assistant U.S. attorney. They fired her for no apparent reason. And her husband, I guess, or an in-law who is also a U.S. attorney, just resigned. I guess it was yesterday or in the past few days. It's literally the judge should throw it out just because it's obvious that this is political in nature. So proving he lied to Congress is going to be extremely difficult. It's almost like a libel suit. You have to prove harm, and I don't think there's been any harm. So let's see, what is there a text to this story? There was a story here. I guess, let's see, read the full story here. So damn it. I don't know. I may not be able to. It's asking me. They're gonna make me pay for the Guardian. Well, that's not gonna happen. Ex-FBI Director James Comey indicted on 2 charges as Trump pushes to prosecute political enemies. Now, the Guardian is a British newspaper, so this is kind of a snapshot of how someone outside the country sees it. Comey, one of Trump's frequent targets, indicted on counts of making false statements and obstruction of a congressional proceeding. Not going to happen. I predict it'll be tossed out. James Comey, the former FBI director and one of Donald Trump's most frequent targets, was expected to surrender to authorities on Friday after being indicted on 1 count of making a false statement to Congress and 1 count of obstruction of a congressional proceeding. The stunning indictment by a grand jury on Thursday evening was the latest and most dramatic move yet in the president's retribution campaign against his political adversaries. The indictment filed in federal district court in Alexandria, Virginia, shows Comey's charges centered on whether he lied and misled lawmakers during testimony in September 2020 about the Russia investigation. While the precise details were not clear in the sparse 2-page indictment, it appeared to reference Comey's testimony that he had never authorized someone at the FBI to leak to the news media about the Trump or Hillary Clinton investigations, a claim prosecutors alleged was false. So we'll see, but I don't see this going anywhere in particular. Trump is literally making a fool of himself. Yeah, well, Ryan's not here. Ryan's opinion of Soros would probably be predictable, Rick. So let us move on. Cash Patel says Dallas shooter wrote, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror. FBI Director Cash Patel reported that Joshua John planned a targeted shooting against ICE, expressing a desire to instill fear among agents with the attack on September 24, 2025. John had conducted extensive digital searches for ICE agent locations and firearms prior to the incident, indicating careful preparation for the attack. Disagree with that. The attack left one detainee dead and 2 others wounded, marking it as a significant act of targeted violence, according to Acting U.S. Attorney Nancy Larson. Patel emphasized that this attack reflects a disturbing trend of politically motivated violence against law enforcement and warned that extremist rhetoric has serious consequences. So this guy wanted to instill terror in ICE agents by killing 1 detainee and wounding 2 others. Yeah. Okay. All right, Kashi. And I'm going to leave it at that. Basically, the left has nothing to do with this. It's a bunch of folks who, you know, and I have a video kind of covering, you know, ever since Charlie Kirk's demise, MAGA has just gone stark raving mad. And it's a sign of instability, folks. It is not a good look for MAGA. So back to March. After U.S. strikes, Iran increases work at mysterious underground site. Satellite imagery indicates Iran is continuing construction of a deeply buried military site at Pickaxe Mountain, just south of the Natanz nuclear facility hit by Israeli and U.S. strikes in June. So Iran has increased construction at a mysterious underground site in the months since the U.S. and Israel pummeled its main nuclear facilities, suggesting Tehran has not entirely ceased work on its suspected weapons program and may be cautiously rebuilding, according to a Washington Post review of the satellite imagery and independent analysis. The ongoing work is at a site known as Koyi Kolang Gazla, or Pickaxe Mountain, where since 2020, Iranian engineers have been tunneling deep into the Zagros mountain range, about a mile south of the nuclear complex in Natanz, which was a target of U.S. bombing strikes on June 22nd. To be honest, I don't know what this means other than Iran doesn't seem to be deterred. Analysts who have monitored its construction estimate the halls under Pickaxe Mountain may be even deeper, between 260 and 330 feet, than those at Iran's Fordow facility, which U.S. warplanes struck with massive earth-penetrating bombs. The site's above-ground footprint sprawls over roughly a square mile of mountainside with a pair of tunnel entrances on both east and west side. Iran said in 2020, when it announced plans for the facility, that it would house a production plant for assembling centrifuges, replacing a site destroyed earlier that year in what Iran called an act of sabotage. So doesn't look like Iran has been deterred. So that is that. So let's shift gears here. Talked earlier about well, I glanced on the topic of what I'd never heard the term before, the rise of shareholder capitalism. Disney not being particularly deterred, and the shareholders and customers basically telling Disney, what the hell are you doing? Listening to a threat from the Trump administration, the FCC in particular. And Disney basically reversed, I assume it was Disney reversed ABC's decision to suspend Jimmy Kimmel. And this may be like, I think it's kind of a turning point against MAGA. In the end, it's gonna be voters who decide, even if Trump wants to make shit up and be authoritarian, until he actually becomes the real deal. Disney basically said, "Fuck you, Trump. Kimmel stays because we're not going to lose money, over some stupid, problem you have with Jimmy Kimmel." So this opinion piece is called "Why Corporate America is Caving to Trump," and I tend to disagree with the idea. I actually think you're going to start seeing at least parts of corporate America going, "Nah, can't do it, Trump." In this particular part of the opinion piece, the rise of shareholder capitalism, at the beginning of the opinion piece, it kind of describes the 50s and the 60s, the image of kind of like the corporate Republican, businessman, basically, what is it? There's a term for it. Was it country club Republicans or country club conservatism? Something on that order, where it was pretty much, like this says here, clubby inbred. It says here, the business world of the 1950s and 60s was a clubby inbred place, and its apotheosis was the boardroom, especially the bank boardroom. Country's biggest banks populated their boards with chief executives from a wide range of industries in order to keep tabs on the economy. They gathered around a conference table. When they gathered around a conference table, the executives tended to agree on matters large and small. The bank boards served as a source of normative consensus and stability among the leaders of the largest corporations, in part by helping to forge similar worldviews and behavior. The agenda that these executives hashed out often reached far beyond their individual companies. Keynesian economic policies at home, anti-communism abroad, and above all else, social order. It was an agenda of patrician civic mindedness built on feelings of mutual interest that often transcended party lines, and they enacted it through organizations and associations that allowed them to act as a unified front. So, it says here, by the mid-1970s, however, this order was collapsing. Global competition and inflation chipped away at the profits that had kept boardroom dwellers feeling flush. Social change was chipping away at the race and gender barriers that often kept boardrooms so white and male. Prominent conservatives like the Supreme Court Justice Lewis Powell had urged business leaders to fund opposition to government intervention in the economy and other threats to free enterprise. Their efforts helped pave the way for the deregulation of industries like airlines, media, telecom, and finance. Around that time, a new theory was descending from the ivory tower, based on the work of economists like Milton Friedman of the University of Chicago and Michael Jensen of the University of Rochester. It held that the interests of shareholders should reign supreme in corporate decision-making, and that the key challenge of capitalism was to ensure that the hired help, that is, the executives, did what was best for the owners. And so essentially, and I never really thought of it this way, but in a way, Milton Friedman, who is lionized on the right, was talking about kind of like a more democratic way to run corporations, because the shareholders could be anywhere from, like, some mom and pop, retiree with, a retirement fund who's invested in, a particular corporation, to individual shareholders. I mean, I know people who indirectly invest in shares. Yeah, shit, they're the Chenards and the CKJ3s of the world. So essentially, the executives were no longer in charge of these companies; the shareholders were, and that is trending towards a more democratic influence on these big corporations. So so it says, let's see, what else does it say? Economists of this ilk favor tying executive pay to a company's share price through stock options and stock grants, but their thinking unleashed a broader revolution in which companies with underperforming stocks became targets for corporate raiders who could take them over, fire management, and unlock vast piles of wealth. Within a decade, the incentives of chief executives had completely changed. Basically, chief executives, the average reign of a chief executive was 9 years. It came down to around 7, and it continues to be about 7 years that a chief executive is employed. Says here there were many advantages to breaking up the world of conglomerates, cartels, and inbred boardrooms. The economy became more efficient and dynamic. Consumers often benefited, and American firms became the most innovative on the planet, though critics later accused firms of focusing too much on short-term profits and new firms of amassing their own monopoly power. So the executive suite became more accessible to talented people who were once excluded as racial and gender discrimination eroded, albeit slowly and haltingly. But breaking up the American business establishment did have at least one major downside. It made it increasingly unlikely for companies to stand together, and instead of trying to fit in at the club, executives were inclined to kneecap fellow club members. So the lament of the author of this opinion piece is that, the question is, well, why can't corporations like ABC, NBC, CBS, and then their parent corporations, why can't they just band together? Well, basically, they don't band together because having profits, basically having the shareholder is prime, created competition between companies. Profits, like, hey, ABC, CBS, and NBC, we're not buddies at the club. We are in direct competition, and hey, I want my stock to be more valuable than yours. Now, but what I'm seeing though is that having the shareholder as prime actually kind of, in this case, insulated Disney or put some backbone into Disney's reaction to Kimmel being forced out, because of vague, well, not so vague FCC threats. Where this guy is seeing kind of like a downside, I'm actually seeing an upside, because if Disney can do it, because hey, we were losing money. You know what? The other corporations don't want to lose money. Disney's stand may have actually given an impetus to CBS and NBC and other companies in that space. Hey, if Disney can do it, so can we. I don't see the downside that he's seeing, but it's an opinion piece, and my opinion is a little bit contra This guy's name is Noam Schreiber. I don't know what he does. I guess I could look that up, but I'm not that interested. So kudos to Disney. You know what? Hopefully the other companies understand that sometimes what Trump wants, he doesn't necessarily have to have, and profit is king, apparently. So we'll shift gears again. Hegseth summons generals and admirals for rare meeting in Virginia. And I have a friend, actually a couple friends who were admirals. Too bad I don't live in Virginia. I could meet them. I could meet them for lunch or something. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed numerous generals and admirals, as well as some of their staff from around the world, to Quantico, Virginia next week, U.S. officials confirmed to CBS News on Thursday. The Secretary of War will be addressing his senior military leaders early next week, said Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell. President Trump earlier this year signed an executive order renaming the Department of Defense as the Department of War and Hegseth as Secretary of War, but the name can only officially be changed by Congress. Well, you know, whatever. The Pentagon has provided no other details about the meeting to either military leaders or the press. So we'll be eagerly awaiting. Hegseth said earlier this year that Pentagon plans to cut down the number of generals and flag officers, that is, those holding the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy or Brigadier General in the other forces. The goal, according to a May memo, is to cut 20% of the 4-star positions in the active duty force, 20% of the generals in the National Guard. We won World War II with 7 4-star generals, Hegseth said in February. Today we have 44. Do all of those directly contribute to warfighting success? Maybe they do. I don't know, but it's worth reviewing to make sure that they do. Oh, my Lord. And you know what? The problem is I don't have confidence that Hegseth nor his staff are smart enough to make that assessment. So you're saying that nearly 80 years ago, nothing has changed? War has gotten a lot more complicated. And anyway, you know what? I guess it is worth a review, though. So President Trump suggests moving 2026 World Cup games from cities he deems unsafe. Well, maybe he'll move. I don't know if DC was one of those locations, but he says it's safe. So Kelvin, I think he said he's planning on coming for the World Cup. So we want to keep Kelvin safe. On Thursday, President Trump said during an Oval Office exchange that he might forcibly relocate 2026 FIFA World Cup matches from the U.S. cities he deems unsafe, naming Chicago despite its non-host status. Why would he? Of course he named Chicago. All those people hold Chicago up. President Donald Trump said public safety will dictate whether games are played, citing crime drops after removing 1,700 career criminals and National Guard deployment to Washington, D.C. Seattle's Lumen Field will host 6 matches in the 48-team tournament. Levi's Stadium, Santa Clara, will also host 6 matches, and the World Cup draw is scheduled for December 5 in Washington, D.C. Host cities say preparations continue even as the uncertainty grows after Trump's remark, while Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker condemned threats and vowed to oppose military occupation. Earlier this year, Donald Trump named himself chairman of a White House World Cup task force and cited his ties to FIFA President Gianni Infantino while referencing the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. So Trump is the chairman of the FIFA committee. All right. So a couple more items here. I've heard of this guy, Cat Turd. Has anybody heard of him? Supposedly he's kind of famous in the MAGA with the MAGA set. So they're now pushing a radical left. This is Donald Trump's cat turd is referencing Donald Trump. I don't know whether this is from Truth Social or but anyway, he's referencing a post by Donald Trump saying, "Wow, a left Democrat scam." And that is referencing, let's see here, justthenews.com. Headline from justthenews.com says FBI bombshell, 274 agents sent to Capitol for J6. Many later complained they were political something or another. It's bullshit. They are literally trying to rewrite history to blame J6 on Democrats, I guess. I don't know what the fuck is going on with these fools. But the thing is, if the FBI sent the agents on J6, who was president at the time? This is just goddamn. You know, I swear these guys are just stupid. The president is responsible for the FBI. It was the Trump administration's problem on January 6th, but they're still trying to blame it on Democrats. Democrats weren't the president, sir. So stay tuned for this. I'd love to see, because this is the first I've heard of it on X, which I still haven't really figured out the use of, other than, you know, keeping up with this sort of stuff. And I guess I could follow Cat Turd. We can do that. So the last news story, at least for now, troubling trend. Second South Carolina teacher faces fallout over online posts. It's like MAGA has gone fucking insane after Charlie Kirk's demise, and not in a good way.
Well, there's a possible crisis in the classroom at a Midland school. A teacher
This
has
is
been
the
put on
highest
administrative
volume
leave
of
while social media posts are investigated by the district. Our Broadleys Pimentel is tracking that story. Broadleys, what do you know?
Lexington School District 1 officials tell Watch Fox News this comes after allegations of unprofessional conduct related to social media posts. A political strategist and constitutional law attorney says this is a trend that she doesn't like.
It really is a troubling trend that we're seeing across South Carolina and across the nation, where educators are losing their jobs or getting put on leave, not for classroom misconduct, not for anything that necessarily impacts the classroom, but just for what they've posted online in a personal capacity. And that goes to the very heart of the First Amendment.
Constitutional law attorney Catherine Glenn Foster speaking out after a Lexington 1 teacher has been put on leave due to their social media posts. Lexington 1 joins other schools and businesses across the state that have taken disciplinary action against employees after monitoring social media posts after threats against high-profile people. Glenn Foster says some of these employees are getting reprimanded for posts that fall under the First Amendment protection.
If anything, just maybe insufficient grieving. It's disagreeing with our political leadership. And when you're employed by the state, when you accept that job, whether as a trash collector, as a mailman, whether as a teacher, no matter what your role is, you don't stop being a citizen.
Last week, a Columbia law firm filed this lawsuit on behalf of a Spartanburg teacher who was fired for social media comments about the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
You know, one caveat to that, and I agree with it, even though I don't particularly agree with the spirit of it, that, you know, being a teacher is voluntary, or working, you know, being a citizen is almost like it's a natural right. You have a natural right if you are born in these United States. you have natural rights. And one of them is described in the First Amendment and the 15th Amendment and what is it, the 19th Amendment? I can't even remember the right to vote is it the 19th Amendment? I have to look it up. However, you don't have the right to be a teacher. So, you know, while this woman is a constitutional scholar, I wonder what her response to that would be. You know, jobs are kind of voluntary. Sometimes, you know, you can't have everything. So I'm kind of mixed on what this really means. Now, I would, and I'm not going to follow this case, but it's kind of a slippery slope. Social media isn't private communication. And in theory, it's not even free speech because, you know, companies can strike whatever it is you say with impunity because they're not bound by the First Amendment. So it's just interesting. I don't agree with the argument that a teacher has First Amendment privileges. That's kind of a slippery slope for me.
This comes after Attorney General Alan Wilson and State Education Chief Ellen Weaver released statements encouraging education officials to monitor social media posts for, quote, unprofessional educator conduct.
It's honestly scary to see this this kind of thought police creep into our society.
A Lexington School District 1 spokesperson provided a statement to Watch Fox News about the investigation, saying, quote, the district establishes professional standards for employees through board policy and the Employee Code of Conduct. This review process ensures those standards are upheld while also protecting the constitutional rights and due process guaranteed to employees.
So there's always exceptions, there's loopholes, and it does help the school if they've provided notice. But that does not mean that that notice is constitutional. They could put in their policy manual that no teacher is allowed to have a Facebook account at all. And that's not constitutional.
Glenn Foster says
I mean, there is the argument.
Due to comments they make outside the workplace.
There is the argument that the school, being a government entity, could be suppressing speech. That might work as a counter argument.
Have grounds for a lawsuit. In studio, I'm Bralise Pimentel, Watch Fox News, Local First.
In South Carolina, we
Let's see. So this must be around. I wonder. I don't know exactly where. I used to live in Greenville. Well, Greer, South Carolina, which is midway between Greenville and Spartanburg. So I'm familiar with Lexington, even though it's a ways from Greenville. So anyway, that's pretty much all the news stories. It's kind of been a slow news week, even with Trump's antics. So I guess what we'll do is clean up some of these tabs. And I do have some videos picked out. Let us see here. Let us see here. And I see, let's see if, looks like Hood Conservative left. Let's see who survived on Nightish's channel. Oh, excuse me. Oh, he's doing more JP.
And nigga, I'm sitting here listening to you. You won't even say the word Jew. You won't even say the word Jew.
Oh, is that Charleston White?
Nigga, smoke tuka and disrespect.
Oh, I
our
see.
black women. All
I didn't know that JP knew Anton Daniels. So I see JP and Hood Conservative have left. Yeah, I think that I was impressed. Nightish handled both JP and Hood Conservative. I'm not sure that I could even do that. So, but so they're reviewing some of JP's stuff, which I'm not particularly interested in. All right, well, let's do Professor Black Truth. The Friday Crime Report.
Hello, soldiers. I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Charleston, South Carolina, Tuesday, September 16th, 2025.
We have victims, 9 of them. But we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they have been thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time, not only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well.
The Charleston Church Massacre
Oh,
was a
that is some
horrifying
bullshit.
event, but unfortunately, it was all too typical for America. From the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing that claimed the lives of 4 little black girls to the Charleston Church Massacre, America has always had a kinky fascination with attacking black churches. After Dylan Roof committed that act of mass murder, his fascination with the Confederate flag made it the focus of moral people across the country to finally go ahead and strike a substantive blow to the mentality of white supremacy. When Dylan Roof appeared in court for his arraignment, the judge who presided over the bail hearing was James Gosnell. And like most of them good old boys, he was all bad. He had already been reprimanded in the past for using the N-word in open court when speaking to a black defendant. He made local headlines for that outburst, but nothing was done beyond a slap on the wrist. But Gosnell really decided to show his behind during the Dylan Roof trial when the cameras were rolling. He was trying to be a hero to his fellow white nationalists. That's where his performative extremism in court came from. Only the black media called this scumbag out for his anti-black racism and has continued to remind you about it anytime the Dylan Roof case comes up. Now, that was all about a decade ago, but you won't be surprised to learn that James Gosnell is back in the news again.
Today, the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended Magistrate James Gosnell Jr. after his arrest this morning on federal charges related to possession of child sexual abuse material.
We learned today that federal investigators say that they found hundreds of photos, videos, and conversations involving children and infants less than a year old. The Department of Homeland Security searched Gosnell's Charleston home on September 16th. Then on the 17th, they searched his Charleston County court chambers where they seized bank records. Those bank records, they say, confirmed transactions for child sexual abuse materials.
Agents with the Department of Homeland Security investigations received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about several financial transactions with a known distributor of child sexual abuse material in the United Kingdom. We're told payment came from an online account associated with Gosnell's known phone number, address, and email.
The now suspended judge was seen inside the federal courtroom wearing a jumpsuit and shackles around his hands.
According to that latest court filing that you just mentioned, it reads that, quote, the weight of the evidence against Gosnell is immense, overwhelming, and conclusive.
Now, is anybody actually shocked that a feckless racist who boldly defies all morals and demands sympathy for a mass murder in open court in front of the world is also a child sex predator too? Is anyone really surprised by this revelation? According to the federal complaint, during the search of Gosnell's home, the feds found a flash drive containing numerous videos and images of child sexual abuse, including depictions of prepubescent minors, infants, and toddlers engaged in sexually explicit conduct. In total, federal agents seized 14 USB drives, an iPhone, discs, VHS tapes, and numerous other electronic devices, all containing child sexual abuse materials. Federal agents say they're still combing through seized items, including 4 computers, 7 SD cards, several discs, and tapes. So basically, this reprobate had his own perverted home library of evil. But predictably, Gosnell's evil hardly stopped there. Gosnell confessed to federal agents that he possessed child sexual abuse material and communicated with like-minded individuals on Telegram. Gosnell is said to have hosted sessions with other pedophiles on web conference calls to show them tricks of the trade. He also admitted he viewed material that included little babies. Babies, mind you. But as low as this is, Gosnell's evil didn't stop there. Brian Sterling, the U.S. Attorney for the District of South Carolina, said, "To the parents of the community, our investigation has revealed that Gosnell claims to have abused very young children. If you left your child alone with Gosnell, even let him hold your child, please email the tip line, which we've set up." Through a forensic search of Gosnell's electronics, investigators discovered conversations he shared with other individuals interested in pedophilia. On Telegram, Gosnell allegedly revealed that he had raped and abused children in numerous instances, according to court documents. Investigators allege the conversations revealed he sexually abused a 3-month-old while babysitting and a 5-month-old who was in his neighborhood. Additionally, investigators claimed that he sent a selfie that also included a 2-year-old child accompanied by the message, "My new buddy." He then, in conversation, claimed he sexually assaulted the girl 2 weeks prior, according to court documents. One conversation showed plans for Gosnell to travel to Florida, Ron DeSantis' Florida, with the intent to rape and torture the other pedophile's nephew's infant son, according to prosecutors. Another revealed Gosnell had previously traveled to Florida with a USB containing child sexual abuse material. He gave this USB to the other pedophile, who then mailed it back to Gosnell's Charleston address. By the way, you know another pedophile who also called Ron DeSantis' Florida home? Jeffrey Epstein. Gosnell revealed that he had raped and abused children. This is who they put on the bench in South Carolina. This is who the racist authorities in South Carolina also refused to punish. They were defending him. That's what they were doing. And is most likely because they also are engaged in the exact same behavior. This case is about far more than this reprobate having a whole video library of child porn. The U.S. Attorney is saying that Gosnell has admitted to personally sexually violating children, infants, and that if he so much as touched your child, or if you left your child alone with this creep, then you need to reach out to the feds. Appealing to the public for information. Now, this is the kind of jurisprudence that America actually needs, but doesn't exercise very often. Because we all saw how hot and bothered and a frenzy that the white media went into over R. Kelly. Meanwhile, you got this animal who is sitting here telling the feds that he rapes children, and the white media is not plastering his face wall to wall. Gee, we all know why. Following his arrest, Gosnell was suspended from the bench by the South Carolina Supreme Court, which claimed that he posed a substantial threat of serious harm to the public and the administration of justice. Clearly, for the white racist bigots on that Supreme Court, his repeated acts of open and blatant racial bias didn't qualify as a threat to the public or to justice. So we know what their idea of justice is. The Charleston County government then discontinued Gosnell's access to county facilities, devices, and accounts. It should never have come to this. He should have been removed years ago when they caught him making racial remarks in court. But of course, when you think about who these reprobates are, who are also in the judicial system there, they're just as bad as he is. How many of those individuals who are covering for and protecting this creep all this time are most likely engaged in the exact same kinds of behavior? They all need to be looked at. This racist piece of trash was the one giving mass murderers sympathy from the bench. And now he's looking at possible prison himself. By the way, there's been no mention of whether the feds took him to Burger King first. But this reprobate Gosnell is from South Carolina. And you want to know who else is from South Carolina? Our old friend Negro Jim Clyburn. And in the almost 10 years since the Charleston Church Massacre, have you seen that old coon doing or saying anything to get this racist reprobate removed from the bench? He should have been the main one raising hell about this guy. Judges like Gosnell are appointed, by the way. They're not elected. But regardless, that should make it more important that he be removed long before now. He has a history of open racism in the courtroom, and that obscene display he put on at the opening of the Dylann Roof trial should have been the last straw. And had the racial roles been reversed, it would have been. But you got this old decrepit clown Clyburn in office, so of course he isn't going to say much of anything. I've been saying for the longest time that to destroy the evil of anti-black racism, we have to cut off all the heads of the Hydra. Breaking the enforcement arm, the police, is only part of the job. In the past, a number of racist prosecutors have been removed from the office, mostly by voters. But the job of dismantling the injustice system will never be complete until these judges are also punished as well, and I mean harshly. What's happening with this Gosnell creep is exactly what needs to happen across the board. There need to be investigations of all of these guys, all of them on the Supreme Court, all of these so-called prosecutors, everybody that he was sitting there having golf with. These are the kind of individuals who cover for this kind of person, and they wait until there's some sort of fluke incident out of the UK that lights them up. Then suddenly they start acting as if, oh, we're so shocked and appalled. No, they're not. They're birds of a feather. And you better believe a lot of them, if you look and check this guy's history, you'll find that a lot of these people were also right in there with them. You'll find a number of South Carolina authorities and officials were also part of this pedophile ring. These scumbags don't operate alone. They run in digital packs. We talk about people like Jeffrey Epstein all the time, but what needs to be remembered is that, as I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. The entire reason these child abusers roam free and these judges are so eager to let these rapists like Brock Turner and Drew Clinton and countless others off the hook is because these judges are doing the exact same thing. Corruption protects corruption. These creeps couldn't remain on the loose without these racist white judges who keep ignoring the law. Black defendants get locked up without bail merely for jaywalking. This isn't the system failing. This is the system operating exactly the way it's designed. Honest judges like Olu Stevens won't play that game, so they make it a point to put people on these benches who are as crooked as the day is long. This Gosnell creep had the nerve to lecture the public that Dylan Roof's family were the real victims, and people needed to find it in their hearts to give them sympathy. Not a word about the black victims, because the bastard approved of that mass murder, and that was his way of showing the world he was on the side of the animal who killed all of those innocent black people. When he was demanding sympathy for Dylan Roof, that was actually a low-key confession on his part. Well, there won't be any sympathy for this piece of garbage. Show me someone who's an anti-black racist, and I'll show you someone who engages in all manner of degeneracy. It never fails. When it comes to evil, the anti-black racists are the lowest of the low. I suppose we should at least be relieved that he didn't decide to go and commit some act of mass murder himself, though given a long enough timeline, he probably would have tried it. There's no need for him to teach his fellow pedophiles how to be sneaky with their demonic behavior, by the way. Like Jeffrey Epstein, Brock Turner, and so many others, when you have racial immunity from law, you don't need to be careful. You can instead focus on identifying and grooming your next victim. The black grassroots have been beating the drum about this scumbag from day one and making sure that people didn't forget about his behavior. And now everyone knows it. There's no debating it at this point. Trash like Gosnell love the idea that they get to commit all sorts of evil behavior, and yet in the public eye, they get to have their dual persona of being a quote-unquote respectable jurist, though he was only respectable to other white supremacists. But in his position, especially in a racist toilet like South Carolina, as far as he's concerned, he only cares about what his fellow white supremacists think because they're the ones protecting him from going to prison. But now everyone knows exactly what this scumbag is. What we've been saying about him for the last decade has been proven out. His reputation that he was so eager to protect is no better than the mass murderer Dylan Roof that he was so eager to identify with. Now, let's not kid ourselves here. This happens to be an old white man, and that being the case, you better believe that, especially with these prosecutors, they're already trying to figure out how to give him whatever sweetheart deal that they can. The charges are simply a way for them to do an end run around the Constitution. Go ahead and package up all of his crimes in one legal package, and then you'll make a sweetheart deal with him that covers all of them. You can't rule that out because we see it so much. This piece of garbage is already in his late 60s. So as far as they're concerned, the prosecutors are going to be saying, well, can we really give this old man a life sentence? Now, they had no problem doing that with Bill Cosby. They had no problem giving him a sentence that would have been effectively a life sentence. They had no problem with doing that to an old man as long as he's black. But of course, we understand that's exactly how this injustice system is set up. So as with all these other cases of white privilege kicking in the courtroom, we're going to be keeping an eye on this degenerate Gosnell to see how events develop and to see whether or not the feds decide to do for him what they tried to do for the murderers of Ahmaud Arbery, try to do some secret backroom deal to try to go ahead and bury all of this. But in the meanwhile, he has been exposed, disgraced, and all of the people who tried to find a way to whitewash this guy's racism, they look like the collaborators in evil that they are. And as for Gosnell, just remember, when it comes to these white supremacists, especially these old ones, the most important thing to them is to somehow be able to engineer the righteous judgment of history. That's what they want. They want history to look on them favorably. Well, this is the final chapter of James Gosnell's putrid, pathetic life. And instead of him doing like so many of his predecessors and being able to slither into a grave without anybody holding him accountable, now his reputation is exactly what it's supposed to be, and he lived to see his own downfall. Now that is justice. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. I show this on Fridays, basically in response to people like Be Brave, who, want to talk about, and Ock Nation is another one. I just got a pop up. Apparently, he's going live pretty soon. You know what? If they can just trash blacks who commit crime, I'm not going to trash whites who commit crime, but I'm certainly not going to ignore it. And that's kind of one of the things that I appreciate about Professor Black Truth. Stuff like this doesn't get paid attention to by the John Galts, the Ock Nations, the CTs of the world. They're, somebody, I think it was T last night on her show. I think it was T or Speak Radio, basically talking about CT's channel, basically saying that, he gets big audiences, like 200-300. I've even seen, I think, 400 people in his audience, but his biggest audiences, and it's the nature of the audience, it's the nature of his type of content that when he's trashing blacks and the theoretical black culture, he gets huge audiences. But when he switches gears and starts talking about the failings of the majority population, the whites, his audiences dwindle. And there's no coincidence in that, but part of it is, the nature of his audience. There are a shitload of anti-black blacks, and they don't want to hear about their precious white angels and their masses trashed. They want to hear. They want their biases confirmed that black culture is trash. And speaking of that, I think that Slick Rick brings up, will stand down 6 subs. Who left with their tails tucked? Well, I was rough on a few people yesterday afternoon. And you know what? I probably shouldn't have been, but I'm always going to be me. Okay. And, I'm showing a video. It was Yvette Carnell talking about this incursion of MAGA folks plopping down a table on a black, historically black university, plopping down a table, wanting to talk about DEI should be illegal and just all kinds of foolishness. Well, you know what? The problem is they were not affiliated with the university. They didn't have the permission of the university to be there. They were essentially trespassing. And then it's always people like that who want to claim something about free speech and bullshit like that. Look, get a permit. Charlie Kirk did. And I don't know if Charlie Kirk ever went to HBCUs. Maybe someone here would know. But the bottom line is they were trespassing. And I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Maybe they were expecting a viral moment that Ock Nation could or John Galt could talk about. I don't know, or CT. But I think it's just a sign of disrespect, if not open racist behavior, to just plop your ass down on someone's college campus. And Yvette Carnell made a very valid point that I guess I knew but never really gave much thought to. There wouldn't be HBCUs if America wasn't a fundamentally racist country. Even during Reconstruction, when many of these universities were founded, white elites especially did not want their children educated alongside black children, newly freed black children, or what have you. So, you know what? To get an educated class of freedmen and their kids, separate but equal, I guess, universities were set up. So it's almost an insult to ask the question, well, why is your HBCU all black? Why can't white people come here? Well, they can, but you need to think deeper. This is why people like Governor DeSantis don't want American history taught as it is. They want a, quote, patriotic education, because no one would ever think HBCUs were set up because of segregation, not, if they're segregated now, it's because they are, quote, historically black. And by the way, white students can apply and do attend. So I guess the reason I bring this up, because Rick says, well, you're down 6 subs. Well, you know what? I shit on a bunch of people in the chat yesterday. It's like y'all literally want to talk about the physical appearance of the host instead of actually listening to what she says. This is why I shit on the anti-black blacks. They would rather sit there and wonder about this woman's sex life, and she happens to be a lesbian. And the only reason I know that is I kind of know about her because I've watched her for a few years now. But the bottom line is they would rather just go in on her haircut and go in on all these esoteric, surface level appearance sorts of things instead of actually listening to what she has to say. And I'm not about that. You want to sit in there, you want to sit here and do shit talk, but you won't listen to what she's saying because she was absolutely right. And I suspect they wanted to shit talk because she was right. Okay. And motherfuckers, there are channels you can go to and listen to shit talk about physical appearances and all that sort of stuff. This doesn't happen to be that channel. And if it means I lose subscribers, well, you know what? They'll be replaced at some point with people who actually care a little bit about, the important details of politics, culture, current events, etc. Because I actually care about this stuff and I will listen to an argument. Now, what I won't do is listen to stupid arguments, and I don't have patience with people who come up to this panel and just want to present pablum as an argument, or someone who comes up here who hasn't done their research. I don't give a fuck if I lose 6 subs. I will miss them, but they'll come back eventually, or you know what? They'll find more fertile ground for their shallow takes on American culture. And I don't give a fuck. I literally do not give a fuck. This is not my livelihood. I do it because I like doing it. And those who rock with me, rock with me. Those who don't, don't. And that's the way of the world. So anyway, Rick, and I'm not shitting on you, Rick, but it was a good observation, and I wanted to just kind of, touch base on that point. And Rick, by the way, what you did with Sunshine Groiper yesterday, do more of it. Okay, if you got a wrench on this channel, I kind of hope you kind of get where I come from. You don't have to take bullshit from these racists. Sunshine Groiper comes in here typing Neegah, Nega. Well, motherfucker, go over to John Galt's channel or go over to CT's channel. Take that fucking racist bullshit to where it's appreciated, because it's not appreciated here. And Slick Rick, you were spot on in dealing with it, and salute to you for that. In your case, the wrench is earned. Wish I could give you a double wrench. So let us move on. And this will be about that Tennessee State HBCU thing, which I didn't read the story. I just kind of know about. I know the headline. I do like the song.
And thank you for your comments. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. Well, things are getting interesting here in the United States, and some of us just don't know what to do with ourselves. The country underwent a shock a few days ago when a very popular young conservative, Charlie Kirk, was brutally murdered in broad open daylight in front of a crowd. And white America doesn't quite know what to do with itself. They don't want to blame the person who did it. And so now they resort to what they always do, try to find a way to blame Black people. So after his murder, HBC.
Oh, and by the way, one of the comments in the person shall remain nameless was asking, well, why do Black people have to butt their nose into the Charlie Kirk thing? And my response was like, what? It came to us. It's now, and I'm dead honest here when I say, some of these panels that I go to, and not panels, but some of the shows on YouTube that I watch, I was shocked that almost no one knew who the hell Charlie Kirk was. Like Freezy, he had no clue apparently who Charlie Kirk was until he got killed. So Black people butting their nose into who Charlie Kirk was or any of that, it's because they were like, well, who's Charlie Kirk? And they were trying to find out who he was and why he was in the news. So once again, this is someone who is a MAGA type and just totally has no clue what's going on. Black people don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk other than he was a racist. Other than that, before that, no one knew who the hell he was. Once again, people just kind of spouting off in this chat stupidly. And you know what? I expect better.
HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, began receiving terroristic threats to the point that they had to be locked down. Now, Black people didn't have anything to do with that, and certainly not HBCUs. But for some reason, they decided to target HBCUs. And as if that wasn't enough, yesterday or day before yesterday, two MAGA supporters decided to pop up at Tennessee State University in Nashville to have a debate. They called themselves the Fearless Tour. They were calling it the Fearless Tour. So I guess going on an HBCU campus and trying to force a debate from Black students was what they called being fearless. And I sort of agree with them. It was fearless, but the question is why? MAGA debate group at Tennessee State University escorted off campus after chaos erupts. A conservative group called the Fearless Debate Tour sparked controversy at Tennessee State University, leading to a heated exchange with students. On Tuesday, chaos erupted at the historically Black college following the group wearing Make America Great Again hats, who showed up on campus to set up a booth with signs that read, DEI should be illegal and deport all illegals now. Let's talk. Well, this is the reception they got.
Can't even hear you. Very safe, very black, and very tired of this. Hey, what's up, man? Like, oppressive hell. You feel me? Like, it's a crazy day out here.
So it didn't go well. I think they had about 10 minutes where they tried to debate the students, and then chaos erupted. The students just weren't having it. And this is what one student had to say, which I thought was quite interesting.
Y'all need us in your life because y'all really be bored without us. Because at the end of the day, if we were gone, y'all would just start turning on yourselves. And y'all already do that right now, even with us here. Like, white supremacists are so bored, bro. They have nothing going on in their life, bro. And that's a big issue and a big leading factor as to why people turn to bigotry, because they don't have shit going on in their life. So they want to go around and fuck with some other people.
And I agree with that, because even from the slavery days, when they would work from sun up to sundown, can to can, 5 days a week, and half day on Saturday evening, when they had a little bit of time to socialize.
Well, I have to say, this picture right here pretty much says it all. One looks like a Matt Walsh wannabe, and the other just looks like he just got done kicking shit off his front porch. So the bottom line is, at least when Charlie Kirk did this, the signs weren't handmade. This literally looks like somebody, who was it? Some video I watched yesterday. They were calling these hit looking folks like this Jethro. It was Yvette Carnell. These are two Jethros here who came onto this campus uninvited, unaffiliated, and trespassing. And then basically all they were trying to do is get some viral material, I guess, that they could take back to their own kind and go, see, they didn't want to hear the truth. I bet one of these guys is Palomino Ricky Z. I don't know. I'm assuming the guy on the left in the blue shirt is actually Palomino, because Palomino probably can't grow a beard. But anyway, let's play this on.
With each other to sing and dance and pray or whatever they wanted to do. Guess what? Here come the white folk down in the slave quarters, bothering them down in the slave quarters. So they really do need to find some entertainment and find some things that they like to do that doesn't have anything to do with destroying themselves or other people. Am I right about it? TSU senior Layla Johnson said they were not there for debate, but to provoke students. I don't agree with it. Like, it's just nonsense, she said. I just feel like it was unnecessary. Like, why would you come to an HBCU with all that commotion, knowing that we're going to say something about it? Like, they just insane. Tennessee State called the group hostile and issued a statement. And this is what it says. Today, a group of individuals unaffiliated with Tennessee State University appeared on campus without prior notice. In accordance with university policy, any demonstration or protest activity requires advance.
Let me also make the point. If you go back up, Palomino said something that caught my attention, and I really shouldn't even be looking at the chat when he's in the chat, because he's kind of like these two Jethros that were just on screen. All he does is try and stir shit up. But somewhere back here, oh, here it is. Now, this is what this fool says. TMKC, is it possible you got cut off? Maybe he thought you owned the road too. I don't think white people act like they own the road, even though we all technically do own it. Okay, besides being a very poorly written last sentence, I'm assuming this moron thinks that white people own the road, because he says we all technically do own it. I'm assuming, does he mean we all white people, or does he mean all people? Now, see, if he really knew how to write an effective sentence, this has one word too many. He could have just said, even though all of us technically own it. See, that would have meant black, white. It wouldn't have been, so vague. The motherfucker, I guess he just, these fucking Jethros like Palomino come up and want to talk about IQ and fucking, Stanley's a narcissist. They want to do all this pseudo psychological analysis and can't even write an effective sentence. Even though we all technically own it. It should be even though all of us technically own it. Just white failure. That's pretty much what it is. Even though all of us technically own it versus even though we all technically do own it. Motherfucker, you are illiterate. You are, dude. I'm glad I was never your high school English teacher, because your paper would be bleeding red, I bet. Dude, don't ever fucking come up here talking about IQ or any other thing vaguely marking yourself as some sort of knowledgeable person. You can't even write a fucking effective sentence. It's shameful. You are not a credit to your race, sir.
Its approval and permitting. Campus police and staff responded promptly.
Okay,
as
see,
individuals were escorted from university
this is even
grounds.
better. This is even better. Now, this fucker, and yeah, I call him a fucker. I've known this fucker for a while. Of course, I meant taxpayers. Well, dude, so why didn't your sentence use the word taxpayers? Okay, again, your English teacher probably just passed you because she wanted you out of her class or his class. They're like, let me get this motherfucker out of my class. Let's just pass him. Let's just give him a D. Dude, you are literally not a good writer.
Without incident. At all
And yeah, you don't expect perfect grammar, I guess, in a chat, but you're particularly bad at it. Z.
times, TSU students conducted themselves in a professional and respectful manner. The safety and well-being of our students, faculty, and staff remain our highest priority. TSU will continue to uphold university policies and ensure that campus remains a safe, welcoming, and orderly environment for all members of our community. So the problem here is that they didn't come as honest brokers. It's like,
And I hate to interrupt again, But TMKC says something. God, you're such a dumbass. Look, I don't know if you were in Nidish's chat. I don't know, around 6 or so in the morning. Actually, it probably would have been like from 6 to like shit 8:30 because I was in. I was. It was fascinating to hear Hood Conservative, especially Hood Conservative, Palomino, people like Stormcrow. These people are so intent on being clever that they just show that they're dumb. Okay, trying to drill down on a point they don't really get. It does not matter how much someone tries to sound smart. And you know what? I shouldn't even say smart or intellectual. I should just say educated. It's apparent people like Palomino Ricky Z got a substandard education. It's apparent people like Hood Conservative didn't do well in high school. You just listen to some of the shit they say. And it's one of the odd things that I've found with autodidacts, people who are self-taught or, Be Brave is a good example. He said he basically didn't even read a book until he was in his early 30s, and it shows. Okay, starting to read a book as an autodidact in your 30s. And I know another guy, and I haven't talked to him in probably a couple years now. He was kind of like Be Brave. He just didn't give a shit about any of this stuff until he was like his wife. He married his wife in his 30s or 40s or something like that. And that's when he started getting into books. And I used to just fucking shit on him all the time. It's like, well, Stanley, you're doing a fallacy. It's an appeal to authority fallacy that you're doing. And my response was always like, motherfucker, this is not high school debate team. Okay. I'm a fucking adult and I'll commit any fallacy I want as long as I get my point across. I know about fallacies, but dude, I'm not in fucking high school. I don't have to follow rules. And the people, if you know the rules, it's actually easier to bend or break them. So these autodidacts like Palomino, Ricky Z, and Be Brave, and this dude's name was Steve that I'm talking about last. Dude, I understand your need to, transcend your education, but I'm sorry, autodidacts starting to read a book when you're 35 or two, it shows. Okay. And you simply cannot, unless you actually work harder than reading a book. Sometimes it's actually good to take a class from a professional teacher about a book. They will actually expand your appreciation for a book. But all you Johnny come latelys to reading books, you should shut the fuck up. Hood Conservative literally sounds like a wannabe sometimes. Okay. And I appreciate the quest for knowledge and all that, but you got to kind of know your place in the pecking order. Okay. And Palomino Ricky Z, stop talking about me and work on yourself because you're not good at writing. You're not even, it shows even in a fucking YouTube chat that you had a substandard education and you're trying to claim you're some, it's almost like Be Brave saying he's a street psychologist. He could have been. Woulda, coulda, shoulda is not the same thing as is. Okay. And I love shitting on people who are undereducated or miseducated or Johnny come latelys to education and the necessary the need for an education. I love shitting on y'all when y'all come up here and you want to act like you know some shit. And bottom line, through sheer luck in some cases, It shows. Your seams show, and I literally revel in finding the seams and ad hominiming those seams. You come up here and you want to talk some shit, I'm going to talk it right back at you, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about most of the time, not 100% of the time. So Palomino, I've had my say. What you need to do is write less and think more and read more, because you are literally a kindergartner sometimes. So there, I got that off my chest.
Like the young lady said, they came to provoke the
Oh, I
students,
forgot.
because I don't have a problem with these conservatives
Rose.
coming to HBCU campuses and debating the students, but they need to go through the proper channels, which these people did not do. They need to go through the administration office, get approval, and then the students need to have some input if they want to have these people on their campus. I can assure you that there are students on any HBCU campus that would be ready and willing to debate MAGA and give them a run for their money. There are students on those campuses that are political science majors. Many of them are going to law school, history majors, economic majors. There are all kinds of majors there, and they know their history. They know the history of this country, as opposed to MAGA, where they turn up with a few talking points. They just want to come up and have a few talking points that they want to just drill over and over and over again. They should go through the proper protocol so they can be vetted, so the campus can be aware of whatever organization they belong to, whether it's credible or not, and monitor their activities. But I don't have a problem with them going on a campus like that. But I don't have a problem with them going on an HBCU campus, because what I know about an HBCU campus is that there will be students on that campus that will be more than able to debate them and give them a run for their money and educate them about Black American history. David Cate, co-founder of Fearless Debate, told Fox 17 News their appearance was to keep free speech alive and in honor of Charlie Kirk's memory. Kirk was killed at an event where he was debating a student at Utah Valley University earlier this month. Well, it doesn't matter what he was there for. He didn't go through the proper channels to be there. So he has a right to free speech, but they also have a right to protect the students and faculty and staff on that campus. So they need to know who's on that campus and what they're on that campus for. But he said that we went from a peaceful conversation with students to quite literally a mob inciting violence against us. Well, that's how come you need to let folk know you're on the campus. So if you're there for the right reason and you went through the right channels, then they can protect you and the students and faculty. But if you come on there just because you want to ensure free speech, well, then that's what you get, a mob. Okay, y'all. So thank you for listening. Let me know what you think about the video and have a good evening.
Well, I also want to point out that people like those two revel, as MAGA tends to do, and a certain class of white person in America, they revel in this reverse racism, Black people are oppressing me narrative. It's fucking hilarious. Black people are oppressing me. So this just popped up in my YouTube alerts, and it sounds interesting. And somebody, Professor Black Truth, mentioned Jim Clyburn, and so apparently Abby Phillip and Clyburn crush Charlie Kirk's racist legacy on CNN, and I got to see it. I'm sorry. For those who will say, well, Stanley, you don't have content. Well, I react to stuff like this, and I got a lot of subscriptions, and I subscribe to a lot of channels. And you know what? My content is, I wonder what Jim Clyburn had to say. And why is Jim Clyburn even still an elected official? He's getting a bit long in the tooth. But anyway.
Melissa Hortman, the Speaker of the Minnesota Legislature, was shot. There was a commemorative resolution in the Congress, and every Republican voted for it.
Right.
When Charlie Kirk was assassinated for his political beliefs, there were 58 Democrats who would not vote for a resolution to honor him.
I was one of them.
Why do you think it was?
I don't mind honoring anybody's life. I've got a problem with their legacy. And I know what the legacy of Kirk was. When I turn on my TV and I see someone telling me what an awful person Martin Luther King Jr. was. When I see somebody telling me, if I get on an airplane and there's a black pilot, I begin to wonder, is he qualified? What does that mean? Those are the words that came out of his mouth.
That's not what he said. And
that is exactly what he said. I got the exact quote.
It's not in context at all what he was talking about. It was a conversation about affirmative action. You know that, Congressman. This has been well litigated and well debated.
Everything about black people is about affirmative action. And so what's wrong with affirmative action?
No.
Look, you're telling me that when I came out of college and couldn't get a job, that was because I was not qualified?
That's not what I'm saying.
But what are you saying?
What I'm saying is Charlie Kirk was very clear. If these companies openly say that they have to somehow fill a quota of people, whether it be a race or gender, not based on merit, but based on their race or gender, the obvious should be clear.
What these fools keep emphasizing is a falsehood. Okay, quotas were rendered unconstitutional. God damn it. I can't remember the year. It was like 1988 or something like that. It was University of Michigan, basically got Supreme Courted because they did have quotas. So affirmative action got rid of quotas decades ago. DEI is not about race specifically. And that's the truth that this bowl cut fool can't seem to convey. He knows it. He's just trying to push a narrative. And this is a problem with Jim Clyburn. Stop trying attack the specifics of the argument and blow the dude out of the water. If you pull the right bricks out of the wall, the whole wall will collapse. Okay, there are no quotas, and if there are quotas, they're not racial quotas. Okay, because it is illegal. The Supreme Court said it's illegal decades ago to have racial quotas. And if you listen to the Supreme Court, what was it, Asians Against Discrimination or whatever the fuck the case was called, they never talked about quotas in that case because there are no quotas to argue.
Clear to everyone, which is that person then qualified?
So
that's an obvious question. Because of the bar that the corporation itself set up by saying publicly, we're going to do this type of DEI hiring, then you have to wonder, is it because of their race or their gender?
Can I just that's not what it is. That's not what it is.
Hogan, why would
You
you
don't have to wonder
wonder?
about anything
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that.
why would you have to wonder that?
Yeah.
The only reason you would wonder that is if you're inclined to believe that nobody can be qualified if they are black and brown going into those roles.
And
also,
exactly
but here's one other thing that I think is just a factual dispute with what you're describing. You're suggesting that the standards are lower for people of color filling these roles when there is absolutely
the exact opposite.
No evidence.
The exact opposite.
No, but that's what you said.
No, it isn't.
Hold on, Hogan. You said that they are only getting these jobs because of their race or gender,
That's not what I
and
said.
not because they are qualified.
Not
So
what
are
I
they
said.
qualified or not?
That's not what I said.
Are they qualified or not?
What I said was
is a pilot sitting in a hold on, Hogan, is a pilot sitting on an airplane, flying a plane, whether he's black or white or a woman or gay or lesbian, are they If they are sitting in that seat and they meet the FAA requirements for being in that seat, are they qualified?
If they are qualified, I sure hope so.
Are they? But you don't believe that they're qualified.
That's not what I
because of
said.
what?
What I said was, if the criteria was their race or gender,
Yeah,
then
but
how am I to know
that's
if the
why I'm telling
qualification
you,
is
Hogan,
there?
that
We
is
had
a
a president of the
factual
United
error
States.
that
We
you
had
are
a
making.
president of the
Hold
United
on,
States,
Hogan,
and
I
Joe
don't want
Biden,
you
who
to.
came out and said
Hogan, you're
he
changing.
wanted
Listen, I don't want you to change the
a
subject
woman
because
of
you are
color
making
to be the vice president. So when I noticed
Hogan,
that's what he said, that's not my fault.
Hold on, my
Joe
friend.
Biden said it.
You were in the White House when Donald Trump said he was going to put a woman on the Supreme Court, and then he picked Amy Coney Barrett. Is she not qualified?
She is extremely qualified.
Okay, so why is she qualified, but Ketanji Brown Jackson is not?
He talked about the qualification as well. What I'm saying is, in that
Abby just busted him in the mouth. Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. She just busted him in the mouth. It is what it is. That's dead to rights. A moment of silence for him getting busted up. There was no way to wiggle out of that. Trump said he was going to get a white woman, a woman, and he went and did that, and you didn't complain.
And then he picked Amy Coney Barrett. Is she not qualified?
she is extremely qualified.
Okay, so why is she qualified, but Ketanji Brown Jackson is not?
He talked about the qualification as well. What I'm saying is, in that clear directive from Joe Biden, in the clear directive from those companies, they are saying we are filling.
Let me ask.
They're not even saying filling.
I'm going to ask you again because I think you have another opportunity to really think this through. Donald Trump said, "I am going to pick a woman to go on the Supreme Court." Oh, you know what? Let me give you another one.
So should he not have
George H.W. Bush said, "I am going to pick I'm going to pick a black man to fill a role on the Supreme Court." Are those people unqualified?
I want always the most qualified people to hold those jobs.
Are they qualified or not?
It depends on their
qualification.
qualification.
Was it a quota or not?
It's always a quota when you base it on race or gender. If you base it on qualification, if the person is hired as black or a woman or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Let me just ask you a direct question.
It's the ultimate meritocracy.
Is it okay for Donald Trump to have DEI quotas or not?
It's not okay for anyone to have DEI quotas.
So then why did he have a DEI quota, by your definition, for Amy Coney Barrett?
He didn't. He said that was one of the selections. People said he should fill it with a woman.
Okay. He said he was going to fill it with a woman, and he did.
He did not only interview women for the job.
Correct.
Okay.
So
I'm sure Joe Biden didn't only interview men for black women for the job.
Joe Biden had said as he went in his search process, his short list would be all women of color,
and they were.
Listen,
and they were qualified.
That's not true.
They were qualified.
We're taking issue with the criteria.
Brad, I just think it's you guys are misleading. I'm not gonna say you're lying. I'm just gonna say you're misleading about what Donald Trump said. The day after, Justice Ginsburg died, he said he was going to pick a woman to replace her. He said that. Okay, I'm not paraphrasing. That is what he said.
By that standard, he should not have issued that as a criteria.
All right. One more thing. Justice Thomas, who I'm sure you love. You love him, right?
Sure.
He was chosen to replace a black Supreme Court justice, in part because he was a black man. Who is more qualified in terms of actual experience to be on the court, him or Ketanji Brown Jackson? Do you know?
I don't know if any of them.
Okay. Well, I've checked. She served as a federal judge for way longer. He actually didn't before she was put on the Supreme Court.
No, false. He was on the D.C. Court of Appeals, the second highest court in the land.
She served.
Recommended by the Bar Association. Cannot besmirch
he was on there for a very brief period of time. He was served as a judge.
We have never considered any nominee for Supreme Court who was on the D.C. Court of Appeals to be unqualified for the Supreme Court.
I am not suggesting.
Never ever has that been said.
I am not suggesting.
You're saying Clarence Thomas was not qualified?
I'm not. Actually, no, I am not.
You just
I
said
am not
he was
suggesting that he's unqualified at all.
You did.
I am saying that he is qualified.
She was saying that Ketanji Brown Jackson was more qualified than Clarence Thomas was as far as credentials. That's what she said. She didn't say he was unqualified. She was comparing the qualifications of the two.
Qualified Just the way that Ketanji Brown Jackson is qualified, just the way that Amy Coney Barrett
No, you
is
said he
qualified.
was less qualified.
No,
than Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I'm asking
No, that's
you,
what you
I'm
said.
saying about comparing their resumes. If you want to compare
You
their
said
resumes,
he was less
one of the
qualified
things
than
that
her.
Charlie Kirk said was that was that Ketanji Brown Jackson, you know, if she says that she was affirmative action pick, then what she is saying is that she didn't have the brain processing power to get that job without replacing a white man.
Look,
but I'm asking you, if you objectively look at her resume, is that a factual statement?
Oh, she's qualified for the Supreme
Okay,
Court.
so then
of
let's leave
course.
it at that. Because I just
She's
think
not very
that
good at her job, but she's qualified.
okay, let's leave it at that. Because we want to make a lot of broad
But
statements about
according
who's
to Kirk,
qualified
she
and
was a
who's not.
diversity hire.
Say that again?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
That she, Ketanji, was a diversity hire.
I want to go back. This all started
I got-
when we were talking
I got-
about
I got 12
whether
of
or
his
not,
quotes right here.
whether or not Democrats should have voted to honor Charlie Kirk's life. And Congressman, I respect you. You are a living legend. I deeply respect your motives. However, I think that this is a question of whether we honor people who gave their life to public service. I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk on everything.
Okay.
But he gave his life to public service.
I'll let you have the
Literally
last word on this. Go ahead.
But let me
No,
just say
he
this.
didn't.
His life is one thing, his legacy is another. Now, I honor everybody's life. But when you tell me that was a diversity hire, when you tell me you're going to give thought to whether or not a black pilot is qualified, something else is going on in your head, and that's a legacy that I will never vote to honor. So if they're taking legacy off, which we asked them to do, and just honor his life, you got my vote. But his legacy, I know what my father's inherited from the legacy of the South.
Yeah. And, as and like I said, man, look, guys, Clyburn's right. Clyburn's right. And he said, hey, we said, hey, if you take the word legacy off and just honor his life, we'll do it. They didn't want to take it off. They want to honor all the shit that Charlie Kirk said. Remember, guys, we're talking about a 31-year-old first semester college dropout. Talking about lawyers and saying that they don't have brain processing power. This is crazy. The fact that this even has to have a conversation, that's how bold it is. That's how great it is to be a white American with the right type of politics for a certain group. Because nowhere else would that be considered. I mean, how many, I guess it's just a Christian thing. I guess that's it, part of it. That plus whiteness just gives you the superpowers. But to the large degree, man, and this segment proves it, conservatives just don't want to admit, a lot of conservatives just cannot admit that DEI served a purpose beyond what they're painting. I get it. Democrats will misuse and abuse anything. I understand that. I agree with that. I call that out. I don't even like the fact that DEI gets labeled like it helps black people the most when it helps white women the most, like anything else. And that was intentional. White women did not want to see black people get ahead like that. So they're like, hey, we need to put us in here. Back when civil rights, back when we were fighting for our civil rights, they're like, hey, we gotta add white women in as a class that's being discriminated against.
I happen to have that clip. It was Martha Griffiths. There's a clip of her saying that white women were afraid that black women would get advantages that they didn't have. So he is literally, there is a congresswoman who sponsored the change to the 1964 Civil Rights Bill, adding sex as a protected class. Spot on. He's not exaggerating at all.
Against, so they can get affirmative action, even though they're white. Even though they were white, they were still women. And they just totally removed the whole whiteness part and just made, so anyway, so they complain about DEI. Here's it. They claim DEI was just concerned about safety when he saw a black pilot. That's all he cared about. It wasn't anything to do with anything racist. It's just because, hey man, you made a decision to pick him only because he's black. And it's like, come on, man. They just don't want to admit that in America, what we have is a system where if they could, they pick all white guys all the time. You know, for a particular slot, man, how many slots do you got? Hey man, there can be hundreds of people applying for a job. And you may have to say you got 20 slots, but you got 100 applicants. Considering America's mostly white, and I don't know, in particular, pertaining to the field or whatever that is, it could be mostly white men applying. If you don't have any intentionality at all of diversifying, you can pick all white guys and get all qualified white guys. Everybody who applied could be qualified. But if you don't have some intentionality and you have racial bias, you could pick all qualified white guys. DEI, affirmative action, never said pick people that weren't qualified. It's like find other people who are qualified, who are this, because they're underrepresented, because left to our own devices, you're not picking them at all. You're not picking them. That's the whole point. But see, to admit that there is really racism, to admit that people do discriminate against black people, that would make them turn into stone.
See, this is why Tim Black, and I don't always agree because he has a lot of things that I don't agree with. However, he is usually really good on describing racism in America. So DEI and affirmative action, but let's just take affirmative action off the table because it was dead before Trump came into office. So even talking about affirmative action, I'll shit on someone who wants to bring that bullshit up because it's dead. Why even talk about something that has been ruled unconstitutional? The DEI part, literally just, it was casting a wider net to bring in qualified candidates, and then you select them at an interview process or a training process. And I went round and round. Mayo Monkey is another motherfucker who is an autodidact. And then when he comes up against someone who actually knows stuff at a deeper level, just folds. He turns into that proverbial monkey. Okay, he tried to talk to me months ago about DEI in the air traffic controller process. And I just like, what the fuck are you talking about? So his experience in aviation was being an engine mechanic. So why are you and my question to him is then why are you claiming some expertise in something that you're not even remotely qualified to even talk about, at least no more qualified than I am? Oh, I'm an expert. I'm in aviation. Well, motherfucker, if you're not at a minimum, if Bob came up and started talking about air traffic controllers, I would have to listen to Bob because he is a lot closer to that air traffic control process than a mechanic would be. And American man, before you get a notion in your head, I don't give a fuck that he's a mechanic or anything like that. I'm just saying his job doesn't expose him to air traffic control at all. I would listen to a pilot about the qualifications of an air traffic controller because I'm absolutely sure that in the process of becoming a pilot, you will know something about the air traffic control process. And I bring all this up to say the training part, you cast that wide net, you bring in people of all different races, sexes, abilities, disabilities, whatever. There is a screening process called training. Okay, so it does not matter who you are. If you don't make it through the air traffic control training, you are disqualified. So the people who come through the training, that is actually the screening. Okay, there's no quota involved or anything like that. It's like come one, come all, apply. If we think you might make a good air traffic controller because of your background, or, I don't know what the initial test is like, but the test is the initial screening. And then the training is the next level of screening. And, I don't know what they're talking about, how DEI is so racial. It's basically fake news. And it's the only thing these conservatives can argue. And it's the people who argue against DEI that are making it racial. Charlie Kirk is the first example. What the fuck does race have to do with DEI other than we're not going to look at race? DEI was the colorblind process that people like Charlie Kirk craved. And there's a reason he would always go up to against college students. He would not go up against someone. The one time that I know of that Charlie Kirk went up against Sam Cedar, and this is probably 10 years ago, Sam Cedar fucking made a fool out of Charlie Kirk. Okay. Charlie Kirk never went up against a Brianna. Well, he did go up against Brianna Joy Gray, now that I think of it. And he sounded like a fucking Jethro on opioids with his arguments. So what I'm saying is all this bullshit about DEI being racial. It's MAGA, it's Trump, it's all these yahoos injecting race into something that is not inherently a race-based policy. And this is a perfect example of systemic racism, injecting race into a process that's not based on race alone. And I don't give a fuck about the idiots in the chat who don't agree with me. I'm right. Y'all are wrong.
They would self-combust on contact. If they really had to admit that, there are employers who don't want to hire black people for whatever reason. And there's only a certain amount of jobs. It's not like you got so many jobs, you can get all the people in the world to work there. A company has a certain amount of jobs. A government agency only has a certain amount of jobs. And depending on the number of people that are applying, you got to make some decisions. And left to their own devices, too many times, those decisions would tend to be, we want a bunch of white guys. So that's where it came from. But see, we can't get honesty. We can't get realness. There's none of that allowed. They have to continue to pretend that if you want, that they would hire pilots in this case, or surgeons who don't know how to surge, pilots who don't know how to pilot, as if they want to put the whole world at risk of crashed planes and bad medicine being practiced. Like everybody coming through the room, everyone at the table, anybody in the pilot's uniform that got the accreditation, that got the flight hours, it's a pilot. They all know how to fly. And for too long in America, as we all know, it is, when they looked at color, it was negative to be black. But now we live in a reverse reality for these people. Now they're just saying, hey, you guys have to hire some black people. They so upset, they call that discriminating against white people. For 300 years, discriminated against black people with no repercussions whatsoever. We said, well, you know what? We got to stop you from being able to do that. Somehow. They don't give a damn if we ever get off the bottom, man. And whether it was nice guy, nice racist guy at the table there on CNN. I don't care if you say it nice, glasses. I don't care if you say it nice. You are perpetuating and upholding white supremacy bullshit. That's what you're doing. You could put all the sugar on it you want for Clyburn. And it's amazing. And I'm pissed off that you did it because you have done the magical. You have had the magical ability. You have done the magical deed of elevating Clyburn and reminding people that Clyburn could be a cool brother sometimes. And, I guess I shouldn't be upset about that. Maybe I should embrace that. So on one hand, I'm glad that you showed that Clyburn is not as bad as I thought. Okay, that he can't stand up for that. But see, that's the problem. That brings another problem for me, man. That means when he's doing corny shit, he know what he's doing. He doesn't have an impediment. It's not that he's lost it. It's not that his mind don't work. It's not that he don't understand what he be doing. He be doing it intentionally, knowing what he doing is wrong. So when he's throwing black people under the bus, whether it be inadvertently or whether it appears to be inadvertent, whether it appears that he's earnest and really stands on business, he doing that shit with full knowledge of what he's doing, when he's caping for these Democrats. So yeah, Clyburn, Abby Phillip, all of them, Stephen A., all these people.
Hey Ryan, I went back looking for one of your posts that say I'm wrong, you have a job in corporate America. Well, I have two responses to that. DEI, as with all policies these days, is colorblind. And the Supreme Court has literally said as long as a law or a policy is colorblind, the results don't matter. So I don't give a shit whether you have a job in corporate America. The results don't matter in places like the Supreme Court, at least according to the letter of the law. So if the result is not making you happy, and I guess Trump did the right thing. We don't like the results because too many black people are getting jobs, apparently. and they think, see, this is one of the hallmarks of white supremacy and this whole argument that white people are being discriminated against. White supremacy thinks that there are a finite level of jobs, and loss of power, loss of prestige, loss of social capital, instead of being expansive, there are so many jobs. So if you do a set aside for a black, that equates to a white man not getting a job because there are 100 jobs. And if you set aside whatever the percentage is, let's just say 10%. So if 10 of those 100 jobs are set aside, that's 10 jobs a white man didn't get. It is absolutely retarded. Loss of power does not mean share. Basically, this argument about discriminating, white men being discriminated against, it comes down to your parents should have taught you to share when you were kids. It's like a bunch of 4-year-olds not wanting to share their toys. That's what this DEI bullshit reminds me of. So I don't care that you have a corporate job. I understand the policy. Do you? The results don't particularly matter. And if the results are bad, if the results are making you sad, then Trump did the right thing. But I argue that the policy, there's not a goddamn thing wrong with the policy as stated. You just don't like the results. And the results are Ryan doesn't want to share his toys. And you paying people to sit at home. Now, I'm assuming those people probably while you were paying them to sit at home, they were out doing other jobs. But don't blame your personal management failings on a system. Okay. You paying people to stay at home is a you problem, Ryan. It's not a systemic problem. Do better and stop these people. Stop paying people to sit home would be my management 101 advice. Lou, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I was very clear these crying white people want to act like there's only a finite number of jobs in the trickle down economics. The job market should be ever expanding, but they want to act like jobs in America are some closed system where there are only so many jobs. And if a black person gets a job, it is a 1-to-1, on one side of the equation. If a black person gets a job, on the other side of the equation, white man loses job or doesn't get a job. That's basically that's like 4-year-olds not wanting to share their toys. Ooh, he got my job. Make him give me back my job. That's what this thing sounds like. So stop your goddamn whining is my advice, and just fucking go get another job. Trickle down economics, baby. There's a job out there everywhere. Trump says there are more jobs than ever.
We'll stand.
Hey, and you know what? There's always a chicken plant job out there, or something that some migrant has been deported. That's a job that's open. One of y'all white men go get that job that the immigrant was forced out of.
For blackness when it's safe to do so, when it benefits their party. When it ceases to benefit their party, all of a sudden they get amnesia. All of a sudden now, they don't know what they forget everything they just said. If it's negative for the Democrats, which requires them to have a backbone, which will make them have to challenge their side of the aisle. That's
at American Man, I really expect you to do better. How do you quantify racism? Okay, this quantify canard that people of your persuasion want. How many white people feel like this? That's like asking me how many white people feel sad. And that's who knows? I can't read people's minds or see into their hearts. How many white people are racist? Who knows? Who really cares? That's why there are laws to check it. That's why there's a DEI. That's why there was affirmative action, because trying to quantify racists is impossible. So stop asking me stupid ass questions.
That's when they lose it. So, though it is great to see Clapper not be Stephen from Django in every damn segment, the bottom line is it only underlines and highlights that when he is being that way, it's fully a decision he's made. Not because he lacks the ability to know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's doing that shit intentionally. And we may already know that, but it's on full display now. So as great as it is, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of other people that say, Clyburn, I agree with him today. And I'm sure the Roland Martins and the Joy Reeves, all these people will come out and they will say glowing things about him in this segment. But what it does for me is, yeah, he does that, but it also shows that when he be cooning, he be doing that shit on purpose because he know the difference. He's very much aware. He may be over 80, but he ain't crazy. He know what he's saying.
The Tim Black Show streams Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays,
Crazy.
10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So anyway, everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, because I lost a few subscribers yesterday. Like I think Rick said 6 of them. So I need people to subscribe. I'm losing people. You're goddamn right. I'm an asshole to people like you, Palomino. Dude, you can barely write a sentence. Stop telling me what to do. Do better. Stop telling. I literally told you to stop offering me advice. You can't even write a cogent sentence in the chat, sir. So anyway, make sure you support the host. we need contributions to the Sovereign Beer Fund for the weekend. I'm pretty sure I'll do a show tomorrow, but I have no idea what it might be about. If you look at the bottom of the screen, my email address is there. If anybody has a show idea for tomorrow, feel free to let me know about it. So that will be that. And I did start up a little late, but again, I was watching Nightish. I was watching the Maestro. This dude handled both Hood Conservative and JP on the panel at once. Pretty much kept them in check, if not outright whipped their asses. And sometimes you got to get as moronic as can you imagine JP plus Hood Conservative? There was a big sucking sound, and that was IQ points, being sucked off the panel. But somehow or another, Nightish was able to compensate and come up with some extra IQ points to keep those two fools in check. Y'all just go and watch Nightish. He might even still be alive. It might still be live, but you would have to catch that show about 3 hours ago. He just fucking controlled, like as an OG should. I am pretty damn sure that I got a lot to learn from that Nightish. So let's see what else is on the list here. I'm going to show this. And hopefully Katie Couric doesn't strike me.
I have one question for you, Brian. What the hell is going on? And I really have been looking forward to talking to you and almost having a therapy session with you, if you will.
Well, I think your question frames the moment we're in really perfectly. Throughout most of American history, we have been silent about the harms of our history, about all of the damage that was done, about the false narratives that we embraced to justify the displacement of millions of Native people when Europeans arrived. There were millions of indigenous peoples here before Europeans arrived. We wanted their land, we wanted this. And so even though we created a constitution that talked about equality and liberty and justice for all, we didn't apply those concepts to Native people. We instead created this narrative of racial difference. And I think that was like an infection that took root in America. And behind that kind of misguided narrative where we said that Native people are savages, indigenous peoples are not like the rest of us, so we don't have to extend to them equality, liberty, and justice, and we can force them off their lands, and we can reduce their population, we can do all of these terrible things. That same narrative was used to justify 246 years of slavery. And I continue to believe that the great evil of slavery wasn't the forced labor, the bondage, the violence, the cruelty. That was horrific. I think the greatest evil of slavery was the narrative that was created to justify enslavement. Because people who enslaved other people didn't want to think of themselves as immoral or indecent or unchristian. And how do you think of yourself as a decent person when you see mothers being pulled away from their screaming children, knowing those mothers will never see those children again because you chose to sell them? How do you think of yourself as decent when you see the cruelty and the violence? Well, you need a narrative. And we created a false narrative that Black people aren't as good as white people, that Black people are less capable, less worthy, less human, less evolved. And that narrative of racial difference was the great evil of slavery in America. And it outlasted the Civil War. The North won the Civil War, but the South won the narrative war because.
Let me comment here on, let's see here, Palomino. Well, apparently my sub count just decreased by one. Palomino is leaving us. So my response is salute to you and farewell. Look, you know who I am. You know what I'm capable of. And I'm going to be blunt. And my parting shot, Palomino, is that you don't take as well as you give. That has always been your weakness. Okay, you want to sit in that chat, never come up to panels and talk shit, and then when somebody talks shit back to you, you get all in your feelings. Okay, well, motherfucker, I don't have a problem separating the wheat from the chaff, and if you leave, I will miss you for sure, but not a lot. And dude, you know who I am. You and I have interacted from this chat for quite some time. You're more a John Galt guy. You're more a Be Brave guy. You're more a CT guy. And dude, everybody has their preferences. So I honestly, hey, I don't want you to go, but a man's got to do what a horse has to do. Let's see. You resent the fact that black people aren't seen as just evil. You know, I wrote a paper on something like that back when I was in college. That essentially, black people. You know, I had a problem with the negritude movement. You go back and you talk about Leopold Senghor, and there were several other people. Now, I wrote this paper like fucking 30 years ago, but I still have it somewhere. So, in a way, not accepting that black people can be as evil or as racist, you're kind of denying the humanity of black people. So it's kind of a dual-edged sword. And, you know, a lot of, what I would call black supremacists or people, the negritude movement back in the 70s, you run the risk. So bottom line is that it's mostly, I don't know. I understand your comment, but it would be nice if you could give us an example, Kelvin, just so folks in the chat might be able to sink their teeth into your point. I get your point, though. I could be Hitler if I wanted to. I don't know about that, Kelvin. Hitler had a talent you might not have.
After the Civil War, even our commitment to use law to protect formerly enslaved people failed. The 14th Amendment, which guaranteed equal protection to formerly enslaved people, the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed the right to vote, were quickly abandoned by our U.S. Supreme Court and other court legal institutions who sided with states' rights over the U.S. Constitution. And that's what led to that century of violence and lynching. It's what led to Jim Crow. It's what led to racial segregation. It led to the silence about this history in our textbooks and schools. It led to bias against other immigrant groups when they came to this country, Asian people, even ethnic minorities like the Irish and the Italians were initially targeted until they adopted whiteness or adopted an identity that wasn't other, wasn't racially different. And that was our history and continued to be our history. And I think the consequences of that are really painful. We did horrific things to Black and brown people. Millions of Black people had to flee their homes in the first half of the 20th century because of terror violence that raged uncontrolled throughout.
Let me stop this right quick to salute our friend and sponsor for today's show, and we'll also extend it to tomorrow's show. Though there may be an afternoon show today because around about 12. I think I just maybe because I got a late start, it might go past 12, but I think that someone who mentioned this, and I can't remember who, kind of breaking this show up instead of doing a whole 8 hours, breaking it up into chunks is a lot better for me, as far as getting rest and all that jazz. But thank you, Lou. I have to compliment Lou. He is one of those guys that is always he is very consistent. He is always free zone Lou. And I wish I could be, and I try to be as consistent as people like Lou are, SKC. Fred, I think, is pretty consistent. They know their shit, and they are consistent. They don't go with the latest fad, etc. So I appreciate people like Lou. So shout out to Lou. Thank you. And CKJ3, you too, by the way. What's up, Admiral? So let's get back to this. And this guy's basically saying a lot of the things that I think, and getting back to Kelvin's point, look, I hope y'all kind of understand when I call someone like a John Galt or a CT or an Ock Nation racist. Okay, that is basically saying that, you know what, black people can be just as toxic with the race stuff as a Be Brave can be. And I actually think they are more corrosive to, you know, and I think there is no black community. I think there are many black communities, not just one big contiguous coast to coast black community. And I used to actually kind of think that, but I've been dispelled of the notion for several different reasons. But it just lines up. Part of why I don't think that anymore is being on YouTube. I'm a lot more involved in YouTube than I was, say, 3 years ago. And it just my anecdotal experience with the CTs and the John Galts and the Arts and, you know, the Razes, the T's, the Virgos, you know, we're way more diverse than people would think from a 30,000 foot view. And there are just people who just get it the fuck wrong, like totally wrong. Like Be Brave's idea of what American culture is one step better than perverse. He literally does not understand American culture. Part of that is, like I said, he just got around to reading 10 years ago, apparently. Autodidacts have seams in their logic. And I could get into why, but I'm not going to, you know, I kind of did earlier. I'm not going to do it again. But don't tell me you just started reading books, you know, 10 years ago when you were 60 and then want to act like you know as much shit as I do. Dude, I have been reading since I was like 3 years old. So you don't know as much. You have not read as much. You have not, you know, the level of education, etc. You're not going to start at 10 years and literally negate 50, well, over 50 years of learning this stuff. It just doesn't work that way. There is no equality. Okay. These people who want to talk about, well, there can't be equality. Well, this is one of those cases. Be Brave is not equal to me in studying American culture and race and politics and all that. He's simply not my equal because I've been doing it decades longer, thinking about it, reading about it, talking about it. He doesn't have my level of experience. So the bullshit stops here.
The American South. They went to Chicago and Cleveland and Detroit and Los Angeles and Oakland, not as immigrants looking for new economic opportunities, but as refugees and exiles from terror violence in the American South. And they weren't entirely welcome.
An American man. I forgot to mention you as consistent. You are consistently wrong. Okay. No, see, calling out the flaws in a lot of this bullshit that people like Be Brave and people like Of Aaron C, and I could name a whole host of white people who don't know a lot about America. There are white people who don't even know their own history well. There have been countless times somebody will come up and I'm telling them about their own American history, and they're literally not able to keep up. So pointing out flaws is not crying. I know in your world, any negative, in your world, if you say anything less than worshiping white culture, white men, especially in your case, American man, it sounds like crying, but no, critique and criticizing is not crying, even though all three of those words begin with C or R. So maybe the alliteration is kind of fooling you there. Dude, you need to stop that silly shit, American man.
What you could call the equivalent of a refugee camp, and we see the footprints of those camps in south side of Chicago and East St. Louis and poor neighborhoods across the urban North and West. They abandoned lands that they owned and therefore were denied the opportunity to create wealth for their children and their grandchildren. And we have a wealth gap in America today that is rooted in the displacement of millions of Black families who could have used their land to create wealth, but were denied that because we didn't commit to their constitutional rights. In the 50s and 60s, you began to see some organizing to push back against that, and the heroic civil rights movement tore down the legal architecture of racial segregation, of that narrative of racial difference. But the idea was still with us. The practice was still with us.
The cultural conditioning.
The cultural conditioning, that's exactly right. And so for the last 60 and 70 years, we've been continuing to experience those harms. And when women and people of color got into the workforce, got into places they had historically been excluded, and they outperform their white male counterparts, they should have been promoted, they should have been celebrated. But because of these narratives, we didn't trust women and people of color to have the leadership positions they deserve because they were more skilled, and we denied them those opportunities. And so then we began to realize that that wasn't right. That wasn't fair. And that was the genesis behind.
I'm going to make a point that may or may not be popular, but conflating women's issues with Black issues is absolutely wrong. They are literally two different, though maybe similar, but two. Conflating race in America with gender in America or LGBTQ, they need to be separated out. This conflation, this coalition that people want to do, I think that is literally like the Achilles heel of arguments like this.
DEI. That's when we start.
By the way, DEI isn't about race and sex intrinsically. It is one of the factors or two of the factors, but this conflation has got to stop. That's why things like DEI are able to be attacked so effectively by mediocre white males like Donald Trump.
To say, oh, you know what? It's wrong to not put the most skilled person in the position of leadership just because she's a woman or because this person is Black or brown. And that was an effort to begin repairing the harm that is connected to this narrative of racial difference.
But I think, Brian, a lot of people thought, well, don't put the less skilled person just because they are a minority in that position. I think that's how so many people interpreted
That's right.
DEI efforts.
That's right. And I think we have to fault the corporate bodies and the institutions that started implementing these policies, because what they should have said is, we have done wrong. We've had lots of women in our workforce. We've had lots of people of color in our workforce who were more skilled, and yet they were passed over for promotion. They weren't given leadership opportunities because of their race, because of their gender. We made that mistake. We did something wrong. And now we're going to repair that by committing to correcting that cultural conditioning. But they didn't want to admit that they had done things in a bad way. They didn't want to confront, they didn't want to embrace the wrong. They didn't want to say we backed it poorly. I got on a plane recently and I was sitting next to someone and the pilot came on. The pilot was a woman. The co-pilot was a black man. And the person sitting next to me turned to me and said, "Oh my God, did you see who the pilot and co-pilot is?" And I said, "I did." He said, "Wow, this is going to be a really scary flight. You know, they're not skilled and qualified to fly this plane."
Come on.
I kid you not.
Someone said that to you,
Said
a
it
black
to,
man?
yes, that's exactly right.
What?
And I said to him, I said, "Oh, sir, when I saw that woman and I saw that pilot, I actually relaxed because I knew that they were likely more."
Yeah, he makes a good point here, but I need to make this joke. See, American Man must look like this guy on the screen. So that white guy thought he was talking to American Man. Turns out that all blacks look alike to that guy.
More skilled than most other pilots because for an airline to give them this opportunity, they had to outperform their counterparts. That's been my experience, is that you actually have to do a little bit better when you're a person of color, when you're a woman. And so I actually feel more comfortable than I would ordinarily feel.
And what did he say?
He just looked at me. He said, "Well, I never thought about it like that." But
Cool Kamasi? No, I don't think Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is a bore. If he has intelligence, it's like like his lizard brain is a little bit more intelligent than other lizard brains. What I do admire of Donald Trump is his calculated ruthlessness. And you know what? I'm kind of on board. I wish we had a left version of Trump. Sometimes you got to be ruthless. Even if your agenda is anathema, sometimes you got to do what you think is right. I just don't think Donald Trump is right. And I've said this multiple times. Some of the goals that Donald Trump has, I don't really have a problem with. What I do have a problem with is his methods. Okay. I think things could be done cleaner. I think things could be done less messy. Vindictiveness, open, naked vindictiveness, like what he's doing with Comey, I think is a mistake. But you know what? He is ruthless, and I kind of like that. But don't be talking to me about his intelligence. He is uncouth. I mean, shit, JP is smart, but I don't admire his intelligence.
But that is the consequence of corporate institutions not saying we failed. We did something wrong. We did discriminate. We did not give the most skilled person the job because of their gender and their race. And now we're going to commit to doing that. And so instead of it being presented as a gimme to unqualified, less skilled people because of their race and gender, it was actually a remedy for harm that was done to people because of their race and gender. And we don't like owning up to the mistakes we made. And that's the same thinking that was shaping other cultural institutions. Educational bodies, textbook writers should have said, we failed. We did something wrong by not talking honestly about the history of America. And now we're going to try to correct that by having more comprehensive, more inclusive language and text in our books. We've disfavored people because of their race and gender. We skipped that part and we embrace this moment of response without acknowledging the harm. 2020 was a very powerful example of that. You saw police violence manifesting in ways that made it undeniable that there's a problem when Ahmaud Arbery was shot while jogging, when Breonna Taylor was killed, when George Floyd was killed. people were saying we've got to do something about this. And I wanted police departments to say, you're right. We've got a lot of officers that presume people are dangerous and guilty because of their race, because of their color. You're right. We need to fix a problem we have of presuming dangerousness and guilt based on race. But instead, we just talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then as the cultural environment shifted, there was this big pushback against it. And people thought people who didn't deserve things were getting things that they don't deserve, when in fact, we were addressing longstanding problems that have long existed. I went to Harvard Law School. I've got a lot of degrees and awards. I've won cases at the U.S. Supreme Court, and I've been in courtrooms representing clients, getting there early, sitting at defense counsel's table, where the judge will walk in and immediately get mad at me. The judge will look at me and say, hey, you get back out there in the hallway. I don't want any defendants sitting in my courtroom without their lawyer. And I have to stand up and say, well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I am the lawyer. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Brian Stevenson. I have to try to de-escalate this situation. And I was doing that recently. I was in a courtroom in the Midwest, and the judge started laughing, but it wasn't an apologetic laugh. And it kind of angered me. And the prosecutor started laughing. They thought it was so funny. And I was sitting there getting angry. And then I thought, oh no, Brian, you can't get angry. You need to smile. You may need to laugh. And I felt that way. I thought that way because my client was not going to be able to leave that county. I was able to leave that county and never come back based on the way I was treated if I chose to do that. But my client was going to have to stay there. So when they were laughing, I smiled. And then I eventually chuckled. Client came in, we did the hearing. But I remember sitting in my car after that hearing thinking, wow, here I am, this middle-aged Black man. I'm in my best suit. I actually argued the case at the Supreme Court that we were trying to implement. I've got all of these degrees and awards, and I'm still required to laugh at my own humiliation to do justice for my client. That's not right. That's not fair. And I'm getting old enough to know that when you have to constantly navigate presumptions of dangerousness and guilt because of your color, when you have to tell your children how to survive a police encounter, what to do and what not to do, how they can't do the things that their white friends can do because they're going to be burdened with this presumption, when you have to constantly navigate this world, it's exhausting. And I want something better. I want something better for everybody. And that's why the commitment to truth-telling, the commitment to building institutions that help us understand the harms of history is such a priority. It's why we were making necessary progress in 2018. And I think some people, again, misinterpreted it. We opened our sites, and I talk a lot about this. And I think sometimes when people hear me talking about slavery and lynching and segregation, they think I want to punish America for this history. I have no interest in punishment. My interest is liberation. My interest is getting us to get to the point where we are unburdened by this history. I want the children of my grandchildren and their children to be born into a country where they're not presumed dangerous or guilty because of their race. I want us to get to the point where we're not breathing in the pollution created by this long history of racial injustice that we just haven't addressed, and so it's still with us. I want us to get past that fear that is everywhere because we have these unaddressed problems created by our history.
Oh, y'all are going to love this one.
This is who we've always been. The problem is that white people have their heads up their asses still. Too many of you still just don't want to accept what this is. So let me give you a history lesson of what this shithole country is. And if you don't like that, then you can ship your ass back to England with your head up your ass, because you don't actually want to hear the history of America. So let me tell you what this country is. When we as white people were too lazy to do our own jobs, we stole Black people from Africa on the Middle Passage. 1.2 million died. Sharks would follow the boats, waiting for the bodies. Then we kept them as fucking animals, beat them, whipped them, put them in trees, fed them to fucking alligators. burnt down their Wall Street. Then we put Asians in internment camps. Women couldn't even fucking vote or have rights or credit or no-fault divorce until the 80s. 1860s, the Supreme Court said black people weren't even citizens. And part of this country doesn't want to fucking hear that. I'm a patriot. You're a piece of shit, is what you are. You're not a fucking patriot. You're a nationalist. You don't want to actually talk about American history. You want to talk about white history, which is why you don't want slavery in the Smithsonian, because it offends your version of American exceptionalism. We are a shithole country. We're not even the greatest country in North America. And once again, if you don't like it, ship your ass back to England. You don't have to announce your departure. Deport yourself. Go back to where you came from, because this isn't your fucking land. It belonged to the Native Americans until we shit on it. And then Andrew Jackson, may he rot in hell, made over 300 treaties with the 5 tribes. And he ignored all of them through the Trail of Tears, and we forced them to walk, and 16,000 died. But hey, don't you dare criticize this country, white man. If you don't like it, you can leave. America's the best of the best of the best. Y'all have fucking concepts of brains like you have concepts of what history is. This country has been a shitty country for everybody that doesn't look like me. And now what you're seeing with a podcaster, even though 47,000 people died from gun violence, the white people finally got a fraction of an inch of what a black person has dealt with since the fucking beginning of this experiment. And now you guys, oh, the rapture is coming. Oh, put Charlie's name's Kirk on a Starbucks. Oh my God, cancel Starbucks. Oh, this is the Great Awakening. Jesus is coming. He spoke to me. Jesus didn't speak to you after Ahmaud Arbery was chased down by 3 white supremacists? U.S. citizens, by the way. God didn't speak to you then? How about Uvalde, when the cops sat on their asses for an hour and watched children just fucking get murdered? God didn't speak to you then? How about 2 weeks before the podcaster? 6-year-olds were gunned down in a church, praying with Bibles and 10 Commandments on the wall. God didn't speak to you then? Oh, all of a sudden you want to weaponize the name of God because your white privilege got shit on. And even when you hear this, your little fucking fragile brains can't even handle the truth because you're so fucking racist. That's what this is about. It's not about taxes or tips or making your life better or universal health care or bringing the price of your housing down. They haven't done shit in this Klan administration. Not a goddamn thing, except for sit on his fat ass in Gulf and rename the Gulf of Mexico and shit on non-white people. And you're like, yeah, praise Jesus. Woo, praise Jesus. Yeah, America first. And your dumbasses don't even realize that the US dollar has gone down by 17%. That all your trade partners are not using us anymore. And then at some point, when the debt is cashed in from Canada and China and Japan, they're going to cash it in and the dollar's going to tank. But at least to own the libs, America first, America first. You don't even take care of America first. 36.8 million people live in poverty. 14 million kids go to school hungry. 46,000 people die every year for gun violence. Not a fucking thing from you pro-life people. But Charlie Kirk, a podcaster, oh, it's the Great Awakening. You are what's wrong with this country. You're selfish. You're racist. You're white supremacist. You're misogynist. You voted for a Klan leader that is an adjudicated rapist. He fucking raped women, and you're like, hey, no one's perfect. Would you vote for Hitler?
Well, I'm going to have to correct my new buddy, and I think I need to subscribe to his show, to his channel. Donald Trump is not an adjudicated rapist. He was liable for sexual assault. So I need to correct that. Not guilty of rape. He was not adjudicated. He was found liable. So there's the correction, folks.
Hey, no one's perfect. I like his tax plan. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's done some bad things, but I think, you know what? I don't vote for the man. I vote for the policy. No tax on tips. No one's perfect. Praise Jesus. You have no morality. And you just want white America. Until we deal with this problem, nothing will change. And the reason it hasn't is because people that look like me are still right now hiding behind your privilege. And last week, you saw those people, your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, your high school people that you don't talk to, they scurried out like a bunch of fucking cockroaches. Oh, Charlie Kirk, podcaster. Nothing, not a goddamn thing about anything else that this guy's done. Not the rape, not the insurrection, not the felonies, not asking for black people to be executed in New York, not the white supremacy, not insulting women, calling them ugly, not a goddamn thing. But the white podcaster, somehow that's a bridge too far, and I'm just going to have to correct you. That is why we're here. They were fine with everybody else getting treated like crap. But until something touched their white privilege, then they cared. They're not Christians. They're not people of faith. They're modern day Pharisees. They are the remnants of the lost cause. And that point in time is where we failed as a country. Robert E. Lee was a piece of shit slave owner. May he rot in hell. But to them, the lost cause, it was about states' rights. No, it wasn't. Mississippi said, we want to keep slavery because the black man, in their words, the Negro, are the only people that can work in the tropical sun. And it will be detrimental to the commerce of the states if it's done. So basically, their stance was God made black people to serve the white man. Does that sound like a state's?
Let me make one quick point, and I think my buddy Cool Kamasi kind of reminded me of this. Look, we politicize, especially people like us, like me and the people in the chat and people who come up here on the panel. We're all, to one degree or another, into politics. And it is easy to go, well, this person is obviously MAGA, or this person is obviously a liberal. And, Slick Rick asked me a couple hours ago, maybe, well, Stanley, are you left or are you right? Well, I tend to be more center left. However, I'm a political pragmatist. I'm much more interested in, solutions. And as I said, a lot of Donald Trump's goals are laudable. It's his methods that are a huge, messy problem. He has hired a bunch of midwits into his administration who are so afraid to him, they will just do his bidding. The first administration, he actually had like accomplished and or smart people who would push back. And then in some cases, they would just fucking ignore him. Like, I'm not going to do that. He had a high attrition rate in that first administration. I saw a news article somewhere the last couple of days, how the attrition rate in the Trump administration is a lot less than his first term. Well, that's because he's got a bunch of mid-witted yes men. Okay, he doesn't have people. If you watched yesterday's and all those Oval Office press conferences, the first or second sentence is always, well, due to President Trump's leadership, you got to always fucking tug his little weenie, to get his attention that, they're talking about me. Look, bottom line is always politicizing things like American history is exactly why we have Kash Patels. It's exactly why we have Pete Hegseths. it's exactly why we have people, and like I've said in the past, Marco Rubio is in my opinion, and I don't know all his administration people, but Marco Rubio, and I forget the Treasury Secretary's name. It'll come back to me, I guess, at some point. But those are the two smartest people, and of the two, I would rather go with Rubio, because Rubio has the fucking sense not to be in every camera shot that his horrible boss hogs. Okay, not being there to fucking tug, to do the tug. Listen to me, Mr. President. I'm complimenting your leadership. Bravo, Rubio. Don't be seen as a yes man. That's why I think Rubio, and it's a wild prediction, but I think Rubio is more likely to be the Republican nominee in 2028 than JD Vance. I think JD Vance right now is just coming off as a yes man, and vice president is not the greatest job in the world. But bottom line is we have an administration who, for the cruelty is the point methods are actually blunting, if not blocking, a lot of goals that aren't bad goals. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get criminals out quickly, but their method is sloppy. It is sloppy. It is winding up in court. And the cruelty is the point method is going to lose them. If this keeps up, 2028 is not going to be a walk in the park for MAGA. And MAGA needs to go anyway. It is just a much crueler version of the Tea Party. Populist movements, even a faux populist movement, they don't have a good history in the United States. They are flashes in the pan. So anyway, I've gone on much longer than I should have, but Cool Kamasi, your point about white liberals as entertainment is better than black liberals. Politicizing this stuff and not actually listening to what this guy is saying, I don't know what it proves, but it proves that you're not getting his point, which is a very valid point. Same thing happened with me showing Yvette Carnell yesterday. There was a whole lot of esoteric, surface level, ha ad hominems, and they totally missed the very valid point she was making. This is why America is dumb, because we are not trained in our school systems to actually engage our brains and look deeper than someone's surface level. Y'all are more interested in this man's appearance than you are at what the substance of his message is. And you know what? Y'all are mostly grown men, and I'm sure there's some ladies out there somewhere. You're totally missing this guy's point, which is very valid. It may not be your cup of tea as a point of view, but knowing what across the aisle folks are thinking is how you actually get good at arguing some of these points. And maybe that's why a bunch of you people stay in the chat. You're not interested, but it's just my observation, not necessarily even a criticism, but you're not going to get good at this if all you see is surface level.
It's rights issue. Does it? But instead of accepting it, you guys lied to yourself. And then once again, 2020. Oh no!
Well, cool.
Did you see Martin Luther King go to violence? Rosa Parks, John Lewis, but the white man lost an election.
Hey, Cool Kamasi, he's in a car. How do you know he's not in the parking lot of the library? And he just read a book and wants to talk about it on his way home. Being in a car, again, is surface level. Not listening to what he's saying is, something I would encourage people to do more of.
election and they believe the lie, so they get away with beating officers with American flagpoles. They're patriots, but if you kneel before a flag peacefully, you're a son of a bitch. Funny how that works. Make America white again. Until we deal with this, we will never get out of this. And if it has to burn to the ground, then so be it. Because this is why we're here.
Well, see, this is where I wouldn't say he's a liberal at all, Cool. And I'm picking on you, but I don't necessarily mean to. Liberals don't tend to want to burn things to the ground. They want to work within the system. And I think the system is viable. Burning it down makes him sound more like a left progressive than a liberal.
This is the only reason we're here. And if you want to go back to the economics part, that's cool. But go look at the Hurricane Katrina documentary. You know what happened? Certain parts, when they were rebuilt after the flooding, they were primarily black. You know what happened? The white man raised the rent by 2 and 3 times. What do you think happened to those black communities? Oh yeah, I'll let you know. Spoiler alert, it turned to a white community. Why? Because they didn't want to pay black people a fair wage. So when you say, I don't have privilege, fuck off. Have you had to give a talk to your kid? Have you had your house redlined? Was your house valued more? Were you called the N-word? Did you have to give your kid the talk? Then fuck off with your white privilege. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you don't have privilege. It means that you're treated differently than everybody else. That's what white privilege is. And you can shove it up your ass. Have a white day.
Stop the cap. You can't pay me.
This video is from Sergeant Willie P. And it is dedicated to my friend Cool Kamasi. Mainly for the title, White Supremacy is Boomer Talk. And Cool was telling me that he would much rather deal with a boomer like Be Brave than Gen X. I wish he would come up and explain that to me. Maybe he's Gen X, I don't know. But because I have some problems with Gen X, and I happen to be right the last year of Gen X. So I'm an elder Gen X, 1 year more, and I would be a very, very young boomer. If those things are sort of, actual, it's really more for the census than anything else. The bottom line is maybe the reason is boomers are on their way out and they can only do so much harm. But I'm going to tell you right now, Gen X had nothing to do with some of the Jim Crow or, some of the sins of the past. They had nothing to do with how we got here pre-1964 and 65. I was born in 65. So, as a matter of fact, I would argue that Gen X are the fruit of white supremacy. So I think there's some problems with your love of the boomers. They were, and they inherited, the system that was already there. I think there's some problems with your love of boomers like Be Brave. There are some huge problems with Gen X, but I'm going to basically say it's like a mother who takes crack during a pregnancy. The baby's going to come out a crack baby. Well, I think Gen X is the cultural version of an American white supremacy. It's American white supremacy's crack baby. That's what Gen X is.
$600,000 over asking price. I'm selling to BlackRock.
If you didn't buy Starbucks last year, you could have bought my asbestos-ridden condo for $1.6 million.
Please, I work 3 jobs. Is there any way I
Well,
can buy a home?
if you think racists are cool, well, cool Kamasi, I guess he would be cool to
Back
people
in my
like
day, I
you.
babysat twice and bought a lakefront cabin, 2 jet skis, and a riding lawnmower, all cash.
I'm taking your home and making my 9th Airbnb rental. I'm going to squeeze this new family for every penny.
You're proving our point here. All of this hedge fund here, BlackRock here, Crystal Rock over there, that's all of you guys who made this. We do no. We have ETH, Bitcoin, we don't do BlackRock. So you guys ruined the economy by making these hedge funds so high. Oh, I want to spend this much on a house. You guys inflated the economy over your lifetimes. That's facts.
Well,
We just got here. We just got here.
There are plenty of millennials and Gen Zers who are now in this upper echelon of finance. So I don't think it's a boomer, it's a greed thing, because we're not going back. My parents paid $40,000 for their house in 1960 outside of Boston. It's now 2.8 million.
What? Sounds like they came. They came up.
Right.
This is a
How many of you?
You guys got the method.
My friend's parents paid $5,000 for their summer home.
Let me make a point here. Okay, this bullshit about boomers ruin the economy. Nope. Doesn't really matter. It is literally a red herring argument. Where boomers fucked up America is not making sure the education system raised better Gen Xers, better millennials, etc. Parenting is literally the biggest issue to affect American culture. And it's almost been this way since day one in American culture. Bad parenting leads to bad economics. It leads to Donald Trumps. It leads to a lot of bad outcomes. Okay. Parenting, it's the initial learning that kids do before they go to school. And I can tell you, at least from my personal experience, as a child of my parents and as a parent of my son, a lot of expectations for what education is and the type of person that toddler will become are set in the upbringing. In my case, we were kind of lucky because my son's first public school experience was in kindergarten, and it was kind of a mixed blessing. He didn't, his first experience with any sort of school was kindergarten. And that was kind of a mistake in parenting. We should have sent him a day or two to daycare. We had some issues with sharing, and he thought the world was, centered around him, but he quickly learned, we had to re-engineer some parenting there. But the point is, parenting is key. Stop blaming boomers and their economics and all that bullshit. It's parenting. They weren't parented right. They didn't parent Gen X and the millennials right. It's all parenting, in my opinion. So many bad outcomes from raising children to a shitty standard.
In 1946, it's now worth close to $8 million.
You're proving our point. Y'all ruined the economy. Y'all ruined our economy. We have to pay home. You guys let me get.
And I'm sure this is some sort of parody, but part of this yelling at the old man didn't. Apparently, the one thing boomers didn't teach Gen X and Gen X didn't teach to their millennials or Zoomers or Gen Z or whatever, they didn't teach them to respect their elders, for starters. There's a way to criticize. There's a way to do this without being an asshole about it. And there are many people in this chat They'll go, well, Stanley, you need to take your own medicine. But well, that's kind of a different show.
I'm straight. No, I want that house. I gotta pay 8.5 million. You just
Okay, thank you very much. Hold on. Let me rush to my damn phone or my laptop so that I can upload.
Hey, shout out to you, Cool Kamasi.
I'll tell
Thank
you
you for
exactly
supporting the
problem
show.
with people like Charlie Kirk or Legion of Men and the way that they, operate in their logic. Oh, look at the black people. I mean, they're just like this, and that's what it is. Hold on, let me use these. These either manipulated or twisted or fucked up statistics or statistics that are totally out of context or completely ignoring, the actual history. I'll tell you why it's so fucked up. Because, and this is why I love the fact that white people are going through what they're going through right now, why they're suffering. This is why I love it. It's why I love every moment of it. I love every moment. I love every white tear of when white people come online and they start crying about what they're going through in this economy.
Well, hey, Broke Genius, where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. But here's the deal with this comment. Let me find it here. They're saying boomers don't deserve respect. I can kind of understand that, but that is because boomers didn't raise them right. And if I remember, boomers can be actual parents of millennials, I think. I'm not sure. I'd have to sit down and look at, who is what age birth year wise. But the bottom line is that you're literally making my point here. These kids weren't taught better. Gen X, I think Gen X, and just this is all to appease Cool Kamasi here. Gen X are horrible parents. I have a whole critique of Gen X, and that's my generation, but I don't want to get into it now. Maybe that'll be tomorrow's show. I'll just shit on Gen X all day. See, I can do it because I'm Gen X, and they won't call me an ageist. But the bottom line is boomers, elders deserve respect. Because you got to remember, I literally said that parenting in America, and this is just my opinion, and I don't like reading sociology. I'm not a sociologist. I've literally never taken a sociology class, but I've read enough history, and you know what? I have my own opinion. So it will be Stanley's uneducated comment on sociology. America's had a parenting problem from day one. Now, some of it was inherited, from England and Europe and all that stuff. There's some things that just can't be helped. But I think that especially after Reconstruction, that's where America reached a crossroads, and it just took the wrong turn. It went right when it should have gone left, or vice versa. So America's had its chances, and racism, the South in particular, and the irony is, I love living in the South. We've taken some roads not taken that we probably should have taken. But anyway, I'm getting all metaphysical here. And I'll do that, Cool Kamasi. Maybe tomorrow, but I will definitely. My email, by the way, and I guess I need to do this, station identification stuff. My email for show ideas, it literally says show ideas, contact Stanley at jghbinfo. Please, I love show ideas because I can't think of everything. And, too often I just kind of get off on tangents and bore people. So tell me what you want me to talk about or research, or tell me, hey, I want to talk about this. I'll co-host a show. I have no problems with that. However, I am who I am. But you know, if you come up and say, hey, you know what, I got something I want to say, I will question you. I might even challenge you. But dude, people who rock with me and contribute to the show as Cool Kamasi did, dude, you support the show. You got a little bit more leeway than somebody like a Palomino Ricky Z, who just he takes more than he gives.
Because hold on, I'm trying to get some food in my stomach. White supremacy is the equivalent of boomer mentality. It's the same thing. The same way that you saw those young white men trying to lay out, you know, the older guy, the clip that I posted, I'll put the link in the description box so I don't have to add it to this video. But the older guy that was sitting there and he was proving their point. You know, he was like, oh, my mother, they bought a house for $50,000 and now it's worth $2.8 million or whatever the hell he said. Like, ridiculous. And what did those young white guys say? They were like, you're fucking proving our point. All the talk about my hard work and my bootstraps and, you know, I bought a house in, you know, 1971 for, you know, 2 packs of bubble gum and a Snickers, right? And they're able to start a family at an early age. I mean, again, if there's any stat or if there's any, like, you know, statistic that should like fuck your head up, I don't even know if that's considered a statistic, but it's just factual information, is the fact that in 1960, the average age of a first-time home buyer was 24 years old. And today it's 38. And yet you'll have boomers talking about how you should be able to go off and do the exact same thing that they were able to do during the course of their lifetime, despite the fact that the math isn't mathing. The boomers have rigged the entire system in their favor. You know, the financialization, you know, of, you know, America. You know, they voted for all of these.
You know what? I'm just going to let him cook because I'm pretty sure he's going to get to what I was about to say. So
Policies and, you know, letting banks increase interest rates and you know, getting rid of the unions, getting rid of pensions, right? All these things had to be supported, right? They voted for the politicians, whether they knew it or not. You know, whatever percentage of the population was ignorant about that, it doesn't matter. We were too young to vote for the shit. Okay? So they voted a lot of this shit in. Okay? They screwed over their grandkids. They had advantages that, as you know, younger people, even millennials, could only dream about. Okay? And the way that boomers do young white people today is exactly how white supremacy does black people. Just completely ahistorical. You know, redlining, that had nothing to do with why black people are in the current economic situation that they're currently in, right? Oh, there's no job discrimination. Oh, there's no white supremacy. They just gaslight. Is that not exactly what the boomers are doing to you all? Is it not? What's the difference? Tell me what the difference is. Are you going to tell me that black people are just making up the history of racism in America? What are you going to tell me that? What, all the racism in America just disappeared and evaporated in 1980? Right? I mean, again, the same time that freaking Clarence Thomas was, you know, graduating from college and trying to get into a fucking law firm, which, again, this is after, you know, the civil rights bill was passed, right? He was trying to get into a law firm, you know, and with his Yale degree, and had to go down the Mississippi. He wanted to be in New York. He wanted to be, in Manhattan, right? And you would think that a black guy with a law degree from Yale, that he could write his ticket wherever the fuck he wanted to go. No, because like I said, it's not a meritocracy. If white people are trying.
Well, I've read I've read two. I've read Clarence Thomas's autobiography. It's called My Grandfather's Son. And I read the other one, and god damn it, getting older sucks. I read a biography by a guy named I think it's Corey Robin. Look, Donald Trump's Clarence Thomas's politics and his views on race are rooted in bitterness. Okay, believe me, he knows the fucking bitterness of having that Yale degree and not being able to get a job at a white shoe law firm. His most substantive job, first thing out of Yale, was going to work for Jay Danforth. I don't think it was his very first job, because it seems like he worked at a law firm in Savannah. I'd have to go back and reread the book. I haven't read it in a few years. He has had no use for affirmative action since his experience, and his theory, and it's probably true, that his Yale law degree was cheapened because of affirmative action. And ever since then, he has seen affirmative action as working against the interests of Black students, and only conservatives would agree with that point. He wouldn't have even gotten that Yale law degree had he not had affirmative action. And I have no idea what his grades were, but he might be one of those prime examples. Maybe he should have gone to Howard instead of Yale. Maybe he was at the wrong school, because I guarantee you, if he had come out of Yale the way, say, Barack Obama came out of Harvard, editor of the Law Review and all that shit, I guarantee you somebody would have taken him. My question is, I'm pretty sure by the early 70s, why didn't he just come to the South and be a solo practitioner? There were things that he could have done with that Yale law degree that would have made him, a fairly successful. And again, I just think that he was expecting something from early 70s America when he came out of law school that America just was not. He would rather say that affirmative action enhanced racist views of Black elite, say, law school graduates, rather than racism itself. Justice Thomas will fucking blame affirmative action before he would just admit that, hey, it wouldn't have mattered whether you had affirmative action or not. It just was not the sort of place where you're going to be working at a New York white shoe law firm. It was not that progressive. The other thing, Clarence Thomas, and you would never hear him say it, but I know Savannah. I know where Pinpoint is. I know the Black part of Savannah, and you will hear it in his own biography. He is a dark-skinned Black man with strong African features. That was part of the problem too. It was literally race, not affirmative action. That was a problem. If he had come out looking like Julian Bond, for instance, he probably would have been fine. So, luck in American racism, blaming the cure for the disease, in my opinion, is what Justice Thomas has done low these many years. Well, he's from Chatham County. Cool Kamasi, I grew up in the same church that Clarence Thomas, way back when, St. Benedict's Church in Savannah, Georgia. Yeah, literally in the neighborhood. Once he moved in with his grandparents, it's probably within, walking distance of the church where I grew up, the parish that I grew up in. Yeah, I knew people who knew Clarence Thomas. Pinpoint, Georgia. It's out Skidaway, but it's in Chatham County, so I know it well. I also went 1st through 12th to Catholic schools in Savannah, and so did Clarence. Well, I don't know that he went 1st through 12th, but I know he graduated from Catholic schools. He might have even gone, I can't remember. He went to either St. Pius or St. Benedict's. I think they actually had a school at one point. But yeah, I know, of him just because we're both Black and Catholic.
Trying to maintain power. It's not a meritocracy, right? I'm saying primary example, right?
No,
he's like 55 and up.
I never met him. If I did, I don't remember, but I don't think I have. But I know plenty of people who knew him.
It's unconstitutional to have a 55 and up. But what's the difference between ageism and racism? What's the difference? You can't live here. Oh, you have to be 55 and up, right? And those houses, those like, I think they're like 3-bedroom, like almost like a 1.5 story, because they're not really 2-story homes. If you look at any 55 and up, because the white older white people, they don't really fuck with stairs like that. Usually they're a single floor, but sometimes they're like 1.5, where they can have like kind of like a storage area or maybe like a little tiny office on the second floor. If you've ever seen these.
By the way, Brian saying that he's eating fried catfish and macaroni. Well, son, lucky you. I made catfish tacos last night, or catfish burritos. I made some fresh tortillas and had some catfish. So I make this homemade taco seasoning. I've talked about seasoning blends before. If you have the base spices, you can mix up. You go to YouTube, it'll tell you how much salt, how much pepper, how much chili powder, that sort of thing. And it's way cheaper to make it yourself if you have the spices than it is to buy it from the grocery store. But that being said, yeah, I had catfish. As a matter of fact, I still have a couple. Might eat a couple catfish burritos or fish tacos. For the whites among us, might have that for lunch. So good for you. I was gonna say, I hope you got it from either a fish fry or a soul food restaurant. So it actually tastes good, but I'm not going to say that.
55 and up neighborhoods, right? But here you are, as a millennial or as a Gen Zer, you can't get into a fucking house.
Do you really? Wow, Brian.
Tax incentives.
One day you got to tell me about that. That is interesting.
55 and up neighborhoods. Hold on. Let me see. What are some benefits or perks or affordability that the 55 and up neighborhoods have? Neighborhoods. Come on.
Let me fucking help this moron out. And I'm sorry to be hard on you. I think there were maybe 2 black graduates from Yale Law School, maybe a couple more, but I know it was under 5. This was back in the early 70s when Clarence Thomas came out of Yale. Oh, let me read you what this Palomino wrote. Stanley acts like there's one guy who graduated from Yale. He's not the only one. So many Yale grads wanted that job, Stanley. He got beat out because he wasn't good enough. Well, that may well be, but you would actually kind of say, well, you know what? Affirmative action. And this is the problem. Affirmative action wasn't the problem. But maybe Justice Thomas has a point. Affirmative action put him in a position that he was not qualified to be in. Basically, are you saying that affirmative action took Justice Clarence Thomas and put him in a school he wasn't qualified to be? Therefore, that's why he couldn't get those jobs. Can you confirm or deny that point? Because now, dude, I'm already 3 steps ahead of you with this, Palomino. Confirm. You're saying Justice Thomas was put in Yale and he didn't belong in Yale. That's why he couldn't get a job once he graduated. Can you confirm? Because I'm going to beat your ass on this, and I'm just going to forewarn you that you've already lost this argument. Motherfucker, just answer my question. Are you saying that Clarence Thomas did not belong at Yale? I need you to answer that directly, or I'm just going to move on. See, this is what happens when little Ricky Ticky Tavi Palominos fuck with me. Dude, you've already lost the argument and you don't even know it. This, dude, you have actually refreshed me. I was getting a little sleepy. Now I'm not.
Or what we call it, communities.
DEI did not exist in 1972. Ricky Ticky Tavi.
To get a home would don't have. Let's see what comes up. Good question.
Dude,
55 and up.
I love little neophytes like Palomino when they want to bow up and act like a man. My question to you, Palomino Ricky Ticky Tavi, are you saying Clarence Thomas only got into Yale because of affirmative action? Therefore, he did not belong in Yale. I need you to answer that question directly. Don't talk about DEI, which did not exist in the early 70s. I need you to answer that direct question or lose by default. I don't know if he was qualified. Neither do you. You know what? Actually, I read his goddamn biography, moron. And I read his autobiography written by him, moron. Dude, neither do I. Why do you think I'm talking about this? I literally said I read his autobiography. I called it a biography, but it's an autobiography called My Grandfather's Son. And I've also read, I think it's Corey Robin, like, of kind of a really good biography. Dude, I need you to answer my question. Are you saying, oh wait, hold it. See, you actually said it, and I'll just let you off your little, I'll let you out the barn where I've corralled your dumb ass. I don't know if he was qualified or not. Then why the fuck are you talking about it at all? See, dude, this is what I do to little ponies. Okay, you want to be a stallion, and I just reminded you that you're a pony. And a Ricky Ticky Tavi pony, too.
Neighborhoods, sometimes called age-restricted communities, or active adult
No,
communities are designed specifically
DEI
for
and
older
affirmative
adults,
action are
usually
not
55 years
similar.
or older,
There's some intersections,
because
but
of that,
they're not similar.
they have certain benefits and financial structures that younger couples typically can't access when trying to buy their first home. Financial and affordability advantages, lower purchase prices. In some areas, homes in the 55
I remind
plus
them that they're
communities
not stallions,
are
Kelvin. You
often
heard what I
smaller,
said.
1 to 2 bedrooms, fewer square feet, and can be priced lower than family-sized homes, right? But these are the size homes, right? Like the homes that I'm thinking about. These are the size of the homes that would be starter homes, right? But there's like no such thing as a fucking starter home these days, right? And then so we have a society that caters to the people that have 1 foot in the grave, as opposed to catering to the young people that are trying to get their lives started and raise families, and that would contribute to the fucking economy, and that would contribute to the growth, right, of the society, right? But so this whole shit is fucking ass backwards. Hell, we don't even have a fucking plutocracy anymore, or people want to call it a democracy or whatever. No, what we have is a necrocracy, right? That's what we have. Is that what you call it? A nectocracy. And the fucking, whatever the word that I'm looking for, the root word I'm looking for, the suffix I'm looking for, or no.
Let me stop this. So Ricky says you're conflating his acceptance to Yale with his potential employment, stupid. They're diff things. Okay, I'm basing it on what you said. You basically said that his grades at Yale or wherever he was in the student rankings were why he didn't get employed. So your original statement is not the statement you're making now. This is exactly why I always crush you. Anytime you want to match wits with me, you always change your story mid-argument. Okay, conflating his acceptance to Yale with his potential employment. Well, motherfucker, literally, the question. Well, you stated that he probably didn't get a job because he didn't do well at Yale. I'm paraphrasing. Well, my question is, are you saying that Clarence Thomas was placed in a situation at Yale that he wasn't qualified to be? Affirmative action basically put Clarence Thomas in a school that he could not excel in. And by the way, there are other arguments that I could crush you with, like it didn't matter. Just having a Yale degree means you're better. Just the degree, just the name brand degree. However, I need you to go back and answer the question I asked you. Are you saying that Clarence Thomas really only was in Yale because of affirmative action? Because if he didn't do well enough at Yale to get the white shoe law firm job, then we can assume that he shouldn't have even been at Yale because he did so poorly. Did affirmative action work against Clarence Thomas? Now, that's not Clarence Thomas's argument, but see, you're ignorant, uneducated, or miseducated. Fucking, I think I know everything because there's no dirt. I just got my hooves cleaned and new horseshoes put on those hooves. All of a sudden, you think you're a stallion when you're still a pony boy. Dude, you don't even understand your own argument, and now you just want to waffle and can't answer a direct question. I'm unimpressed with the challenge you think you're making, son. Was affirmative action the cause of Clarence Thomas's failure in that it put him at Yale when he didn't belong there? The only reason he was in Yale was because of affirmative action. He should have been somewhere else where he might have done better, because he still wouldn't have gotten the white shoe job because of race, moron. Okay, Clarence Thomas could have gotten straight A's in 1972 or whenever it was he graduated and been editor of the law review. He had almost everything working against him, and you can't not even keep your fucking malformed argument tight. Keep your argument tight and stop just going all over the place like a fucking empty truck. A truck on ice with an empty motherfucking bed fishtailing all over your own argument. Dude, I fucking laugh at you. You are a fishtailing fool in a in a rear wheel drive 1955 truck with no sandbags in the bed or wood or anything to keep you from fishtailing all over that fucking icy road of an argument you got, pony boy. You are just you know what? I think you're in this chat because of fucking affirmative action. It's affirmative action for boys. Oh, you think we're debating, dirty dude? No, I don't debate. It's a discussion. Debating means there are rules, and there are no rules on this show. You come and you challenge me, you better have your shit together. And Palomino Pony Boy never has his shit together. Don't ever challenge me, son. You're just not capable. You are the Clarence Thomas on affirmative action at this chat. You are here because of affirmative action, Ricky.
Not the suffix. The prefix I'm looking for is necro, like necropolis. You know, where the fucking zombies and the vampires.
Yes, I'm insulting and
are.
cheating.
A
It's called
cemetery is a
pragmatism.
necropolis. A big giant
It should be
cemetery is
applied in
definitely a
politics.
necropolis.
And
So we have
whatever's going on with
a
you today, son.
A cropacy or some shit like that. That's what the hell we have. Because we have a society that caters to the old and doesn't cater to the young people. And then
You never
boomers
said
sitting there,
anything
y'all
that
have
wasn't
enough
worth
white
me
babies.
ad
We need more
hominem.
white babies. Why aren't you having and producing white babies?
God, you're
Maybe because
incapable,
your asses
Ricky
are hoarding all the
Z.
wealth.
Dude,
Property
you
tax
can't
breaks.
even answer a direct
So many
question.
states and counties
You have
offer
problems, son.
property tax exemptions, caps, or reductions for seniors, making long-term ownership cheaper. Young couples generally don't qualify. Lower maintenance cost. HOA fees often cover exterior maintenance, lawn care, snow removal, and sometimes even utilities, reducing out-of-pocket cost.
Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you how I cheated there, Palomino. I cheated because I knew I was going to win. The cheating was I know more than you do. I knew that at the outset. I knew you didn't have an argument. What I should have done was just like, Ricky, you're not prepared. But you know what? I cheated by I know more than you do, and I just let you keep. I let you fishtail that wreck of a truck you call a brain. I let you fishtail on that icy road argument. And dirty dude, I don't even know. I was just thinking, if you've ever fishtailed in a truck, like just a regular old, Ford, whatever they are, Ford 150, that's not 4-wheel drive, and you forget to put sandbags or there's snow in it or something to weigh down that truck bed, you're just going to fishtail, especially if you go too fast. That's literally what Palomino Ricky Z does pretty much daily. You just fishtail your way into getting your ass kicked. And dude, I even wanted you to make some challenging points. You cannot answer a direct question that I asked you several times. So stop pretending that you're fishtailing with the excuses now.
compared to maintaining full property. Financing incentives. Some developments partner with lenders who
At
tailor
least I have
mortgage
an
and reverse
imagination,
mortgage,
Ricky.
products for seniors, making entry easier for retirees, but not available, for young people. Now, some of this has to do with the fact that older people, they have a lifetime of accrued wealth and whatnot, something that young people today, have an inability to facilitate. So they'll kind of use those sort of mechanisms in order to try to get these people, in these homes. So some of it does have to do with the fact that they already have established wealth over their lifetimes. But the point that I'm making is that these type of incentives and benefits don't really go to young people and young couples like that. You might have at best, first time, FHA loans for first time home buyers. Lifestyle perks, amenities, built-in clubhouses, fitness centers, pools, golf courses, walking trails, and hobby centers are standard cost shared, through the HOA, right? Wouldn't it be wonderful if you created, like a Levitt town?
I think Willie Pete's been in the military. I'm surprised he didn't mention one of the benefits of, honorable service, even if it's just, for one little enlistment. You get VHA, and VHA, Veterans Home something or another. I forget what VHA stands for, but it is huge, especially back a few years ago, like say during the recession, the 2008 recession. Having a VHA benefits was fucking huge, and I know because I used them. So anyway,
neighborhood, and then through the HOA, the community itself had a daycare so that the young people could go to work and didn't have to pay, fucking $2,000 for freaking daycare per child, right? So that they could actually keep that money for themselves, right? Right, which would incentivize more people to have kids, right? You would think that would be the smart thing to do. If we need more white babies, right? And then it says cost share through the HOA fees, while a younger couple would have to pay separately for gyms, daycare, and entertainment. See, I just made that point without even finishing reading the sentence. Healthcare proximity. Many 55-year-old communities are located near hospitals, clinics, and even have an on-site health services. Security, gated entries, patrols, neighborhood watch programs are common. The level of security can be very costly in ordinary housing markets. Cost of living stability. No need for larger homes. Seniors usually downsize so that they can don't pay for unused bedrooms or big yards. A young couple, by contrast, might stretch finances to get
hey, Brian Nichols, are you still in the chat? I have a question for you.
a room to grow. Again, these would be your starter homes. This would be somebody, a couple with only one child. Okay. You want to talk about two, then you can start looking at, okay, we should move or whatever. But again, this is the whole housing market in America is broken because all it does is kick the can down the road to future generations when the cost of living, the wages do not keep up with, this aspect of having homes as an asset that just grows in perpetuity. Right. So if people are paying $500,000 for a house now, then I guess when your kids are 20, that house is going to be, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. Are wages keeping up with that? So who's going to be buying these homes? I'll let you know who's going to be buying these homes. BlackRock. That's who's going to be buying these homes. And everybody's just going to become a renter. Predictable HOA. Where am I at? Wait. Let me back up. Fewer school district cost. 55-year-old neighborhoods are often outside expensive school districts, keeping property values lower, whereas young families compete in high-demand school zones. Predictable HOAs. HOA in these communities are designed to keep the place looking uniform and stable, which helps preserve property values long-term, right? So I guess if they, when they sell it, the property values stay up. Legal and market position, fair housing exemption. Normally, housing can't discriminate by age, but under the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995, 55 and up. Now, notice the year, 1995. Notice the year. Okay, in 1995, boomers were like in their 40s in 1995. Is that what you were saying? They're probably in their 40s, late 30s, something like that in 1995. How old would a boomer be? Right? Hold on. Let me do the math. Right? So if you were, let's say you were born in 1945, which is the beginning of boomers. So 1995 minus 1945. No, you would be 50. So we'd say, and then when do boomers end? So the earliest boomer would be 50. Yeah, so I was right about that. The earliest boomer would be 50, and I think the boomers goes up to like 1967, so 1995. Hold on,
1965
minus 1967. And the youngest boomer would be 28 years old because 1968 is the beginning of Gen X. Let's see. Where am I at? So communities are exempt. That means demand is limited to a smaller buyer pool, which sometimes keeps competition lower compared to the open market that young couples face. Okay, I'll give you that. But again, if that was the case, then why would you need to create the restrictions in the first place to make it so that only 55 people and up can move there, right? Like it's artificially limited, right? So like that kind of contradicts itself. Oh, it's a limited buying market. Okay, well if it's limited, then why do you need to put the restrictions there to make it so that only people 55 and up can buy these locations, right? So resale advantage retirees often sell to other retirees, creating a stable resale cycle. Younger couples face volatile.
I'm going to replay that because, I mean, the reason they're 55 and up communities is for several reasons. Number one, there are no kids. Number two, there are sometimes swingers. And sometimes there are, dating. Shit, I should move to a 55 or plus. I'd be the gigolo. But there are reasons you want a 55 and over community. Not sure where he's going here, but I want to rewind it just a bit to make sure I heard that right.
It kind of contradicts itself. Oh, it's a limited buying market. Okay, well if it's limited, then why do you need to put the restrictions there to make it so that only people 55 and up can buy these locations, right? So resale advantage retirees often sell to other retirees, creating a stable resale cycle. Younger couples face volatile markets with investors, flippers, and families, all bidding, right? So the seniors, they don't have to compete with that when they go to sell their house. It's just nice and stable. But the young people, you got to compete with BlackRock. You got to compete with cash offers, right? So in short, 55 plus communities, often combine lower maintenance, tax advantages, and bundled amenities in ways that make them more affordable and attractive for seniors, while young couples buying starter homes face higher maintenance costs, full property taxes, competition in hot school districts, and no bundled perks like gyms and pools and daycare centers, right? So I'm saying, like, that's just an example of how you create a space or you create a system where one group is advantaged and the other group is not. Now, all the white people are going to come on here and tell me that white people that want to maintain power, and you hear it coming out of the mouths of the white nationalists. Oh, it's a white nation, white people first. The same people saying that are the same people who are going to tell me that black people have no
really, dude.
disadvantages.
You know
white
what?
People white people
the
have.
one advantage of the advances in medical care, I have met some 55, like 45-year-olds especially, but 45 to 50-year-olds, dude, um, believe me, not every 55-year-old, not all 55-year-old women are equal. I'll just put it that way. And Palomino, I'm sorry, Slick. My mother used to tell me, even when I was like under 10, you know what? They used to call me old man Stan, even when I was like 7. Probably because I was I've always been a little prickly, even when I was a kid. So and no, their daughters would have to come on to me. I would never say no, but it's not going to be something I'm going to pursue.
No advantages that black people don't have, right? Even though, like,
no, I said prickly, not a prick.
And you mean to tell me that white people, as a collective, when it comes to race, haven't created situations like this where they benefit, they have the advantages, and black people don't, right? So again, like, don't come over here and tell me when even internally within the white community, just going off of the differences in age and how the older people, the fucking vampires, are able to establish benefits that are specifically for themselves, right, and not for younger whites. And somehow that's true. That's a reality. But then when we go over to the dynamic between white people and black people, you're going to act like white people who've basically been running the world for the last 500 years, right, and dominate everything, right, because they took all the wealth from the global south, just stole it and whatnot, and set up systems of racial hierarchies and fucking colorism and buffer classes and all that other stuff, that they did not build any of that into their financial or occupational hierarchical institutions. That's what you mean to tell me, right? And then the little crumbs that when the doors are opened up, like during like the the freaking civil rights movement, and how black people were basically like, well, then fuck it then, fuck it. If you ain't gonna share, we'll burn this bitch down. And then little tiny concessions were made, right? And those concessions were made, and then what did the Republicans do over the last like 50 years since the civil rights movement? What did they do? They closed the fucking doors bit by bit. They tore all that shit down. They're still trying to tear it down. They're still gerrymandering. Oh yeah, let's make sure that blacks don't have the ability to vote, and we're going to draw these fucked up lines and that just look ridiculous when you look down at a damn map. They look like somebody's fucking playing Minecraft or some shit like that, right? These little gerrymandered districts, right? Then you got the what was the other thing that I was going to say?
That's funny.
That they do aside
Minecraft.
from the gerrymandering, in terms of the way that they set it up. Damn, it just slipped my mind. Hold on a second. Just all forms of discrimination. The whole thing with black people's property values being appraised lower than what they should be. I mean, the list just goes on and on of these sort of disadvantages. But the main thing are like, again, property taxes pay for schools, so you get this vicious cycle. Black people go to shitty schools, they get a shitty education, then they get out, then the white people try to make an argument. Oh, well, they're not as smart, they're not as educated, right? Then when the black people are educated, then the bitch, oh, this is affirmative action. Oh, that's why he's got here. Oh, they're taking white people's spots and all this other bullshit, right? So this is what white people do. So so my point of this video is, white people, the system of white supremacy does the exact.
Hey, let me pause this for a minute. I just see that John Galt and JP are over on CT's channel, and the title of the show is "Why Haven't Black Men Built Institutions?" So you've got JP and you got John Galt with fucking smoking drugs and gonna get drunk. See, this is exactly what I fucking mean. So you've got, oh goddamn, why is it always these fucking failures talking about why black people haven't done this? You got two baby daddies, one of them smoking weed, asking why black men haven't built institutions. You know, somehow or another, our education system has not taught our students fucking a sense of irony. Okay, well, you know what? You got two motherfucking stereotypes, and I won't even get into CT because I respect him too much, but I have a critique of why he should even be asking this question, because he's got a couple issues that I could get into. But you got a motherfucking weed smoking baby daddy who is 50. He had 50 goddamn years to build a fucking institution. And then you got JP. I won't even go to why he should be motherfucking asking that solution. But they're literally asking the question. Look, number one, they won't know why, but I suspect it'll be racist when they try and explain why. And the two motherfuckers, one is 40, one is 50. What the fuck have they built? What has John Galt built? An institution? Dude, there's some huge problems with asking these sorts of questions. So I'm gonna actually take off here. I'm gonna run to the beer store because I'm just in that mood. But I should be back before and it'll be a couple minutes before I leave. But we'll just listen to the rest of this, and when I get back, we may just have to go and watch some CT here. Would they mean they want to trash black people is what they mean. They just want to ask questions. Why is it always the wrong black men on this YouTube, or at least the space that that we live in? Why is it always the wrong black people asking this question? That's what I cannot figure out. What, give me some successful black men asking the question and I won't trash them. But I'm arguing that you're not going to build institutions on a fucking YouTube channel. Let's start there.
When the boomers are running around talking like Dave Ramsey, talking about my bootstraps. Oh, if you didn't get that avocado toast, if you didn't get that Starbucks pumpkin spice latte, if you didn't get that, then maybe you'd have a house. Like, what the fuck are you talking, motherfucker? I could not drink Starbucks for 5 years straight, and I wouldn't have enough for a goddamn down payment or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't add up. This is the same argument. This is the same argument about like black kids and, oh, well, why does he got a new cell phone? Oh, he's got a $1,000 cell phone. Yeah, $1,000 cell phone that he's gonna have probably for the next 5 fucking years. You know, or why has he got some $200 Jordans? Because the $200 Jordans he can fucking afford. But that doesn't mean that he can put down fucking, freaking, 20% on a $400,000 home, or even a $300,000 home, or a $200,000 home. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's the same fucking art. It's hilarious watching white people flip at white boomers, and white boomers use the same tired ass arguments that they've been. It's no different. Okay, they set up this. They were born before all of us. They set up the rules. They set up the system to benefit themselves at your expense as their children and grandchildren. Okay, and then they want their children and grandchildren to eat the cost. So the grandchildren and the children and the grandchildren, you're right. You're burdened with all this bullshit. Okay, grandpa went to college for $5,000. You, on the other hand, had to take out $80,000 worth of student loans. Actually, I think the average from a 4-year institution is $100,000. Right? So he gets a way better and greater return on his investment that you don't get. And then he's sitting there going, "Where are my grandkids? How come y'all ain't having grandkids? How y'all you and your girlfriend been together, or you and your wife or your fiance, y'all been together for 3 years? Oh, where's my grandkids?" It's like, Grandpa, we can't afford this shit. We can't afford this shit. Y'all just ain't working hard enough. Maybe you should get 2 jobs, 3 jobs. First off, nobody should have to get 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. The thing is like, I would love to know, like, where are these entry-level jobs that would allow the average person to afford the average apartment, which is $2,000 a month? Name them. Give them to me. Give me the jobs. And I'm talking about entry-level jobs. Because some of y'all will try to come through and be like, "No, what you got to do is you got to do this 6-month apprentice program or this 1-year apprentice program." No, that's a bunch of bullshit. Okay? I'm not knocking the trades. I'm all for, people engaging, in the trades, but it's not the 1960s. 1960s, a man could graduate high school, and go probably down to General Motors, get a fucking job, and in fucking, 2 years, he's turning the key to a house. Okay? Where is that for young people today? You tell me the entry-level job anywhere that a young man can go into, work there for about 2 years, and be able to afford a house. Let me see if the AI. Let's see. What was the average time for someone who graduated high school? High school is a complex question. It's probably not going to give me a straight answer. Graduated high school in 1960 to be able to afford a home. How long did it take for them to be able to go from high school and make enough money to where they could afford a home?
Well, I'll be interested in the answer.
Median home price 1960 was $11,900. Median household income in 1960 was $5,600. So that means the average home was just over twice the annual income. Price to income ratio, roughly 2 to 1. A home cost about 2 years worth of income. By contrast, today's ratio is often 6 to 1 or higher in many areas. So
Okay, but that
today,
has
a young person
nothing to do with
today,
the question.
it's going to take them. What would that be? What's the ratio? Is that 4? Because the one is 2 to 1 and the other one is 6 to 1, right?
3 times as
But
long.
I'm just saying, no, because it's not going to be 6 times, because it's not 1 to 1 to 6 to 1. It's 2 to 1 to 6 to 1. Anyway, I can't do the math, but obviously, it's going to take you No, that's 3 times. That's 3 times. It's going to take you 3 times as
Yeah,
long. If my math is
thank you
correct,
for
it's going to
that.
take you 3 times as long. I'm fucked up on the
Okay,
ratios. But
but it
anyway,
really has nothing to
wages
do
and
with your
jobs for high
question.
school graduate in 1960. The high school graduate in 1960 could often step directly into unionized industrial or
military
trade jobs,
or
factory, construction, auto, steel, etc. Average annual wage for a male high school graduate about 4,500, close to the median. With 1 year or so of full work, many young men could save for a down payment, often 10 to 20% of a modest home, especially if they were married and had 2 incomes. Mortgage environment. 30-year fixed mortgage rates were already standard. Mortgage interest rates in 1960 were 5 to 6%. Lending standards were looser for whites due to FHA and VA loans, GI Bill access, and redlining, excluding many black families. I didn't even ask the fucking AI that shit. I didn't even ask that. And it's like, oh, here's the disadvantages for all the people that weren't white, in particularly black people. So all this whole wave that the boomers got to ride with I bought my house in 1960 and I paid $50,000 for it. No, not 50,000. What was this? Was the average price 11,000? No, let's go with the 50,000. I paid $50,000 for that house, and my family was able to accrue all this wealth. Like what the guy says. He's like, so I gotta pay. What did he say? 2.8 million. What that guy say? I gotta pay whatever millions in order to get in that fucking house. Right? That's what he said. Right? But black people didn't get to ride that wave. Black people didn't get to ride that wave because we were excluded. So we don't have that wealth that was able to be used to possibly open up a small business, to possibly send, one of the family members to college or medical school or whatever. We didn't get that. Y'all got that. So there's the advantage right there. But let white people tell it, oh, the black people, y'all just making shit up and just whining just to be whining. And it's because y'all just incapable. Bullshit. A high school graduate could realistically qualify for a starter home mortgage with just a steady job, no college degree required. Let me read that again. A high school graduate in 1960 could realistically qualify for a starter home mortgage with just a steady job, no college degree required. We need more white babies. How long it took, typical path 1960. Within 1 to 3 years after high school, many white working class men could afford their first home. Year 1 to 2, work a stable job, save for a down payment. Year 2 to 3, marry, purchase a starter home in a suburban development. Levittown style communities were booming at the time. Black Americans and other minorities, however, were often locked out due to redlining, racially restrictive covenants, and discriminatory lending. So even if they earned the same wages, they often could not buy in these new suburban markets. I didn't even ask it that information. You heard the question. Contrast with today, a high school graduate earns around $35,000 to $40,000 a year. Median home price in 2025 is around $400,000. Price to income ratio is 10 to 1 for high school grads, far worse than in 1960. 10 to 1.
Okay, folks, I will be back in a few minutes.
Plus years to save
So
for a
just
down
stand
payment,
by. This will play
if
out,
at
and
all,
there's a video after this.
college or a
But when I
specialized
do
training.
get back, we're going to watch a
Bottom
bit of
line, in
CT's show
1960, a white
because
high
it
school
ought to be a
graduate could
circus.
often buy a home within 1 to 3 years of graduation, thanks to lower price to income ratios, stable union jobs, and government-backed mortgages. By contrast, for young people today, especially without a degree, home ownership is often a decade or more away, and sometimes out of reach entirely. Oh my God, we need more white babies. We need more white babies. You ain't getting no white babies, not with this shit. Not with the way the boomers set shit up. You ain't getting no more white babies. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. You see? But do you feel the frustration when somebody like Dave Ramsey, right? Or even Patrick Bet David goes up there and starts spewing boomer talk? Oh, and the bootstraps and da 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 da. Oh, man, had you bought some Bitcoin when the Bitcoin dropped, well, you'd be right where I am. You know, like some shit like that, right? Some after the fact. I mean, well, maybe you should have got a part of the fucking the .com bubble. That's what you should have done. You know, where were you in Y2K? I was in school, sir. I remember there was a joke. It was a white guy who posted the shit. It was hilarious. He was like, oh yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, what I had to do was he was like not be in the 5th grade in 1996, and I should have bought a house then. You know what I mean? Instead of going to the 5th grade. Like, that shit was hilarious. That shit was so fucking funny when I read that. You know, yeah, what I should have done. You're totally right, boomer. What I should have done, instead of going to the 5th grade, I should have fucking went to, you know, freaking bought a house in 1995. I mean, just this. I mean, I want white people to feel the sting of this, in particularly younger white people, because a lot of y'all, Charlie Kirk was what, 32 years old. Nick Fuentes is 26 years old, right? Right, and these motherfuckers are up there talking boomer talk when it comes to black people, but somehow when it comes to the white people, young white people and their problems and how fucking rigged the system is, oh no, the problems are real now. Right? When Legion of Men goes up there bitching, oh, the problems are real. Oh, we've been screwed by the boomers. Oh, well, the problems are real. But when black people talk about the system of white supremacy and racism and redlining, blockbusting, Jim Crow, eminent domain, urban renewal, convict-basing, debt, peonage, COINTELPRO, CIA, Iran, Contras, 1994 crime bill, denial of FHA loans, denial of GI bill, racial housing covenants, right? When we go through our list of shit, white people are like, oh, you black people, you're always complaining. Oh, you black people, oh, you blacks are just complaining. Oh, what can a white man do today that a black man can't do? Oh, you guys are just complaining. Oh, there's no racism. There's no white supremacy. Oh, we need to change the history books because there's no racism. We need to change everything in the museums because it's just what you're talking about just doesn't exist. Right? That's what y'all say to us. But when the math ain't mathing on the boomers, you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden, oh, your version of reality is just so true because black people, they're just lazy, they don't want to do, but white people, all of you are just so hardworking. All of you are out here, you're really trying, but the deck is just stacked against you. Oh, pobrecito, oh, my little poor white baby, oh, my little blanquito, oh, right? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of these sort of double standards. You can't see our plight, but you can only see yours. You can only see yours. You got 20/20 vision when it comes to the shit that negatively affects you. But when it comes to the shit that negatively affects us, right? And the discrimination and the racism and all that and the police brutality, oh no, y'all can't see it. I can't see. You guys are saying literally, it's hilarious. You guys are literally saying the same type of things that we say about institutionalized racism, but just from the boomer to the younger generation standpoint, right? The financialization of America. The financial system is an institution. The banking system is an institution. And if it's been rigged against you to benefit the old white people and not benefit you, well, guess what? That's institutionalized discrimination against you, which is identical to racialized discrimination. It's just, you just throwing the race dynamic as opposed to the age dynamic. It's not hard to wrap your head around this shit. It's not hard. But anyway, let me end this video. That's my video, SWP out. Don't forget to comment, share, like, and subscribe. So, yeah, I appreciate the opportunity for me to be able to explain this shit so that you can see it crystal clear and that it's broken to the point that it will forever be broken and you can't come on here anymore talking about, I don't get it. I don't get it. Get the fuck out of my page. Get off my page. I don't get it. I don't get it. Fuck out of here. Nah, you get it. You just don't want to get it. And now I made it so that you see it. You can't unsee it. Not, unless you want to just come over here and be willfully ignorant and play dumb and gaslight and all that shit, which I ain't got no time for that shit. Anyway, that's my video. SWP out.
I mean, when is this collapse really gonna start? I'm on Zillow worrying about my heart. Interest rates climbing the charts, how much they want? $1 million for what? It needs a lot of work and it don't even have a backyard or a garage. Neighborhoods are lacking, nobody's packing. $750 for a ranch, $50K above asking. How this happened? Thought we had it. Shit is savage. I'm about to end on marriage. My wife wants a dead end where good schools are vetted and AD aesthetic. Forget it. Needs a Starbucks, a home, goods, a Target, a nail salon where they do eyebrow threading. Forever bugging, girl don't understand the budget. That's our best and final line budget. I wasn't bluffing. Call the realtor, tell me something. Sick of open houses, fuck these little muffins. What listed yesterday is already pending and sold. Thought I told you we don't want to live on a main road. Think about the traffic, the noise, been the massive annoyance of trying to find a spot if you come over. Now I'm getting lectured by my father. He forgets his down payment was $1. Venting don't even make me feel better. Fuck it, I guess we'll just rent forever. Yeah, I guess we'll just rent forever.
On the scene, jamming blingy whole screen. Checkerboard Louis V. I'm so fresh and so clean. Slip them bands in my jeans, slap them 30s in them things. Pull the trigger, let it sing. Then go smoke a Russian cream.
Boo, hold on. Yeah. Hello?
Where you at?
Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Vice President J.D. Vance gave a speech recently that deserved more attention than it got. Vance was accepting an award from the Claremont Institute, a right-wing think tank, and not just any award, an award for statesmanship. And Vance in this speech sets himself a few tasks. One is to understand the nature of the left.
What unites Islamists, gender studies majors, socially liberal white urbanites, and big pharma lobbyists?
I'm going to be honest, I don't give him high marks for where he ended up.
It's hatred. They hate the people in this room. They hate the President of the United States. And most of all, they hate the people who voted for that President of the United States in the last election in November. This is the animating principle of the American far left.
Something I've always found interesting about Vance is that if you read Hillbilly Elegy, I've read it a couple of times, if you take seriously what he is struggling with in that book, one of the things he's struggling with is a sense of being othered. Vance reads his own audiobook. You can hear him saying this.
But as I realized that in this new world, I was the cultural alien, I began to think seriously about questions that had nagged at me since I was a teenager. Why has no one else from my high school made it to the Ivy League? Why are people like me so poorly represented in America's elite institutions? Why is domestic strife so common in families like mine? Why did I think that places like Yale and Harvard were so unreachable? Why did successful people feel so different?
You could imagine that guy going on to build a politics of tolerance, a politics to make sure other people don't feel that way. And yet he goes on to build a politics all around othering.
We're seeing migrants kidnap our dogs and cats, eating the geese. The professors are the enemy. Eating a cat, a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
There were a few protesters outside, and I can't be the only person wondering, it's a little after noon on a Friday, and don't you all have jobs? Who are the people?
I watched that. I listened to him. And I wonder if he imagines that everyone who disagrees with him feels as he does, is motivated by the emotions that pulse within him. But explaining what motivates his political opponents is not the only task Vance sets for himself. He wants to diagnose something deeper, a more fundamental rot beneath Western society.
Every Western society as I stand here today, has significant demographic and cultural problems. There is something about Western liberalism that seems almost suicidal, or at least socially parasitic, that tends to feed off of a healthy host until there's nothing left.
And what is that something? What is the parasite here? Clear.
Elites tell us it is strength. They destroy the very institutions that allow us to thrive and build a common sense of purpose and meaning as Americans.
That's the problem, Vance thinks. Too much diversity. What we have broken is our definition of belonging, how we define who is an American. And the way we have broken it is we've made it too broad, too capacious, too accepting, too diverse. The problem, Vance thinks, is that we have come to believe a story, a fiction, that says Americanness is about what you believe rather than who you are and where your parents were born.
If you think about it, identifying America just with agreeing with the principles, let's say, of the Declaration of Independence, that's a definition that is way over-inclusive and under-inclusive at the same time. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it would include hundreds of millions, maybe billions of foreign citizens who agree with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. Must we admit all of them tomorrow?
I watched that and I think, no one is suggesting we should. But Vance knows that. He's setting up a straw man in order to make his real argument work. He's creating a fake position that Americanists should be built on nothing but fealty to the Declaration of Independence, in order to argue his real position, that Americanists should have nothing to do with the ideals in the Declaration of Independence.
That answer would also reject a lot of people that the ADL would label as domestic extremists. Even though those very Americans had their ancestors fight in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War. And I happen to think that it's absurd, and the modern left seems dedicated to doing this, is saying you don't belong in America unless you agree with progressive liberalism in 2025. I think the people whose ancestors fought in the Civil War have a hell of a lot more claim over America than the people who say they don't belong.
It's so interesting that the war J.D. Vance chose to illustrate that argument with was the Civil War. A war in which one side wanted to dissolve the United States of America in defense of slavery. What he's saying here is that since then, we have increasingly identified Americanists as believing what the victors of the Civil War believed, that we are a country dedicated to realizing what was written into the Declaration of Independence. But Vance is saying, no, that was wrong. What matters is not what you believe about America. It is how long your family has been in America. You could see Vance as in conversation here with Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, trying to rebut their vision of citizenship. But Vance is a man of his time. The person he is rebutting here is Barack Obama. Obama, with his funny name, his Kenyan father, his belief that America is an unfinished project, and that the language of patriotism belongs to those who seek to finish it.
What could be more American than what happened in this place? What could more profoundly vindicate the idea of America than plain and humble people, unsung, the downtrodden, the dreamers not of high station, not born to wealth or privilege, not of one religious tradition, but many, coming together to shape their country's course. What greater expression of faith in the American experiment than this? What greater form of patriotism is there than the belief that America is not yet finished?
The view on the right is that this vision of patriotism, this vision of citizenship, is acid for the bonds that hold the country together. Countries are about people, not ideas. They're about a shared past, not an imagined future. In 2018, Yoram Hazony, an Israeli political theorist, released a book that became a sensation on the right. It was called The Virtue of Nationalism, and it sought to build a right that could withstand the challenge that liberals like Obama had posed. It sought to make a right that would reimagine belonging, not around the ideals that won the Civil War, but the people who fought it. Hazony became the founder of a movement. Year after year, he would host NatCon conferences, short for National Conservatives, and year after year, One of the people who'd come to those conferences, who would speak at them, was J.D. Vance. That's part of the ferment in which he developed the politics we know him for today. So if you want to understand that politics, that speech, this administration, Hazoni and his book are a good place to start. As always, my email, EzraKhanShow@nytimes.com. Yoram Hazoni, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to ask about the central triptych in your book, families, tribes, and nations. I think people know what families are. But to begin, how do you define tribes and how do you define nations?
What most of us are raised on is a view of politics that's, first of all, based on the individual. And then individuals agree to create the state. And one of the central points in my books is that this is not, for most purposes, this is not a helpful way to think about things. Children are born into families. They're not born, free and equal, because they're born into families where they're not free. Their parents tell them what to do, and they're not equal. Their parents tell them what to do, and there's brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles, but that means human beings are, by nature, the first nature that they have is not one of freedom and equality, but of being part of a little tribe of people who are loyal to them, and they grow up being loyal to their family. So when you pan out, these families can also be loyal to one another. And there are words like clan is kind of an outdated word, so is tribe. But if you look at the way that the tribes are built in the Bible or other ancient texts, you'll see that families join with other families into clans, and clans form with other clans into tribes, and tribes with other tribes into nations, and then there are families of nations. Mutual loyalty, I think, is the fundamental human building block for everything that happens in societies.
So the story sort of you've just offered is we are born into families. That's where our first loyalty lies. Families band together, you can call that a tribe. Tribes band together, you can call that a nation. I think living in the United States with 300 million plus people, I would not describe the organization of the United States as a bunch of families got together and created tribes, and a bunch of tribes got together and created the modern USA. We're clearly something else. Or do you think I'm wrong about that?
I think you're right and you're wrong.
Always.
No, I'm sorry. I'll try to be more unequivocal and unreasonable as we go along. No, I think if we're talking about the United States the way it was 50 years ago, then I think it was much, much more clearly a nation the way that I'm describing it. I mean, we haven't gone...
1975, you would say it was a bunch of families that had come together to create tribes, and the tribes had come together to create a nation?
Sure. Well, listen, this is not necessarily a consensual process. I mean, I'm looking at societies, human societies, and I'm saying everywhere in human history, there's these kind of concentric circles of loyalty. And I think that in the 1980s, when I...
Sorry for the delay. This is 11 minutes into it. So let's switch over to our buddy, CT. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit because I want to see the very beginning of this. And we're not going to stay on CT's show for too long, but I want to see the intro where it's just him, JP, and John. And I see General Dave is up there, who I'm certainly a big fan of. Hint, hint, quote, quote. Let's see here. Systemic barriers. Lack of unity. That's very interesting. So let's start here. Yeah, I can't fucking stand that. Let's. Here we go. So here's an interesting point. Yeti. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't switch over now, did I? My bad. So Yeti is saying CT is more influential than W.E.B. Du Bois. Jesus Christ. Who are these fucking idiots? And you know what? I like Yeti, but damn, he would never say some shit like that on my show. I hope. Uh CT can't even write a sentence. And once again, before I take this down, Cool Kamasi, Free Zone Lou, thank you for supporting the show. Much appreciated, gentlemen. And feel free to send show ideas. So let's see, can we do that? So let's I am extremely interested in this. But before I do that, let me show you the poll that CT put up. Oh, damn it. The poll that he has about why black men, why haven't black men built institutions? The poll, one of the poll, well, so far 25%, which is the leading percentage, is saying lack of unity. And I literally think that there needs to be black unity. To me, that's the slave mentality. Unity for what? So I don't know. I just have problems with a lot of the way a lot of these folks. Yeah, it is 5 o'clock somewhere. Mainly at this desk in front of this computer. No, we have no idea. CKJ3, but this is back where JP is already here. And I want to reemphasize my point. Why is it always the wrong fucking people talking about this sort of stuff? JP had 40 years to build an institution. John Galt had 50 years to build an institution. I don't know. I think CT's right around 40. Someone tell me what institutions these people have built. And the thing is the best people to talk about institution building are people who have built an institution. These guys really, these fucking racists are literally just stupid. And I think being a racist pretty much automatically is a measure of how smart you are. Why are these three talking about it when they're not institution builders? In a YouTube channel, I'm sorry, so maybe the argument is CT is building an institution, but I don't think so. YouTube channels are not institutions unless you have like 1 million viewers.
The money, must be the money. I've got so much blame. Must be the money, must be the money. 26 without this must be the money, must be the money that funds my lifestyle. Must be the money, must be the money. The party's at my place.
Get the likes up, guys. Jay Prince, happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to everybody in the chat, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Any likes it? All right, man.
Now this dumb fuck doesn't even have sense enough to take off the glasses because there's a bunch of there he is. Thank God.
Who else is in the building? We got a lot of people in the building for today, man. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Let me know how the camera looks. Let me know how the mic sounds. I got into an argument with an old friend of mine, colleague of mine, if you will. And this person was saying that, the black man invented everything. The black man controls his own life. And I said, bro, what institutions does the black man create? What institutions does the black man control? What institutions does the black man really have? And then I started going over a list, and he got mad at me, threatened to fight me. This was a few days ago when I wasn't on there, man. Threatened to fight me. So I was showing them. I was like, "What institutions are you talking about?" But you called in early. What's up, man? Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
So, even though I agree with that, black men did invent a lot of stuff that's been mimicked from them. When you talk about, like, this is why I don't want to get my information from black people that have been here in America.
Yeah.
I rather learn stuff from how black was post-slavery, because the stories that they told us are always going to be fabricated. But running institutions and stuff now.
See, this is what you get when you act like JP has a brain. Now, he wants to talk post-slavery. He doesn't want to talk about black people in America, but he wants to talk about black people post-slavery. But he won't tell us which country he's talking about. There are a lot of countries that have post-slavery black people. Dude, he is lacking. And you know what? I can see this is getting off on the wrong foot.
I think black men is considered to be feminine. So it don't matter if you work a job or be on government assistance. I mean, you still feminine, right? You still working up under somebody else's thumb, and they got the button of your life.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
No, go ahead. I cut you off.
Yeah, they dictate your life now. So that's why I say us ninjas out the ghetto, it's the closest thing of running something. We run our community as far as, like, yeah, we don't rent to people and stuff like that, but we tell you, we create our own laws in our neighborhood. Same with the prisons and jails. Yeah, the CO is the governor of the building, but we runs the show, and we runs the jails and the prisons. That's about the closest thing that we got to running things. My mission statement and my new vision of my life is not to go.
Now notice, this motherfucker is literally bringing up the two worst places, the two populations in the proverbial black community that are pretty much lawless. You got the prisons where people are being punished for breaking laws, and then you have the ghettos where a lot of those people broke the laws in the first place. Notice he said nothing about the family being an institution. Notice how he skipped over that shit. He probably didn't think of it, to be honest. Okay, the best institution and the starter institution is within your four walls, as I've said so many times in the past. If the culture, the quote, black culture is fucked up, well, then it needs to be rebuilt, and the best place to do it is within your four walls. And notice JP literally sitting in his dwelling with 4 daughters, so some sort of family structure, and he's not talking about family as an institution. God damn, dude. These people are fucking morons. And it's just so frustrating. And I'm not going up on that goddamn panel.
To concede with taking pride in working up for another man. That's no longer my mission. Even though if I have to, I will do it just to get by. But that's not something I'm going to take pride in. I'm not going to tell my nephews and them to take pride in that.
Motherfucker, you literally are taking some sort of public assistance. You're working for the government. And probably the reason you're trying to start a business is there is a time limit. Motherfucker, you better have a job by such and such date, or you will no longer have public assistance. There's something that's not being told here.
Right. I want to take the warrior side of my nephews and redirect it to what it should be focused on. And I'm trying to lose this fear of not depending on a white man outside of the government. I'm talking about on a bigger scale. If I ever got a hold of a lot of money, I would use that to like create land.
I don't think you're gonna be getting a hold of a lot of money, JP. Not this route.
That thug life.
Well, let me ask you this question, man. So you are familiar with artificial intelligence, yes? Yes.
Ask him if he knows anything about intelligence in general.
This is the leadership board of Chat GPT, right? Now, my friend, whom I know for a long time, he tried to fight. He wanted to fight me the other day. That's why I'm hoarse, because I was yelling at him. I was passionate about getting it through to this N-word's head that the black man doesn't run anything and that he just has a job. He has a very good job. But I said, bro, you went to college, you did everything right in life according to a system that is agreed upon. I'm go to college and I bought a home, picket fence, I fucked my wife, and we have a kid. He's one of these types. But bro, I was like, you really, our people, black people, aren't the masters and commanders of industry. I started bringing up IQ. I started bringing up the fact that we don't work well in teams. I started bringing up so many things, man. And here goes a professional Negro. He wanted to physically fight me now, because I was just proving. Here goes Chat GPT. Here goes Chat GPT's leadership board. What are we going to see here, sir? Who is this? Mark Chin. He's the chief research
Asian man.
Asian man. Brad Lightcap. He's the chief operating officer. Who is that? Is that a black man? No. Who is Julia Villagra? It's a white girl. Chief people officer. Made up job, some bullshit. These white folks. These are white people. I showed them Chat GPT. I said, bro, have you ever used Chat GPT? You've used Chat GPT, right? This is used by millions of people. This Chat GPT will be Google in the next couple of years. Why ain't no black people on there? Why are there no blacks at the lead of AI? These are the questions I was asking him. Nigga wanted to fight.
But you know what? I can tell you why.
Why? Go ahead, sir.
I can tell you why.
Please.
Because they gave us an identity that we aspire to be. No matter if it's street or no matter if it's educational wise. They gave us an identity that we only, when we go to school, we was trained to be servants. Education that we have today is not teaching us to create and to be independent and become ruler or create our own politician, our own government. No school in America will teach blacks to be powerful and more powerful than them, or create systems like the AI.
Do you think that we have the intelligence
and all this other type of stuff?
But do you think that we even have the intelligence?
I would say no. Here's why I would say no. The reason why we don't have the intelligence.
Well, let me help this dumb fuck out. And see, I don't know why CT. Maybe CT doesn't know how to question people. So And maybe that's why he brought up the intelligence factor, which I think is another racist trope that, people like these three buy into. Blacks and whites tend to be educated in the same schools. And by the way, the whole premise of why blacks haven't created institutions, I think it's a bad question. You need to define what an institution is first. There are all kinds of things that can be called institutions. But see, what people like CT and John Galt, they think the only institutions in America are ones that make money. Like a family, to me, is an institution. Not all institutions are businesses. Churches are an institution. There are plenty of black churches that were started by black people. These guys have limited educations, limited knowledge because they stopped reading when they were 5 or some bullshit like that. They do not have the flexibility of mind to even come up with good premises for questions. This is kind of sad in a way.
Because saying that we don't have the intelligence, saying that we incapable is two different things.
It's he got it from some white man. He got it from B. Brave.
But I think that black people is stupid. And the reason I say black people are stupid, all of our information and education has been predicated around Eurocentric. So you can never out educate black folks in America. You will never be able to out educate whites. They are the fathers of your intelligence, right? They stamp your diploma. They stamp your degree. They tells you what's your IQ level. So no matter, they can be dumb as fuck to the rest of their peers, but to you, they control anybody that control your intelligence. There's no competition there. So what you will have to do to become a person that would create an AI, you will have to divorce yourself from what you've been taught from people that had ill intentions. They only taught you to be servant under their thumb. They didn't teach you to be ruling and independent. They not gonna rule under you. And a lot of black men think because they got a few 100,000.
Let me read Juan's super chat real quick. Juan with the $5 super chat. Salute to you, Juan. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Juan a big thumbs up, dollar sign emoji. I agree with guys. I agree with JP. JP, take off that white man's hoodie. Go get you a $400 from a Russell Westbrook's online store. Or go get you one from Russell Westbrook's online store. Yeah.
Well, this hoodie represents, this is 100% cotton. Last time I heard that black men, black people picked it. So, the black
I'm about to go.
Did black people pick cotton?
I'm about to go to Google real quick.
Where the fuck does that even come
Thomas
in?
Kurian is an Indian.
Sorry about this, dude. There are no Filipinos up there either. We're the Brazilians. It is a stupid premise, and poor CT. Apparently, you know what? I don't even know where to go. There are no Micronesians up there.
This is Google's leadership board. This is Google right here. I showed this to my buddy. I said, bro, blacks are not the leaders in AI. This is an industry. The artificial intelligence is an industry. We use Google every day. I said, show me the black man on here. Matt Renner is a white man. Michael Clark is a white man. Karen Bajwa, he's some sort of Pakistani. Kobe Nathan is a white man. Brad Calder is a white man. I said, where are the blacks at? Man, this infuriated him, bro, that I was showing him this stuff. He's never watched.
Wait, did I not just see a black man?
watched
Hold on one sec.
Black set. Brad Bourgeois, he's some Renner is a white. We use Google as an industry. Not the leaders in AI. I said, bro, Thomas Kurian is an Indian. Google real quick.
God damn it.
Thomas Kurian is an Indian.
I heard from the great.
Infuriated him, bro, that I was showing him this stuff. He's never watched. This is Google's leadership board. This is Google right here.
Give me one sec here.
I showed this to my buddy. I said, bro, blacks are not the leaders in AI. This is an industry. Artificial intelligence is an industry. We use Google every day. I said, show me the black man on here. Matt Renner is a white man. Michael Clark is a white man. Karen Bourgeois, he's some sort of Pakistani. Kobe Nathan is a white man. Brad Calder is a white man. I said, where are the blacks at? Man, this.
Okay, he's Indian. All right.
It's infuriated him, bro, that I was showing him this stuff. He's never watched my show before. He's an old friend. He's never watched the show. Wine with the $5 super chat. Motherfucker, only thing you ever picked was those big ass nostrils. Salute to you, Wine. Thank you so much. So what do you think about Google's leadership board, Jay Prince? Google's leader. We use Google every day.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is why I say this is why black people is in a disfortunate position, because like you just pulled up leadership. Always represent everybody else. So what tells us that we're not inadequate, we're not adequate enough, we indigent of becoming leaderships of creation, that of technology or whatever the case. So this is why in black folks we have believed this, right? We have believed that in order to get something that big, we have to go to whites. And again, I'm not saying black folks is incapable, but I think that they don't have that mindset of trying to create stuff like that. But look at Africa; they created their own internet, right? The Africans they had created their own internet.
Did they?
That's what I heard from the grapevine.
No, they haven't.
I heard it from the grapevine.
I know you said you've heard it, but they haven't. Bro, there are a lot of steps that you have to go to get to
Hey Fred, I'm not going to watch all of this, but I want to see through the John Galt part. And I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I would think the best way or the best people to talk about institution building would be people who have built institutions, and not a one of these motherfuckers has built an institution. I also argue that family is an institution, and not one of these motherfuckers has in like a family. You know, JP has JP has kids, but I guess I would be charitable and call it a kind of family. But my problem is, if you have a family, that is an institution. And CT literally wants to talk about Google, wants to talk about AI, but most white people aren't on this board. I mean, there are ways to talk about it, but again, the only way you can argue this type of racist rhetoric is to go back up to the group level and ask, well, why did white people invent this? To me, the answer is obvious. They had a huge head start, and they actively kept black people from reading, learning. And you know what? It's been 60 years since the end of Jim Crow, and these motherfuckers want to act like everybody had the same starting line. And better or worse still, they don't understand what institutions are. They think institutions have to be like high-tech businesses. And there's just all kinds of things, like literally. And you know what? I respect CT, But the bottom line is literally, he has no clue what his question means. He has no clue what the answers are. And bringing JP up to talk about institutions, it's got to be some sort of cruel joke. It's got to be, it's got to be some Saturday Night Live skit.
Close friend. Somebody I hung out with in college, and on and off.
And disfortune is the punchline.
What I'm trying to explain to this guy is that he has an artificial view of reality. No, he has a view of reality that is skewed, right? Yeah, he did everything right in life. But the shocker is that the black man is really not the master and commander of a goddamn thing. And I think that terrified him a few days ago when I was telling him that. I was like, bro, the black man doesn't control any goddamn institutions and create institutions. Which ones are you talking about? Man, I went over a whole list of them. And I'm showing you now, just like I showed him.
Two of them yesterday.
I'm sure, bro. Dave,
You basically threw piss in his face.
Dave, today. Hold on, David, you are a joke, sir. You are a joke because I am showing you, David, the difference between me and you,
Mr. Journalist,
David,
you should be in the National Association of Black Journalists.
David,
why aren't you?
David, the National Association of Black Journalists is not a global. It's not global. Nobody cares about it. David, I am showing people the actual companies, like I showed my.
Hold on one sec. Look, notice CT adding a qualifier. All of a sudden, the institutions have to be global. So he's basically changing or moving goalposts as this goes on. And then to Fred's question, which I think is a valid one, I respect CT like I would respect, I don't know, CT kind of put the bug in my head, hey, I might be able to do a show. So I never really even thought about doing a YouTube show until CT one day asked me, hey, would you like to do a show like one day on my channel? And I was like, no, because I don't really like his audience that much. So that's the kind of respect. I mean, I'll give him credit as part of my origin story, such as it is. Not like, I'm any great shakes now, but he and John Galt, well, Portia specifically, not so much John Galt, but look, the bottom line is he was the channel owner. So that's the respect I mean. They kind of put the notion in my head that I could do a show. So it's not like I respect, their points of view or anything. As a matter of fact, I give them respect because I know what I don't want to be. and I know, the enemy.
Friend. I am showing you proof, sir, that we control no industry.
And see, this is literally, these guys want to talk about IQ in the black community, and here chaotic truth is thinking he's showing proof. Okay, dude, your limited vision of what an institution is not proof. Do you even know what proof is? Maybe if you took a math class, you'd have an idea of what a proof might be. These CT is being what he is describing. He has built no institution, and part of that is because he doesn't know what a proof is. Evidence might be a better word, and he's not presenting evidence either.
Buddy. So I'm gonna go over all the buddy.
Don't buddy me.
Buddy. I am a journalist. I'm doing journalistic work now, buddy. Buddy. buddy.
Not buddy,
I'm
bro.
doing I'm doing
I'm not your
journalistic
buddy. Who
work.
are you talking to?
Buddy, I'm doing
Use
journalistic
brother.
work now,
Bro,
sir.
bruh,
Sir.
this is why you don't
May
know
I
about
speak?
NAMA.
May I be allowed
all
to
the
continue
different
my hold on,
associations.
Dave? I got a cash up to read. In periods with the $2 cash app. The African internet is a carrier of pigeons, JP. Do they have pigeons in Africa? I didn't know that. They do have a lot of diversity.
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
And David represents David, you represent what we call fiat confidence. You got an artificial confidence, and you think that.
See, this is, I don't know what it is, why these CT and J Prince for president think they're telling a truth. What their version is skewed too. But I'm going to speed this up, and actually maybe what I should do, because I think Dave goes somewhere, because I'm really more interested in hold on one sec here. I'm really more interested in when John Galt pops up.
Professional black sir, regardless of how many professional black institutions you pretend that there are, you don't work for any black company.
Your own Amazon. You didn't go to school to teach, or we would have a lot of black companies. We would have a lot
John's
of black
about
YouTube,
to pop up
not
now.
just a bunch of ninjas just on YouTube. We don't got no black people who invented YouTube, invented Google, invented nothing. Because for one, y'all don't control information. It's to such thing what I call government control information, where yes, you don't even control your own black heritage information, because you can go to.
Well, you don't control it because neither of you even know it. Literally. What the fuck? And when did CT become a journalist? This is seriously warped. And John's going to pop up here. Let's see. Yeah, there's John. All right. So now, when I first saw this pop up, because it was in my little algorithm thing. So here was CT, who has not built an institution. There is JP, who kind of has an institution. And if he were smart enough to understand what an institution is, he might say family is an institution. And then John the fuck Galt shows up smoking weed as usual. And my first response was, well, maybe the reason black men haven't built anything is because they're all like John Galt, smoking weed all the time and being baby daddies. So, we got two baby daddies and a motherfucker who thinks he's a journalist. Why aren't y'all out? What institutions have these three built, and what institutions are you working on building?
Government control information, where yes, you don't even control your own black heritage information, because you can go to Egypt right now and go on certain tubes. They got laws that pass saying no photos, no videos. You cannot take information from your own past. So you need information. You don't.
If I were to take a picture of the Sphinx, they say, no, you can't take a picture of the Sphinx. They say that to me.
No, they got signs and photos and stuff like that. And in some tombs, you can't. If you get caught recording, you can go to jail. For recording certain stuff.
Well, I think it might be a religious.
Let me show you this real quick. Here goes Amazon.
You need that type of stuff.
Here goes Amazon. We already know Jeff Bezos and Andy Jassy. Look at this.
So this motherfucker wants to talk about Google, and dude, what black had a grandfather like Jeff Bezos that could be giving him $300,000? It is obvious, you moron. See, they don't know shit about dude, I don't know that much about Jeff Bezos's background, but I do know he had a rich granddaddy. Dude, these guys are pathetic, and they just come up with these racist topics that people just lap up like cats eating cream out of a saucer. And none of these motherfuckers have built an institution. What? Maybe the question should be, why does John Galt or Jay Prince or Chaotic Truth even ask stupid questions like this? None of them have experience.
These white folks. These white folks. Look at that. Amazon, one of the largest employers.
Hey, having a show on David Stewart does not make you David Stewart, but I think I get your point. He knows that black men build institutions. I just don't get it. I don't know. It's Friday. I think sometimes when CT shows does these shows, he's just fucking, trying to raise some money for the weekend or something. Maybe that's it. Who was it? Was it CT that did a show on is it Robert Johnson? Another guy. He didn't necessarily, I think he might have been part of building is it Vista? Like a private equity group. Why doesn't CT know this shit? And if he does know this shit, because he did a show on it a couple weeks ago, why is he not facing the truth? That's, I guess, Fred is right. I shouldn't be taking these dumbasses this seriously. But if for nothing else, this ought to be a little bit of amusement.
On the planet, I think the number one employer in America is Amazon.
The white women is DEI workers, right?
They might be DEI hires, but this is what I was showing my friend John. I was like, bro, this is artificial. Amazon does AI. Amazon does, what else does Amazon do? They do all types of other services. They dominate. You mean to tell me 1.5 billion black people on the planet can't figure out how to make a goddamn Amazon? Bro, we're not, and I was trying to tell him, I was like, bro, we don't even lead in that. Go ahead.
These motherfuckers are acting like they're not part of that 1.8 billion. Motherfucker, why are you talking about this when you are just one of the people? Why are you acting like you're not part of that population? This is what fucking racists do. Okay, these self-hating black people are pretending they're not black in order to make a racist argument. This is perverse.
And that's what you call masculinity. That's what you call masculine. When you just pulled up all of them men who created this stuff, that is the definition of masculinity.
So who gives a fuck? So this masculine argument that these fucking cretins keep fucking flaunting like it means something. I'm gonna have to John, I need to fucking talk to John Strives. Like, motherfucker, I'm not going up on these goddamn panels. Dude, I'd be shitting on all three of them and getting them pissed off. And if I was on John Galt's panel, we know he'd be putting me in the back because he would be the principal one. You're sitting here fucking smoking weed, asking why black people can't invent institutions. It is hilarious. This is John talking about institutions while smoking weed is literally a Dave Chappelle skit.
Not working for Amazon, not working for Google, not working for, no, creating is what you is a real man. A real man is creating. I think that
now, women create children, but creation is a sign of masculinity. This is some motherfucker who really has no depth of thought or understanding. He is speaking in catchphrases, sound bites, and what sounds cool. This motherfucker is literally hyper-focused on hearing himself, not understanding what he's saying. He just wants to hear himself say it.
I think that black men especially have to dismiss what we was told what was a man, because it seemed like we've been misled on what a man is, right? A man, what they told us was a man was go to school, get an education to go.
No. Who the fuck taught you any of that? My father didn't say anything like. Simply put, a man, like a family man, because sometimes you need qualifiers on the type of man, dude. I've literally never heard the old people, as my mother used to call them. I literally never heard of someone saying you have to get an education. See, this motherfucker is either lying, speaking in a soundbite that he heard from some white man, probably, or why do people take him this seriously? And by the way, I need to screenshot this. This motherfucker looks mildly insane. Anyone notice his eyes are real close together?
Work and basically go serve, right? They didn't teach us. I think black men, we should come up with our own
the sex of the child, maybe.
What a man is and what masculinity really is, because what
again, Fred, it's women. Well, I mean, a partnership, if you want to call it that, but women are generally credited with the creation part of the human race.
Chaotic just pulled up those people, the chief and the owners and shit. That's what masculinity is. That's what man is. They create, they rule.
So see, dumbass, if men create and they rule, then we don't see any men talking on this panel, because what have they created and what the fuck are they ruling? Dude, these are three bumbling idiots talking about shit they don't really understand. JP, someone needs to ask JP, what are you ruling right now? God damn it.
This is the CEO.
This is literally just praising billionaires. This is literally just praising the white man. And these are three people, if you actually criticize a white man, they will literally start crying.
IBM right now. It's an Indian man. He's Asian.
Well then,
This
Fred, you know me. I'm part of that gynocracy.
What I'm starting to realize, can anybody see this last one? This is Muhammad Ali, whatever his name is. He's some sort of Pakistani, Asian. It ain't because they want Asians in there just because they're trying to pick at black people. It's just the Asians might have a brain for that shit. They might have a brain for that algorithm shit that a lot of people just don't have. I wasn't in it. But this is what I was showing my friend the other day, man. And people were asking why I was hoarse. I didn't want to say this, man, but I was yelling, man. I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to defeat you. I'm just trying to show you the proof. IBM hires millions of people. I don't know how many people they hire. Let's say it's 150, 200,000 people. God knows how many people Amazon hires. And bro, these are institutions. These are institutions, man. That
okay. I just really need
of America.
I just really want to hear what John Galt has to say about why haven't black men built institutions. I'm just totally curious. It's such an odd title for three people, like, who basically, dude, I would go into origin stories of two of the three people up here, but I just don't have the time to do it. But these are the wrongest people I can think of to address this topic. They're barely capable. They're barely qualified to ask the question, let alone answer it.
You name me one little smarty-arty Negro who has a computer repair shop in some little hood somewhere in a little, okay, that's fine. But bro, this is what real competition looks like. Man, he wanted to fight me, bro.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that you put it in that perspective. That's what competition looked like, right? If you would have had black folks having their own internet, competing with the white people internet or the Asian people internet. And what you just showed, different races of men, Indian, Asian, white. I don't see Will up there on one of those pictures, right? I don't see
No,
none of them
not.
the nerds that say they're a real man in none of those pictures, right? Why they not there? They got all this education. I don't even see no black woman there with all of this education. Who's they competing with? It seems like the only people they competing with is themselves and the people that look like them at the bottom. You not competing with a goddamn thing. You working where you gonna see black folks at Amazon at?
Is the argument why aren't more black people just accepting the truth that they're like JP and John Galt and CT? Is that what they're saying? Are they saying black people stop trying to be more than you are, just be like us and live in the hood? What the fuck is the point? And what the fuck is their point?
It's the truck deliveries and the motherfucker that come and ringing on your door, dropping that package off. Right? You not inventing or creating anything. The ninjas is the ones that create gangster rap, the way we eat our food, all this other type of stuff. You know, the ghetto stuff. That's about the only creation that's about. If you want to,
hold on, let me read this super chat.
Hold
on, Blue Baggers with the $5 super chat. Salute to you, Blue Baggers. So you never heard of worldwide technology? Of course you haven't. Why is it? Of course you haven't. Which is why you are speaking this nonsense. I have heard of worldwide tech, and you know when you go to worldwide tech, the CEO is a black man. But guess who he hired for his executive board? Guess who are the major stakeholders? That's not a black company. That's not a black institution.
See, this is CT fucking moving the goalpost when he has been called out. Okay, the question up there is why haven't black men built institutions, not how they staff them out. This is bullshit, and this is what these weak motherfuckers do. As soon as you check them, then they want to add qualifications or move the goalpost. This is why I'm watching this. This is weak. If you want a masculine and feminine everything, this changing the goalpost once you get checked is extremely womanish. Shit, my wife used to do shit like this.
That is one exceptional black man. That's one exceptional black man. He knows he can't rely on other blacks to build that company. That's why he didn't.
See, listen to this motherfucker. He is acting like that was part. Everybody knows this. I'm reminding you of the criteria I was talking about. Was this not a black company? Motherfucker, it's not even why haven't black men built black institutions. It's just institutions. See, people like CT and John Galt and Be Brave and all these motherfuckers, they don't understand English very well. And when they are constantly trapped in their inability to actually write down or ask the questions that they mean. Okay, that's why it's like they're creating criteria as they go. If you check them, then they're just gonna add more shit to it. No, what I really meant, you know what I meant. I get that a whole lot. This is really kind of sad.
Hire his own fraternity brothers. That's why he didn't hire anybody in the Divine Nine. That's why he didn't recruit anybody from these HBCUs. He knows that we
see what they're expecting is Dave Stewart to just fucking hire brothers. Hey, so there it sounds like CT who is not a fan of affirmative action. So he hired the best people for the job and they didn't happen to be black. Dude, this is such a fucking shitty argument. man, this is just low level. They're not, dude. Y'all are literally being the low definition Negroes that you're trying to mock. You are being nightshades while being nightshades. And I don't know. This Blue Baggins fucking telling you the truth, answering your question, and all of a sudden the answer isn't good enough anymore.
That type of high level institution building. I'm not trying to knock black people today. I'm trying to tell you why I'm hoarse today.
See, look at CT doing his little dance. To get out of it now that he's checked. This is seriously weak.
Thank you so much. Let John get in real quick. Go ahead, John. And I want go ahead, John.
Oh, CT, I sent you a couple pictures. It wouldn't do me justice to talk about it without you pulling some of the pictures of this. Really hitting what JP is saying. Last 2 nights, I've been at the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, 54th or 55th, one of the two. One of the main events was that I was at in one of their main hotels, hosted by a woman. What's the big hat, cowboy hat wearing? Frederica. You see the pictures.
Why does this motherfucker have to talk with this fucking joint between his lips? What the fuck is up with him?
To you.
Okay.
And I sent you a video interviewing one woman. She said, I'm just here to find me a man. But again, 54 years of having blacks coming to DC to talk about nothing, to do nothing. And they spend money in the white folks' hotels. They ain't built a hotel yet. They know they're coming every year. Still ain't built a hotel. They eat in a white folk restaurant. They know they're coming every year. Why not have black food trucks outside selling soul food? They're gonna drink
I would eat that. I would eat soul food, yeah.
They're gonna drink the white man's drink all week while sitting around a bunch of women talking about
drink the white man's drink.
Yeah.
So what? Let me ask you a question. What the fuck? John is smoking the white man's weed and drinking the white man's drink. Do black people make Miller Lite? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Oh, god damn, this is low impact, low definition, low resolution, smoking the white man's weed, using the white man's YouTube on the white man's computer, drinking the white man's shitty beer. But he is literally being what he's talking about.
Ron's girl says she's going tonight, John. You gonna be there tonight, John?
We should have done a live stream together, Ron. But I was at the Marriott Marquis last night. It was a sad sight, CT. Real sad.
Blue Baggins with the $5 super chat. He owns Worldwide Tech. It's a private institution. There are no stakeholders. There is no board. Why are you just talking now? There is a board. Dude, are you insane, bro? Are you insane, Blue Baggins? Now I respect the super chat, but come on, bro. First of all, there are major stakeholders. Of course, we wouldn't know about it, but there are stakeholders, man, for that company, and there is.
Well, then,
director,
God damn it,
only hired white.
Okay. If we wouldn't know about it, then what are you, in on some secret? Motherfucker, you don't know either. Whoo, boy, I'm going to have to move
And
on
Asians
here pretty
on his
soon.
executive board. Come on, man. I rock with you, Blue Baggins, but don't be a smarty-yardy today. Don't be a smarty-yardy. John.
Yeah. Don't be contradicting me and trying to correct me. Don't make me keep moving the goalpost.
Are you familiar with Nucor?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
It's one of the largest steel manufacturers in America.
Now, my question is, why the fuck doesn't he go and look at Worldwide Technology? See, his racist argument is already planned out, apparently. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just about done with this shit.
Amazon, now the steel companies. Am I making this shit up?
Look at John drinking the white man's beer.
CT, man, you gotta play that video I sent you, man. Like,
Yeah, you can give it to me. Yeah, you can. I didn't get it from you in the email.
oh, oh, I texted to you.
Oh, okay.
I text you a few pictures and shit too, man.
Hey, CT, you know how these smarty arties, CT, let me tell you something. When you say you was finna fight, they dudes trying to fight you. Don't you know, based on what I've been saying,
call the police on that nigga.
Yeah, he was trying to fight you. Don't you know these smarty arty dudes been calling CPS on me because I've been trumping down on them?
Really?
Based on the stuff I just can't.
Now listen to this motherfucker. This dumbass is on every show on YouTube talking about all this bullshit and sharing his personal experience and not expecting a call from CPS. So the reason you don't have a family, maybe the only reason you have a family is because CPS is letting you. Dude, I just do not get it. Is irony dead? So this motherfucker is up talking about why can't black men build institutions? Is he blaming CPS for him not building an institution? He goes all over the internet. Do you not expect people to fucking call CPS on your dumb ass? Dude, you spend all your time on YouTube and you don't tend to your kids. That's why they're calling CPS.
CP office today. CPS
office. And by the way, Speak Radio, you need to go and look at JP and Hood Servative showed up on Nightish's early show. It was like round about 6 o'clock Eastern time or so. And Nightish handled business. He took on Hood Servative and JP. It was a spectacle. But besides that, maybe I ought to show it. But I'm just like, don't these three, or why the fuck do they not understand that they are being what they're describing? So we're talking institutions. So we go from Amazon and AI companies to CPS being called on Jay Prince for president. If that is not, and excuse my word, but I'm going to goddamn use it. If these three aren't the magi of niggerdom, I don't know what is. They are literally what they're describing. They are the magi, the three wise kings of niggerdom.
Was here yesterday. They've been trying to do, calling my job, got me terminated from like Chili's. Who out the band, right? They called a girl that I met on a bus. She said 30 people called her the moment I got off the bus within 10 minutes, men and women. 30, these smarty-arty niggas.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question. Why is he assuming it was black people who called? What is prompting him to think no white people called? Dude, this dude is severely limited. I swear he's on some spectrum. I don't know what spectrum, but he's on a spectrum.
That is interesting.
So it's not a shocking that this market trying to, because what you did was, what we doing is we thought
he's gonna blame the smarty arties, and no, white people would never call CPS on me. White people like me.
on piss in their face because they believed that when they went to school, they was gonna get smart and they was gonna get brave. They was gonna have all of this and all of that.
Yeah.
And when you show them that their whole life that they invested in is trash and they still at the bottom, they no different from me. I'm a little better. At least I'm free every day.
This is still dynamics. I'm pretty sure you've heard of this, JP. I know John's heard of it.
Mm.
Look at all these white folks. Look at all these white folks, man. So when you argue with a lot of blacks, man, like an Afro nerd or Dave, I'm not trying to defeat you, Dave. I'm not trying to defeat you, Afro nerd. I'm telling you the goddamn facts. I'm giving you industries right now. That's steel. We don't run the steel industry. Who runs it? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, John. Please go ahead.
Dude, your answer is in history. You might as well be asking, why didn't black people start the steel industry? You dumb motherfucker. This is so. I know. You know what? I'm getting frustrated just watching these people, and I know I need to stop watching. But goddamn,
man,
you know, I just wanna play victim for a little bit longer.
And then let's say, CT, man, I just want you to look at some of the pictures, like that video of that black woman. That video.
Now, see, this is premium John Galt. Now, he pops up on another man's channel and can't address the topic of the show. Man, I just want you to look at the pictures I just sent you. He just wants to get up there and change the topic and make it all about him. Dude, this is, I think CT, I assume CT knows what John is doing.
So that black woman, have mercy, 40-something years old.
He used to do,
go over it. And then
he used to
bring it up.
So
he used to do the same bullshit on my show. He would just pop up all drunk and high in the morning, get on there, and just wanted to change what I was talking about into the John Galt show. And that's just what he's trying to do now. Part of John Galt's problem is he literally does think he's the smartest Negro in America. So he can come up on another man's show and keep badgering him into changing the topic to what John Galt wants to talk about. This motherfucker can't even use his real name. He's so ashamed of black people. The name his mama gave him, he's too ashamed to use. And don't give me that bullshit about, oh, well, you got to protect yourself on YouTube. Motherfucker, if you're not crazy like JP, they're not going to be calling CPS on you.
I said, hey, why are you here to what event? She said, I'm looking for a man. And then she goes on and says, I wear gold teeth. I just didn't rock them.
Okay, motherfucker, what is wrong? What is wrong with you? Why not go look for a man at a congressional Black Caucus event? There might be some black men there who are successful. Dude, John Galt is just a fucking moron. He literally has to see the world through John Galt colored glasses, and they are colored. They're no black people in John Galt's vision of the world. They're only coloreds and good white folk. This motherfucker, I swear. You know what? I was gonna make an Alabama joke. Fred might be listening, so I better not.
In the night, and she like, showing her gold teeth, and me and my girl, we got gold. This 40-something-year-old woman, man, with gold teeth, bro. At the Congressional Black Caucus. This is what I'm saying. I've been going there for years, probably 20-something years, and it's getting progressively worse, getting progressively ghetto. It's representing probably more or less correlating with blacks in general, in that the events are reflecting blacks. It used to be a little bit more.
Hey, by the way, I just looking at my phone, I just got a news alert. The Sinclair Group, the original cause of this Jimmy Kimmel problem, because they own like 20% of the ABC affiliates. Guess what? They're bringing Jimmy Kimmel back tonight. And I think I know why. I have not even read the story, but I bet people were going, what the fuck? We want to see Jimmy Kimmel. So they're literally, now they're bringing Jimmy Kimmel back. So, Jimmy Kimmel won. Jimmy Kimmel won. Donald Trump 0 on this issue.
professional. Now it's like you see people walking around flip flops, old niggas with suits on, and it looks real bad. I gotta be honest with you.
Why are we like
Pull
this?
up.
Why are we like that? Like every motherfucker is like that.
Now you see what it is? That's a white hotel. That's a white hotel. Yeah, that's a white hotel.
Yeah, that's a white hotel.
We got some people in Georgia.
Now, what is this event for again?
This is the Congressional Black Ass Caucus.
Okay.
They come every year.
I get it now. Now this motherfucker he is at a bar outside doing street interviews. Motherfucker, why didn't you just say you were outside talking to people going in? See how these motherfuckers just cannot use the English language effectively. He's sitting out doing a usual low budget, low impact, half drunk street interview. Motherfucker, this is just so low budget. Just be who you are, John. You're drinking the white man's beer. You're sitting at the white man's bar outside the fucking white man's hotel drinking a white man drink. Dude, do these people have no sense of self?
Number the party now. It's turning to a party. See, that's all it is. It's always been that way, but now it's just more explicitly a party.
Yeah. Whereas before, the original intent was to do more connecting, networking for initiatives, etc. But now it's just like
okay, John.
What I think you really want.
John is fucking sitting. He's not inside the hotel. How the fuck does he know what's going on in there? Oh, yeah, you know what? Fucking Fred is always telling me, why do you bother with these motherfuckers? Yeah, you know that goddamn Fred has been right for about a damn near a year now.
Yeah.
So you see the events, the big time people, they just, the Hakeem Jeffries would be the big guy. You know where to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere. But
how the fuck do you know, dude? Hakeem Jeffries is in the White Hotel, you moron, and you're not.
Obama should have blown this event up. He lives here. I don't even know if he was a part of it. I haven't seen his name being mentioned anywhere. But they can't harness what they should be able to harness. They got some political power. That's really all they have. But they can't turn it over into.
all right, why are we like this globally?
Now you see what it is? That's a white hotel. That's a white hotel. Yeah, that's a white hotel, CT.
Audience want to know what type of. We got some people in Georgia.
Now, what is this event for again?
This is the Congressional Black Ass Caucus.
The Congressional Black Caucus.
They come every year. This is the number of the party now. It's turning to a party, CT. That's all it is. It's always been that way, but now it's just more explicitly a party.
Yeah. Whereas before, the original intent was to do more connecting, networking for initiatives, etc. But now it's just like a party.
Honestly, what I think it really was more like political, but I think they're losing their political clout. So you see the events, the big time people, they just, the Hakeem Jeffries would be the big guy. You know where to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere, but that name ain't out there. The Obama should have blown this event up. He lives here. I don't even know if he was a part of it. I haven't seen his name.
This is abso-fucking-lutely crazy. Why would Obama be at a Congressional Black Caucus event? What's in it for him? See, this motherfucker, these guys are so anti-black racist that they can't even fucking think critically. What does Obama have to do with the Congressional Black Caucus? And better than that, how does John know? He is literally sitting outside the White Hotel. He has no clue what's going on in there or who is there, but he's pretending that he does.
They ain't being mentioned anywhere, but they can't harness what they should be able to harness. They got some political power. That's really all they have, but they can't turn it over into any kind of economic power there. And you'll see the type of people that are there. This is the first.
I'll play some of it. Just here we go. I'll play some of it. Guys, get the likes up, share the video, guys. Here we go. So all right, I'm gonna play it.
People enjoy.
By the way, that motherfucker took a gun into a federal building. Why the fuck would they let him in?
Georgia, they're probably close to you guys. Yeah, we got my man Tyrone Sly. He's from Georgia. Hey, Tyrone Sly. Hey, so tell us.
Should I go out in the video?
Actually. I think she's cute. John ought to be getting her number instead of fucking mocking her.
It ain't long. You start out here.
You know, it's always a topic of conversation.
Okay.
What type of men do you like?
I like educated men.
Take out all the education.
I like
She was there to get a man.
Yeah, literally. So John starts the goddamn conversation about what kind of man do you like? And then he wants to just fucking see, people let John Galt lead them on this shit, and she doesn't know John Galt. So you know what? She doesn't know what she's getting into. But as soon as she says an educated man, look at John. Oh, no. Throw out the education part. See, dude, yeah, this dude is a fucking anti-black snake.
Yeah, I think is that the first of the video? Is that the beginning of the video? Because as soon as I think one of the first
motherfucker, it's your video. You tell us.
It may be at the beginning, the absolute beginning.
No. What we saw is you broaching the subject of what kind of man. What kind of man do you like, John? You're the one who brought up the topic. That part he can't seem to figure out.
Sit down for a minute. Hey, where I look at you?
You see, she got the Gucci. Look at that Gucci. Did you see that Gucci CT?
No, yeah, she got.
Oh,
we
just
went
so
to
nice.
park, and then it was a little dead, so we came here.
Say what?
We went to park, but it was a little dead.
Nah, I know the park wasn't dead. That's my club right there.
So she said, I just went to the club. It's a 40-something-year-old woman, CT.
Yeah.
Went to like a club where be a little hood.
So what? So what? She didn't say what kind of club it was, motherfucker. When I lived in Savannah last, Sunday nights down on Bull Street, believe it or not, was kind of a party night. And this particular club owner had two clubs. There was one for the young folks where you could wear jeans or, whatever was in fashion. And then across the street for the older set, they had a dress code in there. Like you had to basically have a jacket and tie if you were a man to even get in there. See, John only knows one type of club. The motherfucker just doesn't know shit. He wants to pretend to be all worldly and shit. He has no clue what kind of club. He just thinks it's the club. Sad. And what's wrong with the 40-year-old? The motherfucker, you're 50 out on a goddamn in the middle of the night, fucking drinking and doing street interviews. Why is a 50-year-old not with his kids? Why is a 50-year-old a fucking weed smoking, beer drinking, fucking baby daddy? Why aren't you home with your kids at 50? But see, no one ever asked John these questions. Well, I did, but it would just fucking piss him off.
There's some educated people there. So that's what she wanted. There's no place better to go. At least he's black owned. Fair enough. Or whatever he is, but he's not white. So there's that. To keep you going, she's going to tell you what she's there for.
Would she have worn a black woman's belt?
Probably Beyonce belt or something like that.
Oh, Beyonce. Right. Oh, yeah. Right. But would she have worn a black woman's belt that's not pushed by white? Because Beyonce is really pushed by the white.
No, I don't think she would have done that.
Okay. All right, here we go.
When is the last time? Because a lot of people in this chat watch CT's show and John's show, I would imagine. When is the last time you heard either one of these motherfuckers say something positive about anything black other than complimenting themselves. Like John Galt, I am that N-word, or I got that dope. And then CT just called himself a journalist. What happens? And you know what? Fucking JP, we know who his favorite black person is. That's obvious.
Let's hear her out real quick, guys. Get the likes up, guys. Happy Friday. We're having a chill day.
You got everything.
What's
man.
up,
She talks
humble
about the
president?
gold teeth and everything. It's very short.
Oh, she has a gold tooth.
She gonna show it. Listen, I ain't gonna.
What?
I ain't gonna run for
Thursday night. Thursday night.
We're trying to figure it's my first Black caucus, so we're trying to figure out where to go.
Oh, okay, okay.
What about you? What you got going on?
Where you from?
From Atlanta.
ATL shouted. You're a little baby.
Now look at this motherfucker just egging it on. The blackest person in this interview apparently is John Galt. Who from ATL, shorty? What the fuck is all that?
Be fan of Young Thug.
How big is this woman? She's
Now this motherfucker is shucking and jiving, yet he doesn't talk about his own behavior.
about 6 foot or something.
She ain't small, but
Yeah,
she ain't like no big ass. There's some big ones there, but she ain't like too oversized. She's got some height.
So this your first caucus? Okay. What made you come this year?
I came to meet men.
She did say that. So she didn't come to
off the break.
So she didn't come to
off the break. The biggest YN at that table was John Galt, and the biggest YN on this segment of CT's show is John Galt, a 50-year-old weed smoking baby daddy who has time on a Thursday night to come out and do shit like this instead of being with his kids. And he gets mad when I used to point this shit out. Like, nobody gives a fuck about any of this, John. Why aren't you at home?
did say that. So she didn't come to
off the break.
So she didn't come to network, put herself in a position where she can be around I'm assuming congressmen and congresswomen. She came there to meet men. Go ahead.
Off the break.
Okay.
And that's what you see. You see it in YouTube. Listen, CT, I'm tell you. So I interviewed another one. I ain't clipped it up yet. Yeah, I ain't like shielding nobody. But the people.
I encourage everyone in the chat, just pay attention to John's head movements. This motherfucker is out of his goddamn mind. This motherfucker is either so high or so drunk or just like getting weird in his old age. His head movements are odd.
In the audience, be like, JP could pull her. JP could pull. If you go back and look at it, you can pull up, and if you scroll through, you'll see the comment on the screen. Niggas, JP wasn't nowhere to be found, and JP was like, JP could pull her. That's what they were saying. They didn't say I could pull her. Them niggas were saying JP could pull. Now, if you scroll toward the end, she's gonna start pull up her phone, and she can be like, look at my gold teeth. And she look.
If she gonna look at it, she know she want to get on that camera, girl. You know you want to sit out and get on that camera. You want to say bye, Tyrone. Yeah, talk to me.
Bye, Tyrone.
Look at Tyrone slap.
You
What kind of music? I listen to trap music.
No, goddamn, CT, I forgot that. Oh, CT, you heard that.
You see that fucking little jig he did? Ooh, that got him. And by the way, I think she's cute. We may not have the same aesthetic, but you know what? I'd talk to her.
That's Tyrone.
Look at Tyrone
So
slap.
see, John,
I listen to trap music.
Goddamn, CT.
John would rather fucking make fun. Dude, you're not married, John, obviously, and I'm sure you want to create, you need some more baby daddy chillins. You need to be talking to her instead of mocking her.
Say bye, Tyrone. Yeah, talk about
Bye, Tyrone.
Look at Tyrone slap.
You
What
was
kind of music?
terrible,
I listen to trap music.
Ty,
no, hey, goddamn, CT, I forgot that. Oh, CT, you heard that. That nigga. Woo, CT.
And she listens to trap music.
Hey, what did JP say? Who's hey? Hold on, JP. What did JP just said 5 minutes ago? Y'all smarty, all these niggas ain't creating nothing. It's the hood niggas that's creating, and they just created some music that she listened to at 45 minutes. That's what he said. He just said it. He just
trap
said it.
music in her 40s.
40, yes, have mercy.
You know what? Y'all want to act like John Galt. I caught a little whiff of his show the other day. He was sitting there. I think he was reviewing what's her name? I think it was God damn it. Who's the Dominican chick? Cardi B. He was literally sitting there reacting to a video of her twerking on his own show. So, motherfucker, you are a 50-year-old baby daddy reacting to twerking videos, but a 40-year-old, and I'm assuming she's not married, unattached. I don't get why the little monkey dance was necessary. The hood niggas are doing all the creative work. Well, the one thing I know they're not doing is creating families. And John Galt, you are the king of the hood. You're not creating families either. So the whole topic of CT's show is institutions. And as far as I know, family is an institution. So these guys are literally low impact right now. I just cannot figure out what the fuck they think they're accomplishing. And you know what? It's entertainment, especially for CT and John Galt's type of audience. But, you know, they want to ask all these big questions and then they answer with a fucking weed cigarette in their mouth. John Galt can't even take the time to take the fucking unlit cigarette out of his mouth to give a cogent response. He has to talk with the shit between his lips. And this motherfucker is 50 years old.
She said that. That's what she said on screen.
Nigga be like, he told her to say that.
I got
well, divorcee. Why can't a divorcee listen to trap music? I'm trying to figure that out. What do you want her to be? I bet your lovely lady Lisa listens to trap when you're not there, and you aren't there most of the time.
He went to see Jeezy in Dallas. This is why we don't. This is the perfect example, John, why we don't control industries, man. We're like children. The blacks are like.
CT, look at these fucking niggas talking about John trying to fuck nigga.
Hey, Sugar Bum, if you think this is bad, you should hear how he talks about his tenants. He better pray someone doesn't ever, they call CPS on JP. They better hope that none of John Galt's tenants ever get a whiff of how he talks about them. That motherfucker won't be a landlord much longer after that.
But see, John, why would a 40-something-year-old woman step foot in a Jeezy concert? She said Jeezy, right?
Rewind it. T.I. She like trap. Look.
Isn't T.I. over 40? You guys are fucking morons. T.I. is over 40. So why wouldn't a 40-year-old woman? Why wouldn't a 40-year-old woman go to a over 40-year-old rapper? These guys, literally, they are so fucking anti-black racist that good thinking, critical thinking just fucking gets, kicked to the curb. They get drunk and then they get all, I hate blacks. Man, this is a spectacle and not a good spectacle.
Ross girl said she saw Jeezy in Baltimore. Nigga.
Living that thug life, man. Once a woman get with a thug, they get addicted to it.
We just be like, no, I don't want to do it.
Is she gonna look at it? She know she want to get on that camera, girl. You know you want to sit down and get on that camera. You want to say bye, Tyrone. Yeah, talking to me, Mike. Bye, Tyrone. Look at Tyrone slap.
Real quick, Ogun with the $5 super chat. John calling it the Congressional Black Ass Caucus is wild, bro. Second, what happened to 777? There we go. Thank you so much.
I kicked 777's ass. That's what happened to him.
Nigga, I got one
I
for
like
you.
T.I. I like Jeezy. I went to see Jeezy in Dallas in
Nigga, I
August.
told nigga, I got it. Hey, you, and honestly, you'd be perfect for my man Ty. Y'all would get along great.
Come on, follow me on Instagram.
What's your Instagram? Tell me your Instagram one time.
At Shop Prop Culture. That's SHOPPROPCULTURE.
Look, I'm out here making love connection.
I see you.
This is the Congressional Black Caucus.
This is the main. This is the lobby of the Marriott Marquis. You got.
Okay, so it's not the Congressional Black Caucus, you fucking moron. It's the lobby. And she wasn't. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Dude, and it's at night. I'm guessing the serious stuff happens during the day. Apparently, they just think, they think, this congressional, whatever it is they do, needs to go on 24 hours. If you've ever been to any sort of convention, it's wild, man. Especially at night. These guys are just, I think they're kind of slow.
Go back to show what she showed them gold teeth, nigga. She pull her phone up. She like,
hold on, let me
be rocking these golds at these bitches.
I'll go back here.
She like, and then she show her girl. She like, me and my girl rock the golds. She pulled up the camera.
I'm not here to network. I'm here to meet men.
You here to meet man? Ain't no network. You just want your man. Okay, if you.
So John Galt is way more animated than this woman. What the fuck is up with this? Is he losing his mind? She is a lot less animated than John Galt. And apparently I can't really see, but I don't see any gold teeth. So she showed him a picture. This isn't making sense.
Bro, man. And so how is that been?
Stop, CT. What kind of bro man you think she wants?
Now, see, this is classic John Galt. Now, he took CT way off the topic, and now the show is talking about what John Galt wants to talk about. And this is why he and I would often bump heads. Motherfucker, you don't come up to my show. I don't give a fuck if it's your channel. My show is my show. You come up to my show and try and change the topic to what you want to talk about. I'll end this motherfucker now, and you can start up a show and talk about what you want to talk about. Okay, and this bullshit, CT needs to fucking nip this in the bud. But for some reason, he wants to defer to John Galt. John Galt used to fucking do this on my show all the time. And that's probably what really started the bitterness. I wouldn't let him do it. I'm like, motherfucker, I'll shut it down and you can start one, but I don't want to talk about this. That part you'll never hear from Galt. I don't like my fucking agenda disturbed, least of all by some fucking racist like John Galt. Wait till I'm done, goddammit.
She wants a hood guy. I've heard, dude, I went to college, man. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I would say, listen, when I was in college, that was a long time ago, Jay. I was in college in 2003. I went to state college, so you're not really going to get the best of the best. It's not an Ivy, but I'm going to give Ivy students a different leeway, but state college students, black girls, 90% of them want the hood dudes. I'm not gonna lie to you. They used to bring hood dudes on campus. Yeah,
we got a hood nigga right here. We got a hood nigga right here.
I used to go around like that.
Now, see, these are three people who are anti-black blacks. They want to talk about how horrible black culture is. The title of the show is Why Haven't Black Men Built Institutions? So obviously that's some sort of culture argument. But now they want to glorify hood culture. In CT, Lord knows he goes in on hood culture and all this shit, but look at him just fucking clowning along with these two. Consistency is key, and I think the reason these three black gentlemen can't create institutions is because they are led by their audience. They are on some form of spectrum. I don't know what kind of spectrum they're on, but consistency is key. And none of these gentlemen are consistent with their message. It's one day, you know, I'm a software developer and I want to do a show about, you know, software developing, and then the next show is like hood culture and hood people are the only creators in the black community. It's just fucking inconsistency, and it can get confusing. It definitely confused people like me. I like a little consistency in my life.
Why y'all be these niggas don't I'm not gonna lie.
You said all the time, right? You notice how these smarty artists, they got cars, they got money, they got all of this stuff, right? And they on the internet. The internet is show you what you made of, right? This is the show when you come on.
Oh my
God!
God!
Show what you made.
Okay, really? The internet is the measure of what you're made of? Oh shit, that's literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard JP say. For a motherfucker who's been in the military or the Navy, hearing some fucking punk, some baby daddy punk say the internet, so the internet is his boot camp? What do you have to say to that, Black Knight? This motherfucker thinks the internet is the measure of the man. God damn.
What you represent, right? And here, all these dudes, they did everything the right way. They ain't never been to prison, jail. They had a mama and daddies. They got degrees. They speak proper English, and yet nobody chases after them. Nobody don't care to have them on their panel. But when JP come under this motherfucker,
let me ask you this, Jay. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that maybe the reasons why we don't build institutions is because of the black woman to a degree?
So these people, so the question is the black woman why there are no black institutions? And dude, maybe the reason that there are no black engineers is because look, that's not gonna work. Dude, JP thinks that these people are inviting him on their panels because they want an audience, and this particular type of audience wants to see the new Charleston White. Apparently there are always going to be more people at the circus than will be attending, you know, a fucking engineering class. These guys are so fucking just, man, I don't. Before I got on the internet, I didn't even know this type of shit existed. And to be honest, I think I was happier when I was ignorant.
No. You can say that.
Yeah, they are consistent about that hating black
You
folk.
trying to say that black women follow under the thugs?
For example, right?
Like,
give me an example. Let's say there's a guy who says, "Babe, like that chick right there, the one who was talking to John. Babe, she meets a smarty arty guy who says, you know, I'm in metallurgy, yada yada yada. I want to create a steel company. Me and my guys,
Metal.
you know,
Oh
we're
wait,
gonna work hard.
hold it.
And
This
Dave, come with
motherfucker.
me.
This motherfucker thinks that metallurgy, dude. See, this is what I mean. I'm into metallurgy, and I want to, motherfucker. Have you ever heard of something called engineering? Ooh, ooh, boy.
And then she's talking, you know, females talking to 3 different dudes. She's talking to another guy, a street dude, the guy she's talking about. You think she's gonna pick the street guy over the guy who
Yeah,
has been building a steel company?
Yeah, the dude that's building a steel company, he's gonna drop that pussy so damn quick. See, here's the thing: women, and when you see, y'all don't understand women. Women like to feel.
But why would
Women,
white women
if y'all wish to say,
well, let me ask you this: why would a white woman choose the industrialist? Why would she choose the guy that's going to be, you know, he's into
for a safety net, white women don't care about that type of guys neither, though.
Oh, really?
White women would choose the bad boy of that race. White women is no different. So
the bad boys of their race don't control shit, but that's
the bad boys in any race is going to be more solidified to the woman, right? So although they will, now white women do got more sense, they will choose the smarty arty guy, but they would treat him like daddy, like father. He's a father figure. He gonna make sure her bills is paid. But she.
Where did JP get all this knowledge about white women? This is just fucking. This motherfucker probably watched a couple rom-coms or some shit, and now he knows everything.
Gonna go cheat on when she want to be slutty. She coming to the gangsters for that of that race. She just she gonna be like I see it all the time where this white woman, she got a man that's paying all the bills. He got a good job. I got a video of a black woman that's married to a white man. They stay in the rich part of the city, right? In another city. She been fucking. He do Uber on the side, right? And he came up. He came and picked me up. She told me to send an Uber to the house to pick her up. He was out doing Ubering. He came to the house because I ordered the Uber to pick her up. He came to the house and she answered the door. Now realizing the Uber, she was getting an Uber to come to fuck me. Her man, I got it all recorded. Right?
Oh, you do?
Her man.
Can you show it? Can you pull it up
yes.
for us? Okay, hold on. Okay, put it up for us, and then I'll. Can you send it to me? Can you?
Let me look for it.
All right, I got you.
I'm gonna email it to you. You react to it.
Yeah, please email it.
I'm gonna email it to you. Then you react to it.
Yeah.
I got her. She the one start me a pregnancy test.
Yeah.
Her white guy who's gave her a place to stay for her and her kids. He take good care of her and her kids. He gave them a big house to live in.
Yeah.
And yet she called an Uber. She said, "Send an Uber over here." I got the message. Send an Uber over here. Hold on. I think I can show you the message right quick. I sent the message. I sent the Uber, and her dude pull up the house that she living in to pick her up. She made a quick move.
Yeah. Already told us that part, JP. Thank you.
I still end up getting the pussy, right? Still. We just said she told me to delete that one and reorder another because he's gonna go because he Uber.
Give me with the $5 super chat. Salute to you. Give me positivity. Women want something they can fix. It is the material instincts kick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unless people actually want to watch this, I've had enough. And might have had enough of YouTube for the day. This is some announcement that DeSantis made. It's time late, but I'm interested what announcement he would be making. Hopefully, he's found those detainees that are missing. There's some missing detainees from Alligator Alcatraz.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge the attack that happened in Dallas this week at our ICE facility and acknowledge the fact that
acknowledge that it happened?
as well as the law enforcement officers that responded to the scene and acted heroically to continue to save more detainees' lives, as we've seen footage come out in the recent days, but also working with the FBI throughout this investigation as we release more information to the American people. So with that being said, I want to acknowledge why we're here today. Today, we're here to announce a historic agreement with the state of Florida, a 287G program that started on January 20th, thanks to President Trump. After the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, we
Yeah,
are
you
able
got to
to
always mention
historic
Trump's
funding
name
into our
by the
287G
second or third
officers.
sentence,
This is
if
funding
not
that
the
can go
first.
straight to equipment, to the work that's being done out on the street, and to other supplies and resources that our officers need. The state of Florida has truly put up historic numbers of support for our 287G program, with over 4,700 officers statewide executing arrests on criminally illegal aliens, to include a Mexican citizen that was arrested by the Highway Patrol for DUI, battery, disorderly conduct, and the list goes on, including a Polk County arrest of somebody convicted of fraud over $20,000, including had been removed from the United States more than 3 times. We also have a list of arrests here for Mexican citizens, including possession of methamphetamines, burglary, resisting arrest. We have Venezuelans with a list of drug paraphernalia and large amounts of drugs in their possessions. We've had misuse of passports, fraud, misrepresenting themselves, concealing of dangerous weapons, and the list goes on and on. But then to Governor DeSantis's commitment to the people of Florida, we truly have a historic partnership, a partnership that we don't see anywhere else nationwide, a partnership that has made it a priority to make sure that President Trump's immigration policies and enforcement is enforced every single day. And I always remind people that the men and women of ICE enforce immigration law as it's written. They all go out every day to remove the worst of the worst from the streets of America. That's gang members, murderers, rapists, and the people of Florida are grateful for the work that Governor DeSantis, his state troopers, sheriffs, and everyone statewide continue to do on a daily basis. And so today we're going to announce funding that was able to go to the state and local law enforcement officers that will affect their bottom line and help them with more equipment, more transparency, and be able to affect immigration law nationwide. This is a partnership that we're here to brag about, a partnership that Governor DeSantis has made a priority, so that way we can let everyone know how important it is to be a part of our 287G program. This program not only goes after targeted criminal aliens, but it also goes out and looks for the unaccompanied minors who crossed the border in the previous administration. We know that we have over 100,000 to 500,000 minors who cross the border, and we are looking for those minors every single day, and we have worked to locate those nationwide. But in the state of Florida, we've seen a huge partnership with that, and I'm grateful for the state to be able to make that a priority and work with us. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Governor DeSantis, who's been a huge supporter of the men and women of ICE, who has had our back throughout this entire process, but also has gone out and done the work that's necessary for the American people and for the people of Florida to keep safe. Governor DeSantis.
Thank you.
Can the folks in the chat, does DeSantis think he's going to be president or has a chance to be president in 2028? I can't figure out what's in it for him other than, just, hey, it's DeSantis.
Well, thank you, Deputy Director. Welcome to Tallahassee. There'll be a lot of folks here watching TV tonight to see Florida State against Virginia. And I can tell you, if they take care of business, next weekend is going to be wild here. It'll be undefeated Miami coming in, and probably the most significant game we have had in this state in a long time. I see JD, our lottery secretary.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
In the glory days, and like last year, every time he'd see me, just
Like
shake
he
his
ever
head
played
because, what's
football.
up? But the year before was great. So people are really excited about that.
I think he actually did play baseball, though.
And next weekend will be pretty crazy here in the Sunshine State. I also, just because this is the type of guy I am, I do want to wish our First Lady a happy wedding anniversary, because that's our 16th anniversary today. Last year was 15. That's a pretty pretty big milestone. And so I had all this great stuff planned. I mean, I really was planning something great. And those plans got interrupted by a young lady named Helene who came screaming down the west coast of Florida. And that was really difficult.
No,
We
he's
had to
not
deal with Mr.
ex-military.
Milton after that. And
Oh,
so
wait,
that
hold it.
was
You know what?
one of the
Actually,
things
he
we
is. He was a
were,
Navy lawyer.
that we weren't able to do. So, so happy 16th anniversary to Florida's First Lady, my wife, Casey. We love you. And I also want to thank everybody who's here. I see a lot of folks here in attendance who are working very hard on this. Mark Glass from FDLE has leaned in tremendously. They were right there with Director Kerner signing a 287G agreement literally on day one. As soon as DHS was in place under Donald Trump, they were ready, willing, and able to do that and step up. And I think they've really, our state agencies have really led the way on so many of this stuff. I also see our Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ngolia. I want to thank him for what he's doing. He's helping within the confines of his office on the illegal immigration issue, but he, as a senator, really helped draft the legislation that we've put in place over these years that makes Florida the most effective state in offering support for the Trump administration in this really, really important mission. You may see him out and about now. He's tussling with some of these local politicians about, you know, do you need to spend this much? Why not reduce people's property taxes? And I know people want to see a lot of relief on that. I also see Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management. Now they're doing great stuff with some of the processing and detention leading into deportation efforts, both Alligator Alcatraz as well as the deportation depot. I know they're working on a Panhandle Pokey, and who knows what else after that. If it can be mission critical, we want to be helpful. But the fact that he's here today means that we haven't seen any violent change in Invest 94, because I told him, I said, you know, they say it's not going to hit us, but I just, you know, so he's monitoring that, and obviously we'll be monitoring that going forward. So, and there's other people here doing great stuff. So many great sheriffs throughout the state of Florida. I think it's really appropriate that we're here at the Florida Sheriff's Association. I mean, Kerner was just down in Brevard County with Sheriff Ivey. You know, they got like 400 in a 4-day operation, 400 illegal aliens that were arrested and will be processed out of this country. Just incredible cooperation, local, state, and federal. So I'm glad that Florida stepped up for the 287G. I'm glad we imposed a legal duty, and the Attorney General was quarterbacking this as the chief of staff in my office when we did the special session. But the reality is, you know, we do have a lot of folks that would want to be helpful. But when you have that duty, we say, here's the standard, all hands on deck. This is mission critical. That has been really important. And other states, I think, could learn a lot by what Florida's done in that situation. But when we've done all this stuff, you know, it's funny because you'll have people in the media, they never talk about how much money is being spent on liberal initiatives. It's just like, you never want to mention that, right? But on anything with immigration, it's like, oh, how much does that cost? This, that, and the other thing. And the reality is, and what we said from the beginning is, this is supporting an important federal mission. These things like the detention facilities and stuff, you know, those are going to be reimbursable. Our sheriffs are going to be able to get reimbursement. Our state agencies are going to be reimbursement. And some people tried to say that that wasn't going to happen. And I think today with these checks, this is just the beginning. It's showing we're stepping up, doing the right thing. We're putting our folks through the proper training. We're doing all this, but we have a great working relationship with both the Trump administration writ large, but particularly DHS and ICE, and they're doing what they said that they would do to be able to support all these agencies. And so the mission continues on this. I think we've got a lot of momentum. I mean, I was just able to visit the deportation depot within the last few weeks, I think, and the cadence of flights has picked up there. The cadence down at Alligator Alcatraz has picked up. And I said from the beginning, I don't want to be like, you know, the New York City model was take somebody here illegally, pay for them to be housed in a luxury hotel indefinitely. We don't want that. We want ICE has to go through process. And so we can be helpful for the processing, staging, and then provide them a pathway to be able to return the illegal aliens to their home country. And so that's what we're doing. And we, of course, won in court on Alligator Alcatraz. I know they're going to keep filing lawsuits on anything we do, but we're very confident that we're going to continue to be in the right on all of that. So thanks a lot. It's really been a great effort. And I can tell you, with the leadership that we have at ICE, with Tom Homan being there, all the different things, and obviously President Trump's vision and policy that he set out at the beginning, the difference between where we're dealing with in 2025 compared to 21, 22, 23, 24, I mean, it couldn't be more stark. We were in a situation where ICE was getting no support from the White House under Joe Biden as president. There were illegal aliens released based on administration policy. You know, we had people that were victimized by criminal aliens because of the lax attitude, well, actually the intentional attitude of the Biden administration. Times have changed. This is an important mission. You have all hands on deck, and we want to make sure that coming to America is done lawfully. We want to make sure that our borders matter and that the laws of our state are upheld. And the final thing I'm going to say is this. Florida is not Portland. If you think you can go and launch attacks against ICE agents in this state, you got another thing coming. We will hold you accountable very swiftly and very severely. The people that are working for ICE are being charged with enforcing the laws of the United States of America. You know, we have a process where if you don't like those laws, you can elect people that will try to change those. But what you don't do is take the matters into your own hands and launch attacks against people that are simply doing their job. And I was here for the 4 years when the border was left open, laws weren't being enforced. They never changed the law. They never actually delivered. They wanted an amnesty, but they never did it in law. It was a de facto amnesty because they knew if they campaigned on that, they would lose even worse. And so the American people have spoken. They want the border enforced, and they want interior enforcement of the laws of this land. And that's what the men and women who work for DHS are doing with our support. It's an important mission, but it's a mission that flows from the laws that are in place in this country and the election results that occurred in November of 2024. So we stand with the folks who are wearing the uniform. We are not going to tolerate any of this that you see in some of these other jurisdictions. And so just be forewarned, if you want to take a pot shot at an ICE agent or any law enforcement, you are going to have severe consequences. And one of the fellows that will be responsible for ensuring that the state continues that is our Attorney General. James Uthmeyer has done as much in a short period of time as anyone I can remember who's been serving in that office. And of all the issues that he's tackled, and there have been very many, I don't think you have an Attorney General anywhere in the country that's been more strong on helping advance President Trump's agenda on securing our border and making sure our immigration laws are enforced. And so it's an honor for me to be able to bring him up to the podium now.
Oh, this
Thank you, Governor.
motherfucker.
Florida is all in.
This motherfucker is the biggest redneck. Well, he's the most educated Jethro in Florida.
Once and for all, and to detain as many illegal immigrants as possible and get them back where they came from. All of our agencies working with all of our state law enforcement, all of our sheriffs, and that only happens because of the leadership of Governor DeSantis at the top. The tone is set. We have our orders, and we're going to carry them out. We will deliver for the Trump administration. It's amazing what happens when you enable law enforcement to actually enforce the laws. We've got record crime lows here in Florida. They keep getting lower, and it's because we get it. If you support law enforcement, if you give them the tools they need to be successful, and then let them go do their job, they will protect our families and they will keep us safe. Just last week in Polk County, we announced over 240 arrests in a human trafficking child predator sting, and 48 of those arrested were illegal immigrants. 48. Every week we have one of these stings, whether it's drug trafficking, human trafficking, and there's always a large number of people that are illegal immigrants. And it shows, it highlights the dangers that came in through the open border, the large amounts of crime that came in through the open border. Now, not everybody is malicious that's here illegally. I get that. And to those people, I say, take the federal government up on their offer, the $1,000 and the free flight back to where you came from, where you remain eligible to come into this country lawfully. And for those out there that are evil, that are malicious, here in Florida, we're coming for you. Now to our leadership at ICE, thank you. It's been a great partnership. Reiterate what the governor said. If anybody out there is trying to intimidate, threaten, or obstruct the ability.
Okay, is it me or is this a non-announcement? They just basically are saying, "Hey, if you try and attack an ICE detention center in Florida, you got another thing coming?" Or did I miss something?
For federal law enforcement partners to do their job. We will be watching and we will hold you accountable. We launched a partnership with our state police and ICE, where if people are doxing or revealing personal information about these federal agents or their families, we're going to be there and we're going to hold you accountable. That is against the law. And by God, if you injure or attempt to target one of these officers, we will prosecute you to the absolute fullest. So I conclude by thanking our law enforcement. We've got the best state law enforcement, the best sheriffs in the country. They work together every day to make this the safest state to raise a family. It's been an honor to have their backs. Our highway patrol is up and down the state. You see them on the side of the road. You see them doing the Lord's work, enforcing the law, and it's an honor to support them. So with that, I'll introduce Director Dave Kerner that oversees the highway patrol.
General, thank you for that introduction. And given my present company, there's really not much more that I can add to this dialogue, but I do want to take a moment because there's a part of my job and my responsibilities that I cherish, and that's being a part of this initial effort in the state of Florida to lead the nation in immigration enforcement. And that is happening because of the leadership of our governor, who's been the tip of the spear, leadership of our president, and just incredible partners at ICE, at DHS as a whole, Border Patrol. The governor mentioned that I just returned 2 hours ago. The colonel and I were on the ground in Brevard County with Sheriff Wayne Ivey. We apprehended over 400 legal immigrants in 4 days. It wasn't just state troopers, it was agriculture officers, Colonel, excellent job, ABT agents, secretary doing amazing work. It's FWC on the coastline doing their mission. It's FDLE targeting these criminal illegal aliens and going and grabbing them out of their places of work or home, wherever they're at. A lottery was out there with us. It was an amazing experience. But I say all that to say that we cherish the opportunity to be a part of the creation of this amazing program. It is working. We did 404 days. The Florida Highway Patrol alone probably eclipsed 5,000 since March of this year. When we go back and look at the numbers, it's probably going to be over 5,000 as of today. Department of Financial Services, special agents were out there with us as well, Mr. CFO, and we appreciate their contribution. Our commitment to this mission is sincere. We have created a full-time immigration enforcement unit in the Florida Highway Patrol, perhaps the first one at a state or local level in the nation. But what was astounding and amazing to the colonel and myself was how many troopers applied to be in those 20 positions. I believe it was over 100 or more applied. It's because they believe in the mission so much that they want to do it full time. Nearly 2,000 of our troopers are 287G certified, but we have a core passionate group because they see what this epidemic has done to our communities. They see what it's done to the quality of life. They've seen what it's done to officer safety and the safety of our families. And so we're very serious about this mission. Our troopers are starting to experience doxing as well, and we're going to start seeing that throughout the entire state and local law enforcement space. Director, Deputy Director, our commitment to you, and Garrett knows this, Garrett Ripa, the Field Office Director, we have your backs 1,000%. We will stand with and by your agents and your officers every day, and we're honored to do it. The only way that we were able to apprehend so many people in such a short amount of time is because of the partnership with the Florida Highway Patrol and our state law enforcement and our local county sheriffs and the Department of Homeland Security. We work as one team, and this model is really becoming very effective here in the state of Florida. We hope, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody in this room, we hope to see other states adopt this posture in immigration enforcement. And then the final point that I'd make, especially with the CFO here, with the Florida Agency for Financial Oversight, we are honored, deeply honored to receive, I think it's $13.6 million today on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol, not just because we can use those funds to make our operations safer and more effective, but that it's an investment in the right thing, and it's a recognition from the president, from you, from the Department of Homeland Security, that we are doing a good job in the state of Florida, and we're honored to be on the team. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's my honor to.
Well, I mean, that's kind of his resting state, DiCapriona.
Agency alone, as I understand, over
It's his resting bitch face.
from the front.
Resting miserable bitch face. And I'm still trying to figure out what the special announcement is. Maybe somebody can help me. That they're catching a lot of people. If this is a press conference, I hope someone asks him where are those missing people from Alligator Alcatraz. They moved a bunch of people, and all of a sudden there's some people they can't find. Lawyers are looking for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Governor, Deputy Secretary, AG Director, our Executive Director from the FSA. I'll be honest with you. I had a notebook here where my entire staff, Logan, worked on prepared statements. If you know who Rob Arwick is and how we do law enforcement in St. Johns County, it's a waste of time reading it to you. I'm going to tell you from the heart of what is going on in the state of Florida. And I'm going to tell other states to pay attention because it starts right here. For us to stand side by side because we're missing people that are standing shoulder to shoulder with me. This colonel right here, this CFO right here, this FDLE man right here, our FDEM director right here. We stand shoulder to shoulder in the state of Florida. And Governor, it starts with you, sir. We got directions from the President of the United States to move forward with the mess that we had going on. That
It starts with you, resting bitch face.
We rolled our sleeves up in the great state of Florida, and all 67 sheriffs, no matter what your political background was, your race, creed, color, religion, sexual orientation, age, we stood side by side with the governor of the great state of Florida and said, we are all in, ma'am. We're all in 287G program. I think as of today, 4,700 law enforcement officers in the state currently hold what they call a DIO status, designated immigration officer. That's our partnership and commitment. But what we also did, sir, was we stepped up with our federal partners and said, you're going to reimburse us. We've heard that a lot of times, Deputy Secretary, before the President of the United States was current in office, and the governor supported us financially over the years because we never could wait for any more funding. We just drove forward with the mission. But ma'am, you have stepped up, and a lot of these agencies, I know it's not you, it's you and your amazing team, but we have got paid over the last 4 days, 3 or 4 days, with more coming in. The deputy or director says $13 million for our troopers, unfunded liability. But that's exactly what happened. But as we work together on this mission is not over. We're at the beginning of a long journey together. Our law enforcement officers are being threatened, shot at in the state of Texas, trying to murder us. We're not backing down in the state of Florida. I recommend the other states take a picture of what's going on today. Our governor stands behind us. The deputy secretary of ICE stands with us. Our CFO, our commissioner of agriculture, our AG's office. We stand shoulder to shoulder in the great state of Florida. So here's to my brothers and sisters.
Is that like the cop equivalent of hazardous duty pay? That's what it sounds like to me.
That don't have the privilege of working in my state, our state, Governor DeSantis' state. I recommend you get on board because you're behind the 8 ball. Our federal partners are sitting there with a checkbook ready to write. It's not lip service. It's real. We're not here for a photo opportunity today. We're here to tell you it's going on. It's actually happening, and we're being reimbursed. Governor, on a personal note, my wife, Ken, and I got
I'm not that concerned. As a matter of fact,
the First Lady and yourself have been nothing but
the next after this, and I'm not sure how much more of this. I'm assuming there's going to be press conference. I want to hear some of the. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just skip ahead a bit. Yeah, I'm done with CTs. I mean, how much more of that fucking just 3 kangs of hood logic can I take? Bomb Cherry has something to say, and I want to check out what she's saying. She just went live not too long ago, and she is kind of addressing from the opposite end. JP is one of her topics, so I want to hear what she has to say. She's known for her sharp tongue. Oh, Jesus. It's a big ass check.
that, again, thank you all for coming today. The governor and I, as well as the sheriffs up here, will take a few questions related to 287G.
You can't hear the questions.
So Alligator Alcatraz is actually funded by a FEMA grant that the Biden administration used to bring aliens into this country. We're using it to remove criminal illegal aliens, but I'll turn it over to the governor to provide more information about Alligator Alcatraz.
Well, so this is something that is it's the Dade Collier Airport. It is not a federal facility, and it is being staffed and run by folks under state control. So we don't have to do an environmental impact statement. There is no environmental impact because that would conflict with our overall policy agenda that we've spent so much money to help restore the Everglades, and actually have done more than anyone's ever been able to do. And President Trump's helped on that, by the way, because we did a deal this summer with the Army Corps of Engineers where they're delegating some of these projects to us. We can move quicker. So we already opened one of the pump stations. We're going to do another one very soon. Under Biden, this was going to take till 2034. We're now moving that 5 years earlier, where we'll have these SERP projects completed. And that's amazing. So we're doing great work there, but this is just a way to try to throw sand in the gears. This was a very liberal judge that did this. And so if you look at what the appeals court did, they stayed the injunction, which we obviously expected, but they did even more. They took the case away from the judge for now, because I think that the appeals court knew this judge is up to no good. She's going to try to manufacture something to try to throw sand in the gears of this. And so that judge has the case totally taken away from her purview. It is going to go to the 11th Circuit. Look, we will win this eventually one way or another. By the time this winds its way through, who knows what will even be necessary at that point. But that was not good. Now, what I would say to DHS is, yes, we know that's not true. We know we know the state doesn't need to do it, but I think our view is we'll just go ahead and do one real quick. I mean, in this way, it totally moots. Even if they have a 10% chance of winning, it'll moot that out. But they're not going to do it. And I said when this happened that the result would be the result. And for people that follow what we do in Florida, this is nothing new. I mean, I can list you things. I could be here for 30 minutes listing examples of when trial court judges have said something that we did is somehow wrong, and then it goes to appeal and we win on appeal. And that is, we have a very good track record on appeal at the 11th Circuit and here in the state courts in Florida. So I don't think that that's going to end up. That district judge's opinion was rightfully stayed. I do think it'll be fully reversed. But even before that happens, she doesn't have any jurisdiction over this case. And I think that's very important. I don't think so, but the reality is what I said from the beginning on this. We will get reimbursed eventually. Sometimes these things, although I saw Tom Homan the other day, and he's just like, send us your reimbursements. We got a lot of money now. We want to help you guys. So that'll happen. And I know Kevin is working with them on doing that. I don't think it really changes anything because it's still state property and it's a state mission. I mean, just think about it. Almost any state institution can sometimes get some federal funding. I mean, universities, law enforcement agencies. So what? They're going to have to do environmental impacts? Of course not. Federal government doesn't have the jurisdiction to impose that on us. That'd be commandeering. So you don't have to do that. So I don't think it's going to really change things. But at the same time, they have time where they could do a very quick impact statement. That's the thing. It was portrayed in the media like, oh, they're stopping it because there's actual environmental concerns. No. It was a report. It was a procedural thing that the judge hung her hat on. And I don't think it's valid, but I also know that if they were to just do it, we know what the result of that report would be. And then it kind of moots out.
Oh, boy.
There's going to be other things that they're going to try to do on this. But I will say the cadence is.
Yeah, that Tom Homan thing, you know what? And I haven't really talked a whole lot about it or commented about it. This Trump administration is corrupt as shit. It is amazing I don't even know what to say, but Tom Homan dodged a bullet. He kind of looks thuggish. So anyway, you know what? I'm gonna just skip through this because I could literally sit this through to the end because I'm actually interested in the questions. But for the sake of entertainment, I figure we'll just skip ahead to Bomb Cherry. Why are black men uneducated? Is her title. Unc B Streamin', Jay Prince, and Izzy. I'm assuming that's Izzy Bands, and then she has a plus after that. And then it says, why bomb so stupid? Why are black men uneducated? Why bomb so stupid? No idea, but it sounds juicy. Let's listen into a little bit of it.
Everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Oh man, I don't know.
And I guess this is just a messy shit. I'm drinking beer. I just want to hear people be messy. But you know, we just saw the three Kangs of Southeast DC spitting their bars. So now I want to see what their opposite member has to say. They shat on women. So let's see how Bomb Cherry returns the shat.
Which way I want to go first? Do I want to talk?
Oh, and by the
do I
way,
want-
why does this pizza have blue eyes? Why doesn't it have like olives, like black olives for eyes? But you know, that really has nothing to do with nothing, I guess.
I want to talk about why am I so stupid? Or do I want to talk about why these black men, so-called black men, and I put names in the title so we can know what type of men I'm talking about, right? Because I put the names in the title. And there was more, like my title would be very, very long if I would have just kept adding these people's names in. But there's a couple of them that I definitely just have to speak on, right? And yeah, I don't know. So let's start with why I'm stupid. And women, right? Women in general, why are we so stupid, right? But I'm gonna talk about me in particular, right? Because I know myself, I know who I am, and I tend to have empathy, sympathy, and I don't know. I even start realizing, without realizing, that I am being a mammy, right? And when I say a mammy, it's almost like I'm trying to educate these niggas, these grown ass men, and I am wasting my time. And let me tell you, my husband is not happy about it. He's been really frustrated with me recently. Recently, hubby is like, he came up here yesterday and said, why are you arguing with stupidity? And I was like, baby, I'm just having fun. But then I realized he's frustrated because he sees the one thing that I guess refuse to see, or I guess I do see it, but I just have this thing called hope, or I don't even know if I have hope because I'm not. True Lord, listen, it's a lot. We're gonna break it down. I'm gonna put the link in for y'all to come maybe help me understand what's going on, right? Because I've never had to do as much work to try to help somebody. Because my children has never been so stupid, even when they were young boys. And I realize I'm speaking to grown ass men. But I look at it like they're not grown ass men. But let me tell you what really get me invested. It's not the grown ass men. I really don't give a fuck if they ruin their life, right? They really ain't shit at this point. They don't know when they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They don't know the saying is you can't treat an old, uneducated dog new tricks, right? Because he's stupid. And it, just like people, we can have animals who are just not all there. Okay. They were talking about men. They wasn't talking about women, right? But even in that case, a old fool, that's what the saying really was. You can't teach an old fool new tricks. Okay. And like looking at the frustration on my husband's face is what got me to say, oh, I need to see what he's seeing. Or, if he's frustrated by me just being online talking to, in the conversation I was having yesterday and possibly a couple of days ago and on, he's like, we haven't talked about it yet, but I can tell he came up here and he was like frustrated that his wife, like I guess he could tell the passion because there was a young man on the panel. Can't even think of his name. Pat something, right? He said he's 31. And I have a son that's 31. So of course I'm looking at him like he's a young man, right? I'm not looking at him like he's a boy because he passed boyhood. So like through his questions yesterday, and since I've been talking to him, I realized he has no education. If he had just gone and gotten his education, the questions that he was asking wouldn't have come out his mouth. So at first I thought he was asking questions to get to a point, right? I ask questions so I can make a point. And I promise you, every question I ask, there's something I'm trying to prove and get them to, to admit. And when I'm talking to fools, they don't see it, right? So like talking to Jay Prince, like I don't even know what the fuck, what is wrong with me? Look at me. What the fuck? That's a grown ass motherfucking nigga. And I think maybe I'm, because although my children, right, still live in the household, I'm not mothering them. I haven't mothered them in forever, right? Damn near 10 years, right? Actually, because I mothered them completely with my husband while they were growing up. Man, as soon as they turned.
Now I'm trying to figure out, does she consider herself educated? Maybe she'll answer that question.
18, they was like, they were doing everything they should do, right? Even when things fell off, when things wasn't right, they grown, right? If they need my assistance, they knock at the door, call my phone. And there's been time when they need just a little bit of advice. And then they have me and their dad they could call. And they can take my advice fully, his advice fully, or a combination of us both. And there's only been one time recently where hubby and I had to have a conversation with one of my sons, right? Because he was heartbroken. But the only message we really had to tell him was, this is life. You heartbroken, you really care, and you wondering why this is like the way it is. It happens. It happens. And when you're heartbroken, you could be heartbroken for a minute. You could literally be heartbroken for a minute. So we tell him to sit in it, think, and work on himself. And because he really was feeling said person. Okay. But being stupid, not doing their job, making money, the thing that you need in order to survive in this country and shit like that. They've been doing all of that. The things that we could teach them to be better human beings, be positive, human beings in society. This is the society that we are in. Now, I'm gonna have to play the video so y'all can know what I'm speaking on, and I will do that. But I realize that I do tend to, and I do it with everybody, right? I tend to try to be positive with everybody. And even when we disagree, nothing wrong with it. And I do end up being myself. And sometimes I troll with the women, especially the women. I know y'all can handle it. You know what I mean? We got a debate. I could push. I might be wrong. I might just pushing for the push of the discussion, right? Just giving some pushback. But I noticed with the men, they so fucking stupid. I don't never troll the men. Right? Well, not these particular type of men. So remember, my titles used to always be Black Manosphere, which was basically targeting red pill. But now these niggas are claiming that they're not red pill, even though, they claiming I'm not Manosphere. I'm not Manosphere. I'm not Manosphere. So I'm rolling with the punches. Now, I'm going to say this before I get into this shit, because it's going to be deep, baby. If the shit don't land at your feet, if you have to say, that's not me, bomb, as a Black man, then I am not referring to you. There's a lot of people with their opinions. I can't start omitting people, especially if I don't really know you. You know you, I don't know you. If what I say land on you, at you, targets you, hit you in the heart, then that's something you know about you that nobody else knows. I don't know you. If you get in your fifis and some of the shit I'm about to say, even if you a motherfucking woman, because now that I think about it, I forgot to put a bitch's name in the title. Okay? But I will mention her name. But I think she gets a special stream all to her motherfucking self. Okay? Because the bitch wanna, I guess, when I start realizing that this bitch is trying to compete with me, and I started thinking, what the fuck is going, like, I don't even know, like, me and other women, we could get up there and talk to each other. We can even disagree. I may say something, they disagree with it, they say it, and then, I still might disagree with them, or I might be able to see their side. And while we talking to this person, we realize, okay, we both here to help him. But nah, there's a bitch you must want to suck on JP's dick. Now listen, that might be a song coming very soon, okay? But I would never be fighting over no goddamn JP or any motherfucker besides Mr. Bomb Cherry. You understand? That's the only listen, that's the only man I'm gonna be fighting over. And I don't even, like, that's my first time. I can't even imagine me fighting over any person. Because if they don't want me, you know what I mean? I'm me. I love me. Me as a person, an individual. People don't understand that, You could say you love yourself, and people, they take that to mean something negative. Oh, you think you perfect. No, I never said I'm perfect. In fact, I have come to realize I have imperfections, and that's a part of who I am. Because if I feel like I need to change them, then I would be working on that. There's a lot of things I'm trying to figure out what people mean when they say, bomb, you mean, right? But I'm over here giddying and having fun, and I don't know what they mean by me being mean. And I think what they're saying is that because I just say things, but just don't say things. I'm very, I think through words that are coming out my mouth. My filter is very, I would say that it's high. I promise you, if I said some shit, I thought about it before I said it, and then I said it. Okay? Yes. And then I said it. It didn't. Now, I may not be pronouncing words correctly. In fact, in my brain, in my head, I'm pronouncing that shit like it should be, right? But when it come out my mouth, it may come out a little different. And then I don't mind saying, I, I know I may have mispronounced that word, right? I understand that. And this is what I don't fucking understand. Okay? I don't understand how fucking grown ass 30, high 30s, right? 35 plus ass niggas and up don't understand the world in which
Yeah,
we live in.
I think I'm just going to be shutting this down soon.
Don't understand.
She can't seem to get to her point.
Because no matter what, in 2025, we could go all the way back to 20. We could go back to 2020. Let's go back 2020, when a lot of motherfucking people learned some shit they probably never knew, right? When our country was shut down along with other countries, and you probably learned shit, heard shit that you never even heard of yet, because we had to sit our asses down trying to figure out what's going on, and you was on the internet. Before that, though, you was able to live in your own little bubble and only see the Black people who live in your same community, in your same possibly situation. But here we are today, and you should realize that, well, no, they have Black people. We come from different backgrounds, different this, different that. We live in different areas. You have different accents and things like that, right? We are hard on our own people, right? But I understand, because a lot of us don't know much about the other side of people. I was once there as well. But, you know, when I started having conversation with all races of people, especially men, I, started.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna just kind of listen to this on my own. No one seems that interested in it, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'll be doing a show tomorrow. I'll probably start up around 9 or 10. No real topic, but I do have some ideas. So it has been close to 8 hours anyway. It's 7:19. So I will see everybody probably tomorrow. Talk to y'all later.